A terrifying look at the dark side of innocence, losing control.
No, you're not religious, my dear, are you?
A dead woman's vacant apartment.
Something is happening to her.
Are you pregnant? No, not yet.
Men found her irresistible.
Somebody help me!
You have children?
In an old building.
I'll kill them before I let them touch you. I have a pain.
No one does it to you like Roman Polanski.
It's alive!
Waiting for the tenant.
You're pregnant.
Now, fine, healthy baby. Here, here.
Roman Polanski is the tenant.
Repulsion. Sensual fantasies.
What have you done to him, you maniac?
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 282 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with the Mexican, also known as JP. And of course, we got Mr. Saucedo, also known as Tyler, and I'll be your host from the not-so-foreign land of Canada and home of the potential 51st state, the toxic offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, dudes?
What up? What up?
If Canada becomes the 51st state, like, poutine better be a regular item in restaurants going forward.
I know. I can find it every once in a while, and I fucking love that shit, dude.
Yeah.
And then also, I think like the biggest thing for like Moodz would just be like fucking shipping, dude. Shipping and like that imaginary line no longer.
You'll save a ton on shipping.
Yeah, and
fuck yeah, it would, man.
Conversion rates gone.
I never even thought of that, man. Fuck the conversion rate, the shipping. Oh man, you think I bought a lot before?
Sign the petition.
Holy shit, man, that'd be out of control.
Yeah, this fool will be able to buy directly from Severin.
Right. That'd be amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, man. Right off the top of the show, man, we got to give a rest in peace to David Lynch. Passed away, man. How old? He was 79.
He was 78. He would have been
78?
70. What's today? The 20th or the 21st?
21st.
Yesterday would have been his 79th birthday.
Wow. Crazy. So he died just before 79. Wow. Like 2 days before.
Yep.
Crazy.
I honestly had a really bad feeling when they evacuated. I saw like a little update a couple weeks ago when the fires were going on. I don't know if they still are, where they said David Lynch has been evacuated from his home. And that kind of scared me because I knew he had like late stage emphysema.
Right.
And he was housebound. So like getting taken out of your home and having to deal with all that stuff in the air was not a safe thing. So like I was obviously, I'm a huge Lynch fan. One of my favorite directors, and like one of the most important directors for me in terms of getting where I'm at now with film. But yeah,
what's your favorite Lynch film?
Blue Velvet, and it's also my favorite movie ever. That's just a very special movie for me because this was like I saw that way before I like was approaching movies even like really as a hobby. I liked horror movies. I was a horror movie fan, but I wasn't really like into movies as a hobby. And I took a history and criticism of film class at community college, and the last movie they showed us at the end of the year was Blue Velvet. And that was like that movie like rewired my brain and like completely changed like my outlook at like and approach the movies. And I remember like the next week I was really excited to like have an in-class discussion. And there's some things about the movie I picked up that the professor like also like kind of talked to me about and like helped me work out, and that like really like blew my mind. And I just had like never watched the movie like that before.
Yeah, that's a cool one to do.
That's one thing that I missed about the early era of the show was when Jeremy was still in film school and the stuff he'd tell us about. That was kind of fun.
Yeah, all
really
he
cool
ever talked
class.
about was the gaze. No, I meant like
class was
the visual
the
gaze.
gaze, yeah, the male gaze,
Not the one that people
Oh,
just
the
misheard
male
me
gaze.
say.
yeah. He would
The
go
male
on and
gaze.
on about the fucking male
The male gaze. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a really cool class because he didn't. I think most film classes you take like that, they would just show you like more so like highly well regarded, like important quote unquote films. Where this guy said we're going to learn about noir this semester, and he showed us a bunch of like important noir films, starting from Fritz Lang's M up through Blue Velvet, and it wasn't all. There was obviously some like extremely like notable movies, but they weren't all just like all-time classics. There's some just like kind of deep cut movies he showed us that I even went on to like watch again later in life and like understand them a lot better.
Yeah, I like film classes
Dude,
like that too, where they do
dude,
deep cuts, man. That's the way to do it.
That's actually hilarious that you say that, because that brings up another memory I have of Jeremy where I remember saying that M was like a early like noir influence, and he argued with me that it wasn't because it didn't have a femme fatale. And it's funny that you just brought up that this guy showed you M in a class about noir. So
There's
You know,
even,
there's
like,
a lot of
films
noirs
older than
without the
M.
femme
Yeah.
fatales. There's a lot, man.
People as like a marking point seem to point to the Maltese Falcon as like the first like true noir, but that was the second remake of the Maltese Falcon by the time it came along. And there's movies even older than M that share a lot of the same principles that might necessarily have the whole femme fatale character, but are considered like kind of like pro noirs.
Yeah. Yeah. Love me some noirs.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of noir.
I
I've
like
got-
noir as well.
It's like getting out of control. I think I even said in my last update, like I have the first 18 of those Kino Noir sets.
Do you really? Holy shit!
There's fucking 22. They just released 4 more.
Dude,
I thought it was up to. I thought it was like caught up, and then I look and I'm like, volume 22. I'm like trying to figure out the Roman numerals. I'm like, that's fucking 22.
That's a lot.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they started releasing those things. It went hard on them.
So crazy,
Yeah.
man. Like hard. And like, honestly, man, I've watched a few of the sets, man. Like, you know, I mean, they're not like top tier, but they're interesting sets though. Like there's some deep cuts in there, man. It's pretty good because like we're if you're into film and old noirs and stuff, you've probably seen some of the, you know, more popular ones, the famous ones and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what I like about these ones. It's really digging deep and it's pretty cool. I've been having fun with them. A couple of them weren't the greatest, but
it's kind of funny because like I've always been interested in picking up those sets, but like every time there's a Kino sale, it's like it's hard to not just buy a bunch of $10 fucking Blu-rays.
Yeah, that's what happens.
You know
to
what I
me.
mean? It's
I'm at
tough
the
to,
point
like-
where even like I'll cut out like, do I really need this movie on 4K? Because I can just buy like 2 movies instead.
yeah.
Yeah. Which is funny because like I remember the first time I seen like I don't know about the first time, but I always remember there was like an episode of Rugrats that was like very noir influenced and shit. And I always remember it like stood out because I was like, what, this is like such a like vibe. And I remember like knowing that there was movies like that. And forever I didn't know what like it was. Yeah, because it's like
he is right. I know what he's talking about. I couldn't tell you anything about the episode, but like I
Dude,
do have like a memory of like
you just
Tommy
time
Pickles
capsuled
in a
yourself.
trench- Yeah, I do have a memory of like Tommy Pickles in a trench coat and a hat.
yeah, with like
some
a
dark
fedora and
office.
shit. Yeah, and he's like, he meets the girl or whatever, and he's like, she had me, whatever. And it was just like, I remember that episode a lot.
Probably
and
had some ominous voiceover. Oh,
yeah.
probably be a riot to go back and watch now.
Yeah, I actually picked up like the first 2 seasons of Rugrats like a couple years ago and went through like the first season. It's great.
I've seen some of it. You know, I wasn't like an avid like. Was it Nickelodeon?
Yeah, that came out. That was like one of the first 2 Nicktoons. You know, it was like
Right.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, so
91 that came out.
Yeah,
so
it was
like
definitely
perfect
early.
for me.
It was definitely early. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
And
like perfect era for me and Tyler because we were like 5 when it was on like season like 4. or 3
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah,
So
so you
I
had all
definitely
the
was watching it
early
earlier in the years
representation.
because like in 91 I was 11. So I
Right,
remember
yeah.
there was a lot of buzz about it.
Yes.
So, but yeah.
Yeah,
So
it was very popular. I mean, till SpongeBob, it was the most popular Nickelodeon property.
mhm. Yeah. One of my favorite things about Blue Velvet, man, is Dennis Hopper and his fucking freakouts in that film, man. It's like second to none, dude. That is one of the
most iconic characters of all time.
Dude, he goes beyond where his character should be. It's just hilarious how much, like, people talk about Nick Cage overacting and shit like that. Dennis Hopper has some films where he completely outdoes Nick Cage, man.
Look at him in Chainsaw 2, dude.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like,
bring it all down.
But like Chainsaw 2,
bring it all down.
Mad Dog Morgan, like, he fucking goes ape in a lot of these movies, dude. Like, it's like Blue Velvet though is honestly, it's up there for one of the most iconic and just hilarious performances I've ever seen in a film.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so over the top that you can't help but love him because it's so utterly ridiculous the way he's just screaming his lines, quite literally screaming his lines.
It's such a weird tone to hit.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
He understood the assignment perfectly.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like Nick Cage and, like, you know, Vampire's Kiss. I always talk about this movie, but there's no performance like it. The way his eyes are and the way he just screams, like, oh my God, dude, that movie is like,
I've never even seen it.
It is one of the best performances of all time. It's so funny. It's so funny.
I think Scream Factory put it on a 2-pack. That's why I watched it.
I have it on the 2-pack, but I've just never opened it.
Dude, and I talk about it all the time. Actually, no, MVD re-released it, part of their MVD line or whatever. It's like a solo release now too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I always liked him in Speed. Plays the Mad
I've actually never seen Speed.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on. Dude, Speed is like such a fucking classic 90s thriller action.
Like the Keanu Reeves movie, like the Sandra Bullock shit?
Yeah, dude, I fucking love Speed.
I know about it, I just never seen it.
Time. And he plays this fucking, basically like a terrorist. He's like trying to and he blows up like an elevator and shit, and like Keanu Reeves and Jeff Daniels like fucking, is it Jeff Daniels? Is he in there?
I don't know. I know Keanu Reeves in it. That's all I know.
Speed? I can't remember Jeff. It's been a while since I've seen it.
Anyway, he fucking he ruins his plan, and then he's all fucking pissed off and gets mad and puts a bomb on a bus. And if the bus goes under like 40 miles per hour or 50 miles per hour, it blows up. If it goes over, if it fucking runs out of gas, it blows up. If anybody gets off, it blows up. And it's just like this fucking awesome fucking action. They jump a bus over a fucking unfinished roadway in LA. It's fucking nuts, dude. It's an awesome movie. Everything's practical, obviously, because when it came out. But
have you ever seen Bullet Train, the 1975 film? So Speed is essentially the American version of Bullet Train. It's the same movie, but obviously, you know, the Japanese one takes place on a train, but it's literally the same idea. It's the same movie. So a lot of, like, I didn't know that for years, and I remember someone saying that, oh yeah, fucking Speed is just a remake of Bullet Train. I was like, what the fuck? So I like looked it up, and I'm like, oh shit. But now I got Bullet Train because Eureka released it on Blu-ray, and I picked it up I think last summer or the summer before, whatever. It's a great movie. But you can see they're very similar. It's the original kind of.
There is an American movie that came out a couple of years ago named Bullet Train. I wonder if that was like a remake that nobody knew about.
I never saw that one. I remember actually thinking about that too, and I was like, I wonder if it is a remake of the original Bullet. But I think it's a different premise, from what I can think of right now. But you can't look at Speed if you've seen Bullet Train and not see the comparison. It's literally the same movie. It is. Yeah.
Yeah, just avoid Speed 2 collision course. Just avoid that altogether.
Is that on a boat?
It's on a yacht, dude.
Right,
it's on a fucking yacht.
Right. It was like Under Siege 2. I remember when that fucking movie came out. It was on a boat too. It was like on a big ship or something like that.
It's like this slow. It's called Speed, and it's this slow ass moving yacht.
Right.
Like the first Speed though is fucking awesome. I love that movie, dude. I watched that literally. I was 4 or 5. My uncle. I don't think I really ever talked about him. He passed away when I was pretty young, probably 2003-ish. But he was a big fucking movie buff. Probably one of the main reasons I got into films was watching movies with him. But every Friday we would go to the video store and he would rent like the new shit. You know what I mean? And sometimes he'd let me rent like Friday the 13th Part 7 or something. But and we would always just watch movies. And I remember watching Speed with him, fucking 3,000 Miles to Graceland, like a million. He was a big like action movie fan, like classic like dad type action movies and shit. And that's probably where I saw Invasion USA at, was with him when I was a kid. So, and even like he liked horror shit too, but you know, not as much. Like Tales from the Crypt, first time I ever watched that in like the early 90s at like 3 or 4 years old was with him. So he really influenced me a bunch. And like I remember watching Speed with him and just loving it, and it's been favorite of mine ever since I was like 4 or 5.
Yeah, when actually I had an uncle too that was like really close to my uncle, and when my mom would go out of town and stuff as a kid, they would always drop me off at his place so he could watch me and stuff. And that's how I became a Bond dork, because he was like the hugest James Bond fan. So he would always, and he had like, at the time it would have been the tapes, right? And he had them all up to that point and stuff. And we used to just repeat them. But it was that and fucking Bruce Lee movies. That's like all he would ever play for me. So I was so familiar with James Bond and Bruce Lee movies growing up. It was like, holy shit.
Another thing that I never really put into consideration, but I was a like WWF fan, obviously, as you are when back in the 90s when you were a kid.
Everybody was.
And he showed me the UFC back in like UFC like 30 something or something, you know, like early, and was like, this is real shit, and like was trying to get me into it. And I eventually, you know, I would watch it and stuff, but I didn't really know what was going on and stuff. But that was how my early love of the UFC started too, was with him, because he was like a bodybuilder back when he was in like high school and college age and stuff, and so he was like into like fitness and shit like that. And he was like big dude. Like, I mean, once he was in his 40s was like just fat, you know, but like he was a big dude. And he would have, like, he had been shot instead. Like I remember he got paid, he got his paycheck. He used to work as a welder. He got his paycheck. We went to the pizza place. We'd go get pizza and rent movies, and this dude shows up with a gun and robs him and tells him to give him all his money and shit. And he's like, fuck you, I just got paid. And the dude was like, what? And he's like, I ain't giving you shit. And and the dude was like, didn't know what to do, so he shot him in the leg and ran away.
What the fuck?
Did he take the pizza?
No, we didn't even get the pizza. So I wasn't even there, but I was at home, and he got shot in the leg, didn't go to the hospital, had his daughter dig the bullet out, and that was it.
That's man mode.
Like, he was a fucking G, bro. Like, my Uncle Kevin was a fucking
what
G.
the fuck did he shoot? I guess you said he was a big dude, but like, damn, you get shot and you just go home and pull a bullet out? Like, that's some boss player shit right there, man.
That's insane.
I know.
Wow,
like, that's
dude.
some shit.
It's like, dude, I ain't paying no hospital. I just got paid.
Yeah. Like, right. Yeah. Cause and dude, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, he was a fucking G like that, dude.
Man,
like,
dude,
been stabbed in a bar and shit before.
Well, my uncle was fucking cool, but my uncle to this day is like still a big gym guy, but like he never got stopped or stabbed and shot though, man. He sounds cool as your uncle, man.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds made up because like, who does that? But it really happened.
It's just insane, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's crazy shit. You got stories, man. You got fucking stories.
I know, right?
So, word on the streets is that the new Wolfman movie sucks, or what? Dan, I
believe it. You didn't go?
I haven't had a chance to go, right? Because it just opened up on Thursday or whatever. But I mean, I could probably go this Thursday, maybe go check it out. But I actually overheard someone at work talking about it, and they said they fucking hated it too. And I was like, holy shit, like everyone hating on this shit, man. So
as I had mentioned to you before, I'm trying to break my record of theatrical watches this year, which is 43 is my record. So I'm going for 45. So I think I'm at like 5 already this year. So it's pretty good.
What the fuck have you seen theatrically? I haven't even had a chance to see one.
Yeah, I only seen something Saturday. I've only seen one.
I seen Bloody Axe Wound. Is that what it was called?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you saw like 2 like the first day of the year or something, right?
And The Damned I seen, and then I went and seen 7, and then I guess 4 would be Yeah, I'm at 4.
Oh, this is overall theatrical watches.
Yeah,
So
I'm
it's not
counting
just
everything.
Oh, okay, I see.
Seeing
Okay,
something in the theater.
all right.
But actually, I won't count I usually don't count the retro drive-in stuff I go to, but so that didn't count for my 43. So
Right.
I probably won't count that this time.
Yeah, I go to last year. Last year was the most I ever went to in a year.
I went to about 25 total because I saw 3 or 4 non-horror ones, and I think it was 21, 20, 21, something like that. So yeah, about 25 theatricals I saw. But I didn't really, it was kind of weird too, because I saw most of that shit, like the last 2 months of the year, I don't even think I went to the cinema. I was anticipating Nosferatu. It's not that I got burnt out. There literally was nothing playing that I wanted to see. I was anticipating Nosferatu. We didn't get that. And there was just nothing else playing. It was just a bunch of kids movies, Marvel fucking whackness, and some other whackness. It was just a bunch of shit.
Fathom is doing Hellraiser in February for a special event screening.
Man, that's so cool, dude. I wish I got shit like that.
Well, this is actually a big release for at least in the States. It's in a bunch of theaters. It's
yeah, well, Fathom, if I was in Vancouver, I'd get a lot of that shit too. There's a bunch of different cinemas down there that do that type of stuff too. They have all the retro showings and they get those cycles and stuff. And then you have all the indie. There's a place that you can go watch indie films. It's fucking awesome. They just play shitloads of indies. It could be horror documentaries, whatever. And I've seen a bunch of documentaries and they're fucking awesome. And they got the bigger ones, and it's fucking cool. There's different spots for different types of films. It's awesome.
I'm definitely going to Hellraiser because that's on my bucket list of retro films that I want to see. I mean, I've seen so many of the titles that I want to, my favorite movies ever.
Right.
It's Hellraiser is one of the big ones that I haven't seen yet, and Elm Street 3 is also on that bucket list, which is showing in April. Nightmare on Elm Street 1 through 4. So I'm definitely going to go to that. I've already seen 2 and 1, but now I'll get a chance to see 3 and 4, which is pretty cool. And Elm Street 3 is one of my all-time favorites, so super excited about that.
Yeah. I want to open up my own cinema so I can watch
I know, right, dude?
Video violence on the big screen. See what video violence looks like on a big screen. Show on video. Fucking awesome.
They actually, that one drive-in that we go to that's 4 hours away, they do a shot on video fest every year.
Oh, that's cool.
Which I've never been to just because it's so far. I only go there once a year usually for the Camp Blood. But that would be interesting to see some shot on video shit.
Probably stick to the more well-known stuff, right? I mean, there's a lot. There's quite a few big shot on video films that have probably the best releases that they're going to get. So I mean, if they're going to project those, they're probably not going to look the worst. I mean, I imagine if you pulled out some shit that SRS released, that never did any fucking remastering, like complete fucking ball cheese. But I mean, something like Video Violence that actually has a really good. It's had a couple good releases actually, but TerraVision is probably the top one that's out.
Yeah.
But
so I saw 64 movies at the theater last year, and 20 were retro.
Yeah. I don't get a lot of fuck.
This was the most retro movies I ever got. There was just a lot playing through Cinemark last year, and I tried to go to a lot of them. The last 2 months, I only went 4 or 5 times. I just hit a breaking point, I guess.
Let's see. So last year they did. I just pulled it up real quick to see what they did. Oh, okay. Never mind. This isn't what I thought it was. Oh, what the hell did they call it? I don't even remember. I'll get back to you.
Yeah. Anyways, Wolfman sucks.
I thought it was really bad. Yeah, I think JP thought it was okay.
I mean, honestly, here's
I haven't heard anything good, redeemable to the point where it was oh, I need to kind of go check this out for myself. But the things I'm hearing is kind of the worst qualities for myself because people are saying it's too dark and And like a lot of the visuals aren't there. And like, I'm a very visual person. So I'm like, right away, I'm like, fuck, now and like, obviously I'm still going to go see it, but I'm like, wow, really? Like it's visually not good. I'm like, man, that's so disappointing.
It seemed like they were going for the whole natural lighting thing.
Yeah.
And a lot of the scenes, it just didn't work. Sometimes there are spots that I do think they kind of get like that greenish looking, like light through the trees thing that does look nice, but there's a lot of spots where it just looks dark and like washed out.
Here's I'll give my brief thoughts on it real quick. So, one, I actually kind of like the look of the Wolfman. Like they kind of went between like a hybrid of like animalistic and the classic look, just with a little bit of more animal nature to it. Because let's face it, I mean the classic Wolfman, I don't think it will ever work like nowadays, really.
Mm-hmm.
But I felt like they did a decent job with it.
I actually agree with that. I think a lot of the criticism about the Wolfman are actually like maybe some of the at least more different and like better shots they took with this movie to try to do something a little bit unique.
Yeah. I think that the movie itself is just kind of ass, dude. Like it just doesn't really have a lot to it. There's a few cool moments. Like there's a part where like when the dude there's some body horror elements in there where he's first like sort of turning to the Wolfman and stuff. He starts like
I mean, you said you saw
limbs and stuff
in an empty theater, right?
It was just me and Carly.
So I saw it like in an afternoon, and there wasn't a lot of people there, but there were like a little bit. There was a little handful, and the audience actually gave that scene a pretty good reaction. I would definitely give it a credit for at least that part.
Yeah, there's some okay body horror stuff in there. The relationship aspects, like I thought was a bit weak. It was kind of eye rolly. The location and stuff was pretty good. Like I thought that they got this like good isolation fill and stuff like that. And there's some like decent set pieces, like with the car and the U-Haul that goes over the cliff thing and stuff like that. And like I said, that the house is like a nice setup, big like farmhouse type thing. It's very isolated type film. I like that about it. It literally like I remember like at the end I was like, that was it? That's like the whole movie? Like the third act sucks. Like
it's very undercooked.
Yeah, and I think that like there's some stupid shit in it too. Like I don't know, that whole thing where they're on like the canvas, like the like the greenhouse thing. Like
I remember thinking like that's gonna stop.
Yeah, and I'm like, dude, that's not even a fucking like you'd fall right through that probably.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like it's clearly not stopping anything.
Do they undercook the end because are they looking to completely set it up for a sequel, just assuming this film is going to do well, or there's a reason why it opened up in January?
It's not developed. Like for me,
why put this out though? If you're like, I don't understand how you're going to do this big, reimagining of a Universal film and then put it in dump month. It makes literally no fucking sense to me, considering The Invisible Man did pretty well. I personally don't love it. That also came
out in dump month though.
Okay.
That was February, I think.
Was it? Okay.
That was because that was one of like the very last movies I got to see before like COVID blew everything up.
Yeah, I personally don't love that movie, but it's not like the worst thing in the world. But
yeah, it's not awful.
I really like the Invisible Man movie, but this to me was like, and there was some other stuff that I liked, like the scene where they're in the like little hut thing, like at the beginning of the movie. I actually thought that was kind of creepy and was a good like first scene to like the setup.
I feel like these are so pointless. So like, why? Like I can't wrap my head around reimagining classic films and then just putting no effort into like.
I do feel like this movie was supposed to be much longer, and there was more to it, because it just seems like
I agree
there's
with
a little
you. It
bit
feels
of
like
message.
there's stuff that's missing.
It's based on at least the quality of film that Lee Winnell's put out before. I don't think he would write something like this bad, in my opinion. It feels to me like the messaging in this movie isn't very good. It just it's very predictable the way they present things. Within 10 minutes of the movie, you probably know what's going to happen. And it just the messaging comes off like really like hollow and in your face and like ham-fisted.
But okay,
Uh,
you said that, and I didn't really understand what you meant by that because what is the messaging?
so I mean, I kind of have to like spoil the movie to like say it, but
Are you talking
uh,
about just the fact that his dad was a bit of an asshole and like
I think it extends more to that where he's
because
afraid
he's
of
not
being that, but that's why like the daughter's
right,
like
but
so
it's
fixated
barely
on.
even there. It's not even like a real like he's a good dude. Like there's no real uh like
I think that was the
friction with that.
commentary. Well, this is the issue with it because I think like, well, I think they way overplayed it. The way like he gets like this news at the beginning, and the way he just like basically expo dumps like his entire like traumatic relationship. So that already got me like, oh brother. And then you had the swear thing with the daughter, and I think it was just beating you over the head that like his dad was scary, so he does his best to not be scary, but sometimes that beast in him comes out a little, and then when you find out about the Wolfman, it just made me go like, you kidding me, man?
See, okay, I see where you're going with that, and I see your point, but I felt like it was such a non-factor that it was almost like not in your face because it was like this is just like kind of a little metaphor. Like it did to me, it didn't feel like it was a through line throughout the entire movie and the main
Well,
point of the movie. But
it felt like it felt like that's what it was going for with me.
it felt like that's what it should have been going for, but I don't think it actually ever fully.
Well, that's maybe kind of the issue where I felt like all they did was like shout it at you and they didn't really develop it. And
Yeah.
because of that too, it felt like the trajectory of this movie was very obvious where I felt pretty confident in the twist in this movie and I was right about it within like the first like 5 minutes of the movie.
I don't even know that there was. I'm unaware of a twist.
Yeah, I don't want to like say it because I'm sure like people are still going to see this even like if we didn't like it. I would definitely still recommend.
Well, yeah, I'm still gonna go see it. So
Yeah, like so I don't want to like reveal that. But
Oh, are you? I think I know what you're talking about. I don't
Yeah.
think that if that was supposed to be a fucking twist,
that's
that
what I
is
mean. But like the
fucking-
way they present it makes it seem like it was supposed to be like this moment.
I took it as like the audience is supposed to know this, but the characters aren't.
Yeah.
So if it
felt
was
like they were
supposed to
trying-
be if it was supposed to be surprising for the audience, that was a huge fucking drop the ball.
That's
man.
how I felt. I felt like they were trying to surprise the audience. That I was just like,
Oh man, yeah.
Helen Keller could have
I
seen
thought
this
that was
coming.
supposed to be known, but okay, yeah. So at the end of the day, like to me, it's not like the worst shit I've ever seen. Like, I've seen
what was
way
like a
fucking-
rating on this thing? So like where was this coming in at?
I think I came at like a 6.
Oh,
I gave it like a 3.5, honestly. But
okay,
I'm
that sounds
but
about
I'm
right in
also-
Tyler's ratings. Yeah.
I'm also
Yeah,
like just
like-
like punching down like at like you're a big studio and this is what you did.
Yeah, see, that's the
See,
problem I have
try
with
not
this
to
too.
factor that stuff in too much, but I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But like to
It's
me,
hard not to when you're reimagining a Universal classic. Like it has to be,
I
unless
also
you're
felt like-
doing it as an indie film. But like, it's a
I felt
studio
like
film.
Chris Abbott did a good job, but the material was just not good. But I felt like everyone else in this movie like was completely replaceable. Like they were just complete non-factors.
yeah, I probably agree with you on that. Like for like I think like when I look at movies that like the scale of movies, right? Like to me, like actually atrocious stuff that comes like you shouldn't see atrocious movies in the theater for the most part, right? Like that like there should be a level of like competency to see something in the theater. So for me, like stuff like Imaginary, like
there is a screening
Slender
level.
Man, like Slender Man, stuff like that is like so bad that I want to leave the theater. I never felt like leaving during this. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? It was
Right.
I think it's not a movie like I didn't like it, obviously. I think it was bad, but it's not like a movie that like I'm sitting there like, oh, I wasted my money. It's just like, oh well, it's not a bad movie at the theaters. Business as usual.
Do you
It's
do
January.
like an A-list or anything like that?
No, the cinema we don't have AMC's around here, so I can't do that. But what I have is Cinemark, so it's like $9.99 a month, and you get a free ticket. You get a ticket every month that rolls over if you don't use it. You gain points for every dollar you spend, and you get 20% off your concessions. If you went to the movies 25 times the year before, which I always do, you get 2 free tickets once you hit 25 visits, and then all your concessions are like 25% off.
It's not the worst in the world.
Yeah,
but,
it's for free. Like for
um,
$9.99 it pays for. Oh, you also get like your tickets are only $9.99, whereas like the other ones are like $10.99 or something plus fees if you don't have if you're not a member. So it pays for itself every month with the free ticket. That if you just
mhm.
don't go, even like last year, I think I even didn't go to Cinemark for like 3 months, and I just had like three tickets that rolled over.
Yeah, that
So it's
that's
worth
pretty
it like
cool. The
that.
rollover thing. So the A list, for those who don't know, basically I think it's like $23 a month, and you can see three movies a week, and that includes like the IMAX or like Dolby, which is the AMC one. Um, and you get basically points every dollar you spend on concessions. You get points, and I'll usually get like four or five $5 rewards a year, just from buying shit. But it is, if you're a big movie fan and you have an AMC, it's definitely worth it. I mean,
Yeah.
if you see three movies in a month, you paid for the membership, and you could see a maximum of like what, three, 6, 9, 12, pretty much like 12
Yeah,
or
there was times
more.
I went to the theater last year like 8 to 10 times. They were like really cooking with the retro movies in the summer.
Yeah. And so it's a good deal if you have AMCs. That's all we pretty much have is AMCs. But what sucks for me is I don't have a theater within 40 minutes of me
Oh,
these
that
days.
sucks.
Everything is 40 minutes or more. It
It only
I
sucks.
takes
have
me
an
about 5 minutes to
yeah.
get my shitty one.
I have an indie
I'm
theater
close.
like 40 minutes away. Dan goes to it a lot because he lives closer to it, but it's not a great theater, but it gets all like kind of the indie movies and it gets like some really cool classic retro movies, but I do not like the theater at all, and I don't like the crowd that goes to the theater either. So like I'm spoiled where like I won't even drive like 40 minutes unless I'm seeing something with really good retro.
One of my favorite theaters that we had here was in actual Pittsburgh, like proper, called the Hollywood, and it
Ooh.
was 100 years old. I think in 2022 it hit its 100 year mark, and it was this real old theater. Like inside, it had old
Always great sound.
newspaper
Always great sound.
clippings, and it had all these retro uh marquee stuff from like years and years ago, and all this cool history in there and shit. And that's where, when I first found out about this theater, because I didn't really venture out to the theater a lot before I um, met Carly, pretty much. Then we started finding more things to do, but we started going there like all the time, especially in like October. I saw Phantasm there. I saw Adam Green's Victor Crowley there with Adam Green. They did actually, I had a poster up here. Guys probably seen it in other things, of like John Carpenter Fest, where they showed like
Mhm.
four Carpenter movies. And I saw Amityville 4 and 6 there, just all kind of weird shit,
So
that you
random.
wouldn't see anywhere. And years ago, someone from Chicago, some company in Chicago bought it. So this theater was nonprofit for the entire time I knew about it. And then some theater from Chicago bought it and turned it into like a second run theater. So like you would just have Avengers playing for like fucking
Ah, that's a bummer.
4 months. And I hated it. I was so bummed about that because it was this magical place, and like it would get packed too. Like on Phantasm night, it's like sold out. There's like all these horror fans like around the block, like waiting in line to get in and stuff. It was just a cool vibes. And they sold like when I went to the Carpenter Fest, it was like an all day thing, and they had a couple vendors there that was selling shit, and like there was a guy in the basement that was selling fucking empanadas and all kind of vegan food and shit. I ate some vegan empanadas, that pepper steak, that were actually pretty good. And then you had like this just awesome vibe and atmosphere. It was very awesome. And when they bought that shit, they drove it into the ground. Well, fortunately, somebody else bought it now, and they're redoing the inside. They've been doing it like all winter, and they're going to open back up in the spring or summer, I believe. And apparently, because that company that owns it also has another theater that's a little further into the city, and they show like all kind of like retro shit there all the time. It's like pretty much a retro theater. And and their theater kind of sucks, like in terms of like the scope of it. It's just like it's like a smaller room and stuff. But
yeah, that's how the theater I was complaining about is.
yeah, it's like a very indie art house theater. But they bought the Hollywood and they're redoing it, and this is like a big, you know, it's a one room theater, but it's big. You know, it's like an old school 100-year ago theater. They were built different.
Yeah, those things have great acoustics, man. They always sound really good too. So
the ceilings are very high, and it has like a stage and shit. You know, So it's so when they open it back up, I'm pretty excited because I think they're going to go much similar to how it was when I first started going there in like 2016 or 17 or something. So I'm super hype about that because I love that place. That place was awesome.
Yeah. That sounds fucking cool. I wish I had
we
that
had a cool theater like that when I was growing up, but yeah, they really didn't play, at least to my knowledge. I was too young to really like actually know, but I only saw like modern, like mainstream movies there, but it was a cool little place.
Even though I don't have a theater, I do actually have a drive-in that's like 5 minutes from Carly's house, and it's a 3-screen drive-in, so it's like pretty fucking cool. It's like one of the only things we have in this town. And you know, it's mostly new movies, but lately they have been getting into showing like retro movies in like October, right before the season ends. They'll start showing like retro stuff. Like I saw a bunch of retro movies there. Like I watched all 3 Back to the Futures there. Goonies, Beetlejuice, stuff like that. Elm Street, Evil Dead,
classics.
Jeepers Creepers they showed there, which I thought was cool.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, like all the drive-ins anywhere around me are all in the sticks too. I wonder why it's like that.
I don't know. Well,
I mean, for the drive-ins, it makes sense because they need the room for them, right? So it makes sense that it's got on the outskirts. I have a drive-in still left in my city too, actually, and fucking it's like way the fuck out there. It's actually on the way to my cabin, so I actually have to pass it every time I go to the cabin. So, but yeah, on a fucking way better note, something that we had talked about a few times last year was the Toxic Offender. I do it every time. The Toxic Avenger remake going to actually get released, and the answer, according to Bloody Disgusting, is yes. 4 hours ago.
All right, baby.
This was updated, and it says their I think it's their production company or whatever. The Cineverse saves the Toxic Avenger remake with unrated theatrical release later this year.
They did it.
All right.
So it's saying that we're excited to announce today that the Cineverse has saved directors Malcolm Blair, the Toxic Avenger remake, and plans with an unrated wide theatrical release later this year. Bloody Disgusting's parent company Cineverse acquired all US and Canadian theatrical home entertainment and streaming rights through the deal with Legacy Entertainment. So this is fucking good, man. I don't think it has a date yet.
You're probably still not going to get it, but
in my theater, fuck no.
At least still be out somewhere.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll be able to. At least it's coming out, though. That's what matters. It's not about just me seeing it. It's about everybody seeing it. So I mean, I'll get to see it.
You'll be able to see it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw this also, but I believe that Troma's working on a Poultrygeist 2.
No way. Really? I didn't. Where are you reading that from?
I saw an email from them.
From Troma.
Yeah.
Wow. And it's
hopefully it wasn't a joke.
It's Lloyd doing it?
Lloyd.
I have no clue, bro.
Dude.
And Lloyd.
It says, yeah, right here. So the Henpire strikes back.
The Henpire?
Yeah, it says, get ready for another serving of musical horror comedy as Trova is cooking up a sequel to Poultrygeist Night of the Chicken Dead called Poultrygeist 2, The Henpire Strikes Back. Will be written and directed by Mercedes the Muse, who helmed The Rise of the Super Tromaettes. Andrew L. Miller producing with Lloyd Kaufman serving as executive producer. So
okay.
Yeah.
So it's Troma produced then? Okay.
Yeah, Lloyd's not directing, but it is I'm down. That's pretty cool. That's probably I think that's like one of my favorite Troma movies for sure.
Gee,
it's definitely one of their better modern movies for sure.
Disgusting. movie's so gross. I love it. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Is
Yeah,
Cineverse who did the Terrifier movies?
I actually don't know.
Yeah, do not know.
That's a good question. I am not sure on that. I never looked into it that far. But anyways, the Toxic Avenger finally coming out. That is that's saving 2025 right there. So it's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah. It is definitely awesome.
I mean, there was a lot of doubts, man. There really was a lot of doubts. Like nobody had any real information on this. Is like, is this shit just gonna sit in a realm by itself and never be seen by anybody? Like it was getting to the point where it's been done for how long now?
Yeah, it was really peculiar to me that was the case with like everything that gets released.
Yeah, I mean, my suspicions on it before was a little bit due to it possibly being a little bit offensive to the point where it was like, what do we do with this? Like, if we spend the money to do it wide theatrically, like you're spending a lot of money to like get nothing back out of it if it's deemed too. But I think the way things have been kind of going. I just don't think
that's really a thing right now.
No, it's past it now. That's what I was just trying to say, is that when this movie got finished, people were still kind of on the cusp of being offended by fucking everything. And I think we've kind of moved past this a little bit. And now they're like, okay, fuck it. Right now is a good time, because I think people are just kind of forgetting about being offended by everything in the world, farting.
Well, it makes sense because Terrifier 3 is Cineverse. They distributed it.
Okay, so
that actually is like probably the perfect company for it, because the Terrifier kind of broke through basically the wall of.
But that's a good thing though. I mean, that's a good thing for me because, like I got Terrifier 3. So maybe depending on when the movie comes out, and there's not like, if it's in the middle of the summer and there's like 45 Marvel films and fucking, summer blockbusters and shit, I probably won't get it myself. But if it's a little bit later, which I'm hoping, kind of in the fall time, then there's probably a better possibility that I might actually get it. But I would love to see it in the theater, because this is one I'm really looking forward to seeing.
The Marvel movies have slowed down, which is probably good for you.
Yeah, so here's some of the titles that Cineverse has distributed: Terrifier 3, the upcoming Toxic Avenger, Street Trash, the new one, Crackoon, which is Carly's film.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Onyx, The Fortunes and the Talisman of Souls, which was a movie that was on Screenbox.
Oh, I watched that. Yeah.
Yeah. Creeping Death. That was so basically a lot of the Screenbox titles.
Creeping Death was pretty fun.
Yeah. So, it's so funny because there's so many Barney titles on here. Barney and Friends.
Barney.
That's going to be next in the Pooniverse.
yeah. Barney, the Land of Make Believe from 2005. Gosh. Barney, Colorful World Live. Barney Celebrating the World. That's actually hilarious. So it looks like they were around forever and they got their start in Barney.
I'm telling you though, man. I'm telling you. When this Pooniverse shit gets a little bit bigger, guess what we're doing on the show? Pooniverse Volume 1. And there's going to be a Volume Dux after that, and then Volume Trey. I'm telling you, man. There's going to be that many.
It looks like this company, the Cineverse company, is starting to like heat up a little bit. Like it looks like they're starting to get some bigger titles with this one and Terrifier 3.
Well, I don't see how they couldn't be though, man. With the success of Terrifier 3, I mean, they obviously did something there that they're recouping from. So open up the floodgates, man. Let's get that shit flowing. Let's get the shit in every theater in Canada, in the foreign land of Canada, and hopefully I can get to see it. So that'd be fucking awesome.
And if you remember back in the day, this isn't the first time Bloody Disgusting got in like the film biz either. Remember the Bloody Disgusting Selects line?
Yeah, I always wondered why they never continued doing those, because like the indie, there's always tons of indie shit that's what they were kind of catering to, was those type of indie films and stuff. And it was hit and miss with what they were doing, but I like the idea. The idea was there,
Yeah, there was definitely some solid movies.
There was some
on that
value
line.
to it, though. There was definitely some value. I mean, I still hold on to those things. I have like my bloody disgusting shit, like, all together and stuff like that. But I wonder why they stopped. Maybe just not any success with it, or
I think a lot of it also had to do with like the what do you call it? The like the market of like video kind of dissipating like through Walmart, because like that's where these things would sell a lot, is like the Walmart.
Well, I think that's what happened to Fangoria shit too, because remember Fangoria had a line of films too, and
Fangoria and
that dissipated.
The other one, Dimension Extreme. That's one we always.
Dimension Extreme. Yeah.
But The Woman, Yellow Brick Road, Chop, all those were on Bloody Disgusting Selects.
Yeah.
What was that one? Blood Runs Cold, which was like a cool little slasher, like from
a little indie Swedish film they made for $5,000. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. 2011. That one was.
Yeah. Good film.
Cold Fish came out on Bloody Disgusting Selects.
Ooh,
yeah, which is like
the blue.
Yeah,
Cold Fish is awesome.
I've got a Blu-ray that I think.
Also, another one, Atrocious, which is a Spanish found footage film. That one's pretty good.
Yeah, no, Atrocious is fucking great.
Yeah, so that was a cool line, man. But that's right in that era, that like 2011, 12 era, sort of right before the bottom fell out of like the mass market blue DVDs, and then you started getting the niche companies like Scream Factory and shit right after that.
Shell Factory was around before, was years before.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
like years and years and years before Scream Factory became a thing in 2012.
They did that whole ass Roger Corman line. I mean, that thing went on forever.
I've honestly become a pretty big fan of Shell Factory the last couple of years.
I mean, Shell Factory's always put out pretty decent stuff. Their Shout Select line is pretty hit and miss with me personally, just for the type. But they have released really good stuff and some stuff I'm not interested. But it is.
Yeah, they put a lot of. They'll put something like really like prestigious and like well known, like Natural Born Killers or The Deer Hunter out, but then they'll put out like obscure like Joe Dante movies that.
Yeah, the line is it is pretty all over the place. But I kind of like that though, because it's not predictable either, right? Like you never really know what they're going to drop.
Like you have like your tentpole titles and you have your cool obscure stuff.
I would beg to differ about the predictability now. I mean, if you just look at their back catalog. And you take a look at it and you go, well, that's coming to 4K and that's coming to 4K. If they still have the rights, if you know that they still have the rights, it's coming to 4K.
That's
now they're pretty much all they do.
Everything, and if they don't have the rights, Kino probably does.
It's not a lot of unique titles anymore, which is kind of a fucking shame. You know, it's something I've really never understood. And I was thinking about this the other day. Actually, I was in the film room and I was looking for something I was actually looking for a film to watch, and I was thinking about it got me thinking about Terror Vision and the Video Dead, a double feature, which is probably like one of the more infamous and famous, like, double features that Scream Factory put out. Why is it that they still have the right, that Blu-ray is still in print, they still technically have the rights to those titles? Why have they never dropped better editions of them? I'm not saying that double feature is not a good one, but like single editions, because everyone's always like, I would love to see the Video Dead on a solo release, and they always forget about Terror Vision, but why is it that Scream Factory doesn't listen to that and actually do a solo release for the Video Dead? Because I think it would do really well. I know you could probably do a 2K scan of it, like a 4K. I don't know how it would look, because a lot of people do think it's shot on video. It's actually not shot on video, which is always funny when you look up like best shot on video films like on the internet. This one always comes on the list, and I always have to tell people the Video Dead is not shot on video. But why do you think that they don't listen? I mean, I understand Scream Factory is a big conglomerate now. Like they're huge. Like, I mean, Shell Factory is a big conglomerate. They do a lot of work. Like they're a big fucking player in the game. Maybe they don't give a shit about smaller titles, but if you're worrying about like fandom and like the reality of collectors and what they do and what they want, listening to the people like us and, following the shit that people talk about, like people want a solo edition of the Video Dead. And I think it would sell really, really fucking well. I mean, personally, I would be more interested in buying a single awesome edition of the Video Dead, say with the soundtrack. That would be really cool if they could acquire the rights to the music. than upgrading, Killer Clowns from Outer Space 45 times. Like I don't need 14 4Ks of this. And like all they're doing right now is just,
but it really comes down to, I bet you the Killer Clowns from Outer Space sells thousands of copies. And if they did a solo release of Video Dead, it would be like 100 people.
No, I bet you it's not 100 people, man. I think there's a bigger market than that for it.
That's an exaggeration a bit, but
honestly, I'd just be happy if they re-released that same.
I was just using 4K. Killer Clowns as an excuse, or like as an example, obviously. But like the reality is that the majority of Scream Factory titles that come out now are 4K. Just kind of upgrades from their back catalog, and it's very disappointing because like they just seem like they're completely out of touch. Like obviously you have to acquire rights and stuff.
I just don't know if it's their like. Without knowing like what their numbers are, it's like maybe that is what sells for them.
Well, obviously the 4K thing.
Maybe those 4Ks are the things that actually sell.
Well, Scream Factory is definitely catering to the newer generation of collectors because, like I said before, like I watched some newer collectors and stuff, and these are the type of guys that like they're these 4K eccentric people that. All the titles that they're buying from Scream Factory now and shit, their collection is the 4K collection. They weren't there at the 2012 when they were dropping the Blu-rays, where for me and JP, we have the majority of everything that was released up into the 4K era. Now I'm just not buying everything 4K. I'm just not doing it.
Yeah, I upgrade them like when I have an occasion to. Like,
so that's their audience now is the newer. It's like a second generation of Scream Factory, right? It really is.
Yeah. Well, I kind of keep my ear to the ground of like the horror community and like the general horror fan a little bit, just to kind of keep.
Yeah, you're better at than I am.
And if there's one thing I will say that about like the new collector, like the people that I could tell kind of jumped into this in the last couple years.
Yeah.
And I learned this a lot from the Vinegar Syndrome like group pages. Like I literally feel like people like us are such a minority, and the majority of people, even the majority of people that shop at Vinegar Syndrome now, are not in it for the movies, bro. Like they're in it for the pure collecting. Like, and like these guys,
but like for the end game of reselling, like what do you mean, just collecting fancy editions and have them on your shelf?
So many of them do resell. Like there is a ton of people.
Oh my god, like, are you serious?
But like most people are complaining about the releases. Like if you go into these group pages, like I'd probably say like a good like 60% or more of people are like a lot of them are complaining about the Hong Kong stuff that's getting released. A lot of people are complaining that Vinegar Syndrome isn't what it was, and it's like not good anymore. And
the Hong Kong stuff actually plays in perfectly with what they've always been, because those films have had no decent releases over here and stuff like that. Those aren't big movies. Those are called,
and that's what I always say. I'm like, dude, I feel like you guys have not been here. Like they've literally always released a lot of crap. Like that's what they do.
That's what they do. Yeah, they buy big lots of movies and they polish them up. And some of them suck, some are awesome.
But it's for people like us that like that shitty shit. Like I legitimately like Vinegar Syndrome because they release the movies that I like to watch.
Yeah, like and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Think about the entire catalog of Vinegar Syndrome, and think about how many like bona fide classics they released, right? Like I'm talking like Texas Chainsaw 2, right? Stuff like that. Like, I mean, dude, there's not that much. Like maybe Christmas Evil you throw in there.
I don't think Christmas Evil has a big
classic event.
Not as big, but I mean, like the amount of Texas Chainsaw 2 releases they have is so like maybe Amityville Horror. Like it's very thin, the amount of that type of stuff they've released.
Sidekicks.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
and I do agree. Like some of the stuff that they're doing with like the major studio like stuff is slightly not that interesting to me. Like
Roadhouse
stuff like Navy SEALs and stuff. But Tony brought up a good point about those releases, and that line, the VSU line,
I call those checkbook titles.
Those are the titles that aired on HBO in the 90s or something like that.
Okay.
So that's kind of the point. Like, and when you look at it, their very first one was Beastmaster, and that's a total like TV dad movie. like that just ran on HBO that your dad would be watching.
It was like cult film. Like I remember watching Beastmaster when I always thought it kind of sucked that they couldn't acquire the rights for the sequels, man, because they're a little bit harder to come by. It would have been so cool to get those. But you're right though, like Beastmaster was definitely that title. It was always on. It was always on.
Yeah, so that line kind of makes more sense to me now. But when you talk about like just the like to me like the stuff like Blood Harvest and Demon Wind and Evils of the Night or whatever, which I never actually fucking picked up, and I hate myself for it because I love that movie.
Dude, that movie's so funny. Fuck.
And like just those oddity movies, that's the stuff that I like the most that they do. Yeah, you're gonna have fucking, you know,
I call
popular.
So the studio titles, like, you know, the Roadhouses and even Congo, I guess. Like, I mean, Congo is a big title.
Congo's a total studio title.
So they have a few like really Texas Chainsaw Massacre is another big studio film that, you know, it's a bigger film. I call them checkbook films because these are the films that they're acquiring the rights to and putting their flavor on it and releasing it because they know they're going to do well. And what those titles are doing is allowing them to, you know, to get that revenue and then release the titles that, you know.
I don't even think they need to do that because all their other shit fucking sells out like crazy too.
But it wasn't. But for a long time, it really wasn't. Though. I mean, the reason why
for a long time it wasn't. I mean, I think now, like when we first started buying Vinegar Syndrome 10 years ago, like they were small, bro. Now, dude, they might be the biggest in terms of like pure sales numbers.
When I started buying Vinegar Syndrome, they were still within the first 15 releases, and I was buying those double drive-in titles.
Yeah,
like I love those double DVD packs, man, and shit like that. Like it was super. Yeah.
To the day when I first even heard about Vinegar Syndrome is because you reviewed. It was either like Massage Parlor Murder. It was one of those first like couple releases.
Yeah.
Christmas Evil or something. When they were still in the blue cases, and I remember you saying they mostly released porn and stuff like that, and I hadn't even heard of them, and then I started like knowing about them from then, and that was when we first started. That was like episode like in the first 10 episodes.
Yeah, the titles was like it was like genre, and then it was like porn, but it just seemed like they were kind of like. I think
but it was like they used to release like 5 porn titles to one like horror movie.
Yeah, because when their packages first started coming out and shit, they still had porn titles in them. Yeah. And remember they started to like kind of separate them where it was like you can get all the cult and horror stuff, and like then you can get the porn. 6 or 7
years ago.
So that's why I actually still have a couple porn titles sealed because I'm like I'm just not a Blu-ray porn guy, I guess. But like, but I have a few of them. But that was because I was buying the monthly packages. So
I think for me, and maybe this conversation is more suited for like the actual Sin Bin show, but like for me, I think that the coolest thing about Vinegar Syndrome is that they do like everything. Like you'll get some like if you're a Hong Kong fan, they got shit for you. If you're a fan of like fucking studio thrillers like Sliver or something like that, they got those. If you're a fan of literal like garbage like shitty slashers from, you know, the 1988 that like 7 people have seen, they have those too. And then they're also hitting like the just sought after never before on disc stuff like Blood Tracks.
When they did Curfew is one of those titles I always wanted an upgrade because I had a VHS of this thing for like ever and my tape never really worked properly, and they released Curfew. I always remember that awesome artwork and shit like that. It's more like a thriller. Actually, Parker just reviewed it on his new. Yeah, that's probably why it was in my mind right now. But like I remember when they released it, I was like, oh fuck yeah, Curfew, that's fucking awesome. I've been wanting to actually have a copy of this.
Yeah,
so
that came out like 2 or 3 years ago. I remember watching that when it came out. But they just have something for everybody, and I dig that. I think as long as they still release the gem or the, you know, the long sought after title here and there, I'm okay with the big Navy SEAL here and there. And you don't have to buy it. I think that's the big thing that is really annoying about those group pages. Is these people act as if like they're forced to buy everything that comes out,
right,
and then they complain about it. And it's very annoying.
It's like, funny that I'll get comments like on my videos and stuff, and they'll be like, man, you're making me buy too much shit. And I'm like, Did I ever fucking tell you specifically that you got to buy this? No.
I did.
Yeah.
No, I never tell people ever like you need to buy this shit. Like it's like how I don't, if I give a movie a 1 out of 10, I don't tell people not to watch it. I'm like, you might get more out of it. I would never tell people not to watch Smile 2. I can't stand
watch this garbage.
I hate Smile 2 and I gave it like 3 out of 10, but I would never tell people not to watch it because I know there's people.
That's because you're fucking talking out of your ass on that.
No,
that's why you wouldn't say that, because
it sucks.
It's not a fact. It's not true.
But even when I'm saying I'm like doing 31 days and there's a film that like totally shit the bed, I'm just like, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, this is my thoughts on it. And you guys, there might be 5 or 10 people out there that get a lot more out of it than I did. Check it out. I hate when people tell people not to watch.
Fuck that. If you tell me to check it out and I go and it's shitty, I'm gonna be like, you're a fucking asshole.
No,
why didn't you tell me?
I said at your own risk. Watch it at your own risk. Check it out at your own risk. I never say you need to watch this. That's like a direct order. I'm not
direct order all day. I will direct order all day. Watch this. Don't watch this. This sucks. And if you know who I am, you're either going to be like, JP is usually right when it comes to this stuff.
It's my personality though, man. I'm a little bit more like I think about other people too. I'm just like, man, like I don't want people to be like, oh, Moodz told me not to watch this movie. And then they watch it like 10 years down the road. Like, that movie's fucking awesome. What the fuck is he talking about? Like, sorry, man.
Yeah, but I feel like hung up on ratings and opinions.
I feel like you wouldn't really ever. Like, there's not a lot of movies that are so bad that it would warrant that to avoid it. You know what I mean? So chances of somebody actually watching that and being like, that was awesome, are fucking super
I think it's just my taste, though, too. Like, when it comes to, like, I'm definitely a little bit more particular with the way I say things about modern films. It's like, I know me and Parker have talked about this quite a few times about like how we're a little bit more less forgiving about new movies. It's like we lay the hammer down on them, where older films will kind of give it the benefit of the doubt for someone. It's just the way we are. But like with Smile 2, I got nothing out of it, dude. And that's the thing. But I understand there's an audience for it, and I get that. So I'm not going to sit there and be like, I'm not going to make a video saying, don't watch this movie, Smile 2. It's fucking terrible. It's the worst film ever. That's fucking stupid. Bro. That's so fucking stupid. And it's cornball to do. And it's corny to do that too, because it's not true. It's not the worst movie ever made. And I know that. I just don't like it. I just don't like it.
People often say that about movies that aren't even close.
But see, that's what I'm trying to say, man. It's the mentality. I'm trying to keep it real. It's like, I know it's not the worst movie. I just don't like it.
You know how many people I've saved over the decade of me telling people not to watch Beneath the Mississippi? You know how many fucking brain cells I've saved during
But that legitimately might be one of the worst ever. You know what I mean? It's like telling even when I showed up Slaughter Clause.
It's been so long. Even Slaughter Clause has redeeming values because it's so fucking stupid that it's like you could laugh at it. Beneath the Mississippi has none of that. It's nothing. It's a fucking waste of time. And I'm actually even, it's been so long since I even seen that movie that I don't even remember enough about it to like talk about it. However, I've never had one person, and there have been people who checked it out based on the fact that I said it was fucking garbage. I've never had one person come up to me or on the internet and say, JP's crazy, Beneath the Mississippi isn't that bad. Not one person has ever said that. Like, it is
no one's ever told me that
I've ever seen.
No one's ever told me that Slaughter Clause was good.
About that, like at the dawn of the show, I remember like looking it up on IMDb. And the best part about it is, remember the old IMDb like forum message boards?
Oh, those were the best. I missed those.
Yeah, so there was a bunch of people just like talking shit about the movie in the message boards, and the director, whose username was literally his name, would go in there and start defending the movie and like posting about what a masterpiece it is.
Oh my god,
dude, that's bad, man. That's really bad.
And like the guy's name was like Lonnie or something, and like the username was something like Lonnie, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it was just like one of those. If we ever do an episode where we all just pick like the worst shit we could think of, and do a show like that. I mean, we got 3 Hall of Painters probably right there.
That would be pretty fun.
Beneath the Mississippi would be the title that I would probably choose, because that movie is fucking ass. In fact, it's so ass that the way that I seen it was in a 20 pack. So a literal 20 pack, and not like a 20 pack that was like $50 or something, that was like one of those old monster like 100 horror movie blah 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 that was like mostly public domain movies, so you get Night of the Living Dead in there and shit.
Yeah.
It was a $20 film bargain bin Walmart DVD set. So it literally was like 20 movies that you get in a Walmart bin for $5. And it was on there. And I remember I actually watched every single movie in that thing. And there were some good ones in there. I think even like Dust Devil was in there or something. It was like a shitty cut or something. But
yeah, it's like that really heavily cut version of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was like, I remember getting, and there was a lot of bad movies in that set too. But I remember watching Beneath the Mississippi and literally being confused, thinking like that, like, oh, this has to be an error on the disc because there's 20 movies on 2 discs or whatever. That it like just it's such compressed quality that like the audio just fucked up, or I got a bad copy. But no, like if you go on IMDb, everybody in the reviews are like this headline review right here: a promising director sunk by poor sound. Which I can't even say that.
Maybe everybody watched the same copy you did.
No, it's just the movie.
I don't know how else
That's just the movie, bro. Like the movie is. I was telling Tyler while you were gone that we should do a show where we each bring like the worst movie we've seen and do like, we'll call it Garbage Day Volume 2 or something.
So that's essentially just gonna spike up the Hall of Pain.
Yeah, the 3 new Hall of Painters right there. But
speaking of that, I was actually on the website the other day, and I'm like, I think there's a ton of shit to be updated on there.
Dude,
oh my god, this guy
so
remastered his movie in 2020.
Who?
The Beneath the Mississippi guy.
No, he did not.
I just typed it in on YouTube to see if it was there because like only like 54 people have watched it on Letterboxd. In an hour and 47 minutes, Beneath the Mississippi 2020.
It's an hour 47. Damn.
20. There's probably additional things that says 100 minutes on YouTube on a Letterboxd, but it says Beneath the Mississippi 2020 remastered, the 2008 feature film released.
Same, 17 minutes longer.
I need to interview this guy.
Oh
because what the fuck is this guy? This guy literally made like the worst shit I've seen.
I think it just comes down to like, you know, with people, like obviously everybody has different tastes and stuff like that. I try to be a little bit respectable too. I'm like, I don't want to take shit away from people that, you know, potentially might like something. It's like, that's just the way I am. I guess I'm a softie too, JP. So
yeah, I guess
It's
so.
on YouTube if you want to watch it.
Oh man,
I don't know. It just fucking bugs me. I know a lot of these YouTubers, like these new guys, like it's kind of a clickbait thing. It's like, don't buy this movie, worst release of the year. Like it's literally the fucking video title,
like thumbnails where it's like the reaction,
and then they're like all angry and shit, and then they're kind of polite about it, and then they're like, well, they rip apart it, and by the end of the video, they're like, well, maybe just buy it at your own risk. I'm like, oh, you fucking just copped right out. Now it's just clickbait, bitch.
I actually know someone that runs a YouTube channel like that's got around 20K subs, I think. And he's like, I hate doing these, but you kind of have to do them because that's what people will click on. And if you want people to watch your video.
Absolutely not. No, I mean, we've talked about this forever. I've never made a video with a clickbait title. It's always straight up.
He doesn't
exactly
put
what you're getting yourself
titles, but he does like the clickbait thumbnails where he's like reacting and puts like the big letters.
Yeah.
He does stuff like that.
Here's an example of something that I just think is silly, and it goes back to what we were talking about with like the worst shit. So Bill Cassanelli, if you remember him, he was.
I saw this post. I saw this.
He was on Horrorphilia. I think he was on the Horror Mafia podcast.
He's the fucking football player in Day of the Dead.
Yeah,
he's the zombie
football player in Day of the Dead. He's been around. We've talked to him.
We Skyped with him back in the day a few times.
Yeah. So this is his 10 worst movies that he's ever seen.
I saw this post, and I saw that you posted on it too.
Yeah, I commented on it because I'm like, I can't even.
That shit doesn't bother me, man. I couldn't take that serious.
But this is my point. So number one is Alien Beast. It's not that bad. It's not great.
Alien Beast is pretty shitty, but it's not the worst thing I've ever seen.
Skinamarink, which I didn't even see.
No.
But I've heard it's very divisive.
It's very divisive, but like to say it's like the worst thing you've ever seen. Like
It's
you're just like
decisive as shit for sure.
You're intentionally trying to like not understand what the film was like trying to do, and that's cool for somebody who didn't really like it.
The movie Things, which is known as pretty bad.
Well, which one?
I know Dan
the
loves
shot
this
on
movie.
video one, I think. The Intervision title one. Didn't they put it out?
Is that the one he's talking about, or the
Yeah.
fucking Sterling? Okay. Yeah, that one's pretty bad. It's a Canadian film, actually.
Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers.
See, now
It's not even the worst Halloween.
I don't even like.
Yeah.
I don't like Halloween 6, but it's not one of like. I wouldn't consider it to be like a terrible. But then again,
I
this
kind
is
of like
also
that one because it's like so like goofy. Yeah,
I genuinely
enjoy
like
it.
Halloween.
maybe this is worded wrong. Maybe this is the 6 movies he hates the most. I don't know.
No, he literally says, these are my top 10 worst movies that I have ever seen.
But maybe his using the word worst was like his most hated films. Like sometimes people use the word worst like differently. It's kind of fucked up.
I mean, that
Next
might be
up-
exactly what he's doing. but
Next
he's
up
not.
is A Nightmare on Elm Street remake, which I know you're not a fan. but-
Which I
I'm not a
fucking
fan of,
I
but-
fucking hate that movie, but like as one of the worst, like if you're talking about in legitimately a conversation about the worst movies ever made, it's not.
right.
It has really bad effects for a big budget film for sure, but
Jack Frost, number 6 here.
Jack Frost 2 is so much worse.
Yeah,
got some entertainment
You might not
value
have seen
to it, for sure.
Jack Frost too. I said Jack Off too.
That's probably a movie. Vinegar Syndrome has that one coming out next month.
This is the one that killed this list for me though, because I don't even think this is one of my favorite movies ever. Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge.
Yeah, see that's weird too.
Yeah,
Man.
that's stupid.
I know people always get me misconstrued when I talk about Nightmare on Elm Street. I always talk about how I'm not a fan of that movie because I don't like it being a direct sequel to the first movie. I feel like
it's a great direct sequel. It makes perfect sense.
No, part 3 is the perfect direct sequel.
It's also a perfect direct sequel if you go in that territory. But my point with Elm Street 2,
No, but my point is part 1 and part 3 is like 1 and 2. I like the idea of part 2. I just wish they had it done it a little maybe after. If they had to reverse those movies, I would have been fine with it.
And we've talked about that before. I feel like then it's more of a problem because it's like then you're deviating from the formulas that has existed for so long.
But part 2 deviates from it hardcore too. Like
deviates from it. But it's a sequel to only one film. So the formula only existed for that one film. So the
doesn't mean it
could
can't
really
exist in the second film, which is part 3. It doesn't mean it can't
it's
do
a
that.
natural progression of that formula where it's like Freddy doesn't want to be dead.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he got defeated by Nancy or whatever and laid dormant for all these years.
It's also the narrative too. It's also having, you know, Nancy and Saxon and like just the whole idea of 1 to 3 just feels like the natural sequel. I'm talking about the narrative.
Yeah, it definitely does feel more natural of the same thing. It's like this is like the same type of movie, but I think when you look in the through the history of like part 2, it's like if you're not trying to do the same thing again, where do you take the story? Okay, well, we bring Freddy wants to come into the real world.
No, I get that. I just wish they had done it. I like the idea of staying in the fucking dream world, you know, hence being part 3 being that perfect sequel to it, maybe one more film. I love the idea of Freddy coming out into the real world like it does. I just wish the progression had have come a little bit later and just kind of elevated to that, because it makes sense, because our rules are set in the dream world. Play that for a little bit and then take him into the real world and fuck that shit up. That's where I feel like it would have worked a lot better for myself.
So look at the movie, right? Elm Street 1. What happens at the end of the movie? Freddy comes into the real world. He's like, oh shit, this is possible.
Okay,
you know
so
now
this is debatable though too, because like, are we talking about the last shot in the movie?
No, we're talking about the final act.
Right. Okay, but that's also because of the whole dream. Okay, but like in part 2, it's done a lot differently. You know what I mean?
It is because it's more of a possession.
Right.
He's trying to be reborn through.
He's not coming through the dreams and being. He's being leaked through the dreams into reality that way. But like part 2 does, it's like a totally different thing. It's like a possession thing. It's like a totally different type of narrative. I just feel like it progressed too fast. I'm not saying part 2 is a bad movie. In fact, it's a great fucking movie. It really is. It's a fun movie. It's a vicious movie. Freddy's awesome. Yes,
it's very dark. I think that's why I love it so much. Is it's very dark. The opening scene with Freddy on the bus is super creepy.
It's actually my favorite scene in the movie, man. I love the opening scene. It's so fucking good.
It's pretty cool. But anyway, continuing along here, number 4 or Halloween 4, Curse of Michael Myers. I mean, again, it's not even the worst Halloween.
I've really learned
5 and 7 are
I've
worse.
grown to loathe part 4. I think it is pure fucking trash.
No,
it is so bad.
Get out of here.
It sucks.
Pure trash.
It sucks, man.
Either
I mean,
way, I'm putting it on
the
the bottom
atmosphere
10 movies I've
alone, it makes it less than.
Oh,
pure
it's
trash.
so slow. It's so
more
slow. The
than
kills
pure
aren't that good. The mask sucks. Like, honestly, dude, like, oh my God, Loomis, like, there's so much about that movie that I just can't like, man. I just can't like, man. It's fuck.
Number 9, Girl Walks Home Alone at Night.
Oh, come on.
Brandon's number 1 movie of
That movie is legitimately amazing. Like, it's actually a really good movie.
And number 10 is Thanksgiving.
Which I personally could see people hating, but I love that movie.
Yeah, I think it's fun. But I commented on there. I was like, damn, dude, you must not have seen very many bad movies.
Did he respond to you?
Yeah.
I don't know if he did. Let me see. Well, turns out you haven't seen very many truly horrible movies. And he said, you haven't seen Alien Beast. Little does he know I have. And then Mikey Fish hops in and says, Alien Beast is the only one I could qualify for a worst list. I feel the others are personal dislike, but who knows? Yeah, I mean, that if you're going to look at that entire list,
That's a
probably
legit
one
comment by
person.
Mikey.
It's just the thing is, there's movies that like don't even have like sound or like good lighting.
Yeah, like Beneath the Mississippi. That's why I say if these are like if you're gonna say these are the worst popular movies I've seen, sure, I'll go with that.
But I'm also thinking that he's using worse as in like his most hated movies. Like if he had worded it differently, like this is 10 movies that I hate.
He literally means these are the worst movies I've seen.
Because if you title that, so you same list and you title that my 10 most hated movies, it like you just read it and you go, okay, that's cool because that's what you hate. Nobody can argue with what you hate because it's personal, right? It's just personal. You're not saying that these are the worst movies ever. These are 10 movies that I hate. But when you say the worst movies of all time, it's a weird conversation because you look at the logistics and like the specs of half those movies. Aliens Beast obviously being the fucking, the outlier there because that one is legitimately kind of shitty.
I think
those movies are all pretty good.
Known as pretty shitty too.
Oh yeah, and things, right. But like a girl walks home alone at night a girl walks at night alone, whatever it's called. That movie's awesome. I really like that movie.
See, I can see somebody like not liking that based on the fact that they're like just not into the concept and
yeah, exactly.
It's like watching paint dry.
Not for them.
But this is what I'm talking about. Like versus like most hated movies or worst. Like it's not even if you don't like it, you can probably still recognize it for not being a poorly made movie. Right. Going back to my conversation about Smile 2. I don't like Smile 2, but I would never tell anyone that it's a poorly made movie. In fact, I gave the lead actress props for how good she was in the film. She's not likable, but she's really good in that role. And it is what it is.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, it's just, I don't like it. That's what it is. It's just, fuck. People, I mean, it's just, sometimes you got to explain this shit to people. Words can really change the way you perceive how you're thinking about someone's list or what it is. I mean, that's why I constantly talk about like, favorite versus best lists and stuff like that. And it's like, I don't believe in making best lists because I don't know what the best is at all. I don't think like that. I just know what I like. Right. Mm-hmm. And I know personally what I like generally is not what everyone would possibly think is the best. So I consider that too. I just like different things. I'm not saying I'm trying to be different. It's just how I like things. And what, like, I can't explain it. It's just the way it is. Right. So,
yeah, I mean, for me, like, if I'm thinking like the worst movies I've seen, it's like Beneath the Mississippi. There's one called Carnal, The Hip Hop Witch,
The Hip Hop Witch is
Howling,
bad.
New Moon Rising, Night of Horror, which Vinegar Syndrome released. That's like one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Yeah, like I'm thinking of movies that have
Savage
legitimate
Vengeance is
technical
pretty
issues.
shitty.
Oh, dude, you know they made a fucking sequel to that movie?
Savage Vengeance? Yeah, I do
Savage
actually
Vengeance,
say that.
the unofficial sequel to I Spit on Your Grave, has an official fucking, I think it's by Donald Farmer too, and it's like it just came out a couple years ago. And apparently it's atrocious.
Pretty much anything from Beelzebub.
Yeah, he does a lot of those grape movies. Everything is about grape.
Yeah, I pretty much hate everything that I've seen from him.
He's done a couple legit movies. Like when he started making like comedic movies, that's where everything went really fucking bad. Like Shark or Penis Shark or whatever the fuck it is.
Dick Shark.
Dick Shark. Yeah, like that shit is like pure rubbish. And plus, even if you're willing to like take a chance on this shit, are you really going to subject yourself to a 200 fucking minute movie?
That's the thing. Dick Shark is like in 2 hours and 40 minutes. Like, what is wrong with
crazy.
you?
Fucking crazy, man.
That's what I think about too when we were talking like the worst movie we've ever seen. There's a movie I know about where they shoot directly into the sun and it's also like 2 hours long.
Yeah, that doesn't
I
sound
Spit on
enjoyable.
Your Grave, Deja Vu is pretty fucking awful.
So I've actually said a couple times like Slaughter Clause and Deja Vu might be two of the worst. So I mean, when I think about bad movies, like Things is legitimately a bad movie, but I watched that movie and it's like this weird love I have for really bad shot on video films. I can respect it for what it is, but it is legitimately bad. But I get entertainment value out of it. Whereas
Like,
a lot of
okay.
people won't get that.
Bill Cassanelli, I know you're not listening, but if you were, look at your 10 worst films, go on Tubi and watch The Hip Hop Witch, and tell me if those are still the worst films you've seen.
Slaughter Clause and Slaughter Clause.
And Slaughter Clause.
Do that double feature and tell me you don't want action. I'm not going to say that. I don't want to even go there. But like, I mean, sometimes you want to reach for that rusty butter knife right after watching some shit like Slaughter Clause.
I mean, literally,
it might feel better. It might make you feel better.
Like, dude, I don't even remember. Like, the only thing I remember out The Hip Hop Witch is like a bunch of people yelling at the camera.
Dude, I
like
would love to
a bunch
listen.
of rappers like Ja Rule and Vanilla Ice.
Because it's not really a movie. It's a bunch of clips of people that they inserted into like this, this narrative that they fucking wrote, quote unquote. And that's the movie. It's just a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullocks. It changed, like even the quality of the the visuals changed. Like they changed cameras. I swear to God.
Yeah.
But we did a commentary on that, right? Like I would love to go back and like, oh man.
Yeah, I think it's even on our website. You could still watch it if anybody wants to see it.
I've never listened to it myself, so.
Well, I definitely didn't listen to it, but I remember recording it. It was pretty fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I just mentioned a movie that we need to do a commentary for. It'd be so much fun. Can't remember what the fuck it was now. Every once in a while I think of a movie and I'm like, that would be a great one to do a commentary for. Like something that just, you can insert your thoughts, through the whole thing. But yeah, that one was just pure bollocks. It was a tough watch. It was fucking rough. It was rough. Yeah, that one's got to be in the Hall of Pain. It's got to be in the Hall of Pain. Probably not updated in the Hall of Pain, but
Shoot, whatever.
There's got to be a million fucking movies that aren't. I wouldn't say that there's a lot of Hall of Painters that aren't.
No, there's only about like probably 5 maybe that I didn't put up.
But we're missing like the Hall of Famers, I think, from like the last over 100 episodes.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So, yeah, that's quite a bit. But on a different note, since we're talking about, bad films and shit, which we don't really like to do around this podcast. We don't like to talk about shitty films. That's no fun, right? In fact, it's actually probably pretty damn fun. But of course, this week's show is Roman Polanski's The Apartment Trilogy. And it got me thinking, I was like, bro, I mean, there's a lot of movies that are set in apartments, high risers, that are fucking awesome. And it's been kind of a staple on the show for years and years and years, especially with me, because I personally love movies that are set in apartment buildings or high risers or any type of that setting. Just that
one
setting.
of my favorite settings.
I always loved it because it feels very confined, but it feels appropriate. I don't know. There's something very, just it feels right when you're watching these type of films. So I did a quick little Google search and I looked up the 10 horror films or 10 best horror films that are in high risers, apartment buildings, whatever you want to call it. And this one's by the Film School Rejects, 10 horror films in high risers that'll make you break your lease. Okay.
All right.
So number 10 is Poultrygeist 3. That actually is that makes sense because I like Poultrygeist 3. A lot of people don't really like it, but I think it's one of my legit favorite poster arts of all time. I don't
think I've ever seen it.
Not a fan.
I don't like to. I like it though. Number 9 is The Sentinel from 1977.
Love The Sentinel. I was hoping that would be on this list.
Also never seen it.
It's a 10
you love The Sentinel. The Sentinel's awesome.
It's a 10 out of 10, man. It's a perfect 10. It's so good. Number 8 is, of course, Rosemary's Baby. Number 7, Demons 2.
Yeah,
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Number 6 is Attack the Block. Interesting.
Ooh, love Attack the Block. Made my top 10 of 2011.
It's interesting.
Telling you, bruv.
Number 5, of course, you have to have this on there. The Lift from 1983.
Oh, come on.
The
Lift.
But I mean, it's set in an apartment. It is what it is. Dick Moss's.
The only guy to remake his own elevator movie.
Right. Well, I mean, how many people make elevator movies, really?
Exactly.
Number 4 is Candyman.
I guess.
I mean, it's definitely an apartment complex.
Yeah, I guess you Greeny. Yeah, I mean, I guess, right? Greeny
It's,
Green.
not, I wouldn't
It's a housing
necessarily-
project. I wouldn't say it's definitely. I mean, I guess you want apartment buildings. I guess so. It kind of works.
Yeah.
But I mean, the whole thing really isn't. Okay, whatever. Fair enough. Number 3 is Shivers, 1975 Cronenberg film.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh my god, dude, that is so fucking funny. Number 2 is The Shaft from 2001. The funny thing about that is that's Dick Moss's remake of The Lift.
Yeah, that's also known as Down.
Yeah, or Down. Yeah, exactly. That's the alternate name for it. I think it even comes on the Blue Underground artwork.
Yeah, the Blue Underground Blu-ray is Down.
And number 1 is Wreck from 2007. Okay. That's really interesting to include Rosemary's Baby, but not have the other 2 movies on here. That's interesting.
No Wait Until Dark, huh?
Yeah,
that's not really a high rise though.
No,
I mean apartment building. I typed in.
Yeah, I feel like this list seems to be more high risey than.
Okay, so here's one. Here's the other one by Screen Rant. 10 best horror movies about creepy apartments according to Reddit. Okay, The Resident from 2011. I can't even remember if I watched.
I feel like I watched that for 2011, but I can't remember.
Yeah. If that's what I think it is, that was I literally gave that movie a 1 out of 10.
Yeah,
no, that's The Roommate. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay. So Botched from 2007. I like that movie. That movie's pretty fun.
Seen that one.
The one with Stephen Dorff. I think it was pretty cool. 1978's Toolbox Murders.
Okay.
Interesting.
I like that one.
2019's 1BR. Really?
It's all right.
I wasn't a big fan of that movie.
This is a time killer.
Next is Poultrygeist 3 from 88, Rosemary's Baby, Wreck from 2007, The Tenant from 76. Okay, so
yeah,
there we go. Apartment 143 from 2011. Did you guys watch this for 2011?
I don't think I did.
Is that a Spanish movie?
No, I don't. Okay. I think it's American. I swear it's American. It's a found footage movie.
I feel like I might have watched that.
I think it was one that I thought I owned and I kept putting it off and I went to go find it. And I'm like, oh, I don't own that one. I own another movie called Apartment something. And it wasn't this one. I think I remember talking about that. Next up is Dark Water 2002/2005. So they have the original and the remake.
Yep.
Of course, the remake has my homegirl Jennifer Connelly in it.
I've never seen that one.
And that I actually saw it in the theater. It was one of those things I saw before the original one, actually. But that's it for that one. So, yeah, interesting enough, no Repulsion on 2 lists.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's no Repulsion if you're going to bring up the Tenant.
Yeah.
So, any come to mind for you guys that weren't included?
No, wait until dark, obviously. Outside of that, I could probably think of one if I took more time.
The Signal.
I really enjoyed Evil Dead Rise personally.
Oh yeah, that movie's on a high res. I mean, does Ghostbusters count?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, there's parts in it. I mean, The Signal mostly takes place.
What about the John Carpenter movie, the TV movie?
Oh, that's a good movie. Yeah, Someone's Watching Me. I like that movie.
Oh yeah,
it's a cool little movie.
It's a good one.
What about
so
Children of the Corn Revelations?
I actually like Revelations, by the way.
Yeah.
That's one of the better actual Children of the Corn sequels. I think people would actually like that movie if it didn't have Children of the Corn attached to
Hellraiser
it.
4?
I'm
that an apartment?
I'm not the biggest
Is it
fan.
Hellraiser 4 in space?
Barely.
Yeah, but I'm not a big fan of the movie anyways.
So I guess like the point of Hellraiser 4 before Dimensions started meddling with it is that it was going to take place in 3 time periods. And
Yeah.
Oh, Sisters.
Sisters.
Oh,
That's another good one.
Eraserhead.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess you could consider. See, now when you break it out like that, like, yeah. Shallow Grave is. Oh, yeah. Shallow Grave. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Oh, I got one. Critters 3.
Yeah. The Leo film.
Man, Sisters seems like a big omission. That's a bummer. I love that movie.
Rear Window, we count that?
I mean, you could. It's on this list. I didn't name it because I wouldn't really count.
I would probably. It's literally all in an apartment looking at a different one.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Yeah, well, I just didn't know, like, it's not really horror.
It's got, this list has Sliver on it.
What about
Really?
Sting?
Yeah, Sting counts. Yeah.
Under the Silver Lake, again, not really a horror movie.
Yeah, I mean,
Single white female, 92.
I mean, it's more of a thriller, but it definitely takes place in a really cool studio type of New York apartment. I think it's a studio. It's a nice apartment, anyways. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I love movies set in apartments. There's a good bit of good ones.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, wrong number with Barbara Stanwyck. Might have to watch this one.
I think that movie was put out. Didn't Screen Factory actually put out the wrong number?
I didn't know Barbara Stanwyck was in a horror movie. It's not listed as horror, but it has kind of a horror plot.
Yeah, it's like more like a thriller.
The Segment and Creep Show. They're creeping up on you.
Yeah, they're creeping up on you.
Yeah. There's a fucking deep diving her now.
Sleep Tight.
Oh, Sleep Tight's a great one. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Sleep Tight is a fucking masterpiece, awesome. Man. It's a masterpiece.
See, every time we pull up one of these lists, we should just make our own because ours is always going to be so much better than theirs.
So 2011, was that Sleep Tight was 11, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of apartment horror in 2011.
Yeah, that's really odd. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great movie. I still feel like it's underseen.
Yeah.
It needs a good. It needs a new release. It needs to be like revamped. To the new
here's
audiences.
one that popped up. I've never seen it, but I know Moodz has Mulberry Street. Is that apartment?
Yeah, that works. That's a good movie. That was one of the 8 films to die for films.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if I've seen it.
I really like that one.
The Coffee Table.
Oh,
The Coffee Table.
fucking totally. The Coffee Table from 2024. Yeah.
Crawl Space with Kinski.
Yeah.
Yep. Great movie.
The Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix series with Evan Peters.
Right. Of course. It all takes place in an apartment. Totally. Fuck, it's funny when you start thinking about it.
Oh, what about isn't the Ants movie in an apartment? Ants from 77 or something?
Wow. I can't remember.
I think it might be.
I haven't actually watched the Kino Blu-ray that just came out. I have an old DVD of it, which I think I already got rid of though. I did actually.
Is Dreams in the Witch House? That's kind of an apartment, right? The Masters of Horror episode.
I'm sure there's a ton of like
Is it an
Masters of
apartment?
Horror, Tales from the Crypt, all that good stuff.
Is it an apartment or is it fuck, I can't remember. Shit.
I just remember, doesn't he have like a neighbor who's like,
No, it is an apartment. Yeah.
yeah. Toolbox Murders 2004.
He had the 78 one listed. 2004 is pretty forgettable. I remember actually when we did that OG verse remake, and I was like, I like the remake better.
Possession?
Yeah,
Sort of, kind of.
Man, the remake sucks though.
of Possession.
The sequel to the remake of Toolbox Murders is better than Toolbox Murders.
I don't mind Toolbox Murders.
I mean, the original Toolbox Murders is like half good. It's a weird movie.
Insidious Chapter 3.
Yeah. There's probably just so many fucking more.
What was the French zombie movie?
No, not
That one
really.
takes place in an apartment, right?
The Horde.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Child's Play, kinda.
Yeah, you can count
I was
that.
thinking that one.
That's like a straight up high rise.
Mm-hmm. Chicago.
Remember, like you get the elevator, the old shitty metal elevator and stuff.
Yeah.
But the Horde's
You
a
have
good
to
one
dive
man,
out the window.
because they're in there the entire film.
Yeah.
Like they can't get out of it. Yeah.
There's definitely a lot that there's probably even more that I'm missing, but
Yeah.
Oh, there's a few zombie films actually that are in high risers, apartment buildings.
I'm cruising with Inferno keeps coming up. I don't think that's really an apartment movie.
it's like just because the scene at the beginning where she goes under the water in the apartment.
Yeah, so it's kind
But then again, like it does lead into like the whole shit that's in the basement of the apartment though too.
Yeah.
With
Kind of.
with the second mother. Right.
Yeah.
So I mean I
But
guess
when we're talking about apartment movies, we're losing the spirit of things now. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
you're gonna get
Yeah.
those ones outside the box a little bit for sure. But yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, those lists they're cool. They're fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Final Destination 2.
I'm thinking
It's just the-
Final
it's just the
Destination
one-
2.
It's just the one death, right? It's the guy that wins the lottery, and it's the best scene in the
Oh
movie.
yeah. Oh,
He's
yeah,
up there.
he
He's
was in an
like
apartment.
carrying his like Apple Mac Pro up at the stairs and shit, and he almost trips, and then he goes down a fire escape and fucking gets his
Yeah.
eyeball punctured out.
I mean,
I
this
didn't
list
even
has
think
the
about- I had to think
Transfiguration in
about
it. That's crazy. The Transfiguration. That's funny. That's on here. That's a great movie. I mean, fuck these lists. Are the Bird with the Crystal Plumage, like Cat o' Nine Tails, because there's scenes in them.
Like if there's any apartment in the movie ever.
Right. Blood Rage. Okay, this is so stupid.
Yeah.
Anyways, you guys got anything else for the intro?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Well, let's conclude the intro here, and we're going to be back soon with Roman Polanski's Apartment Trilogy. Yeah. Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 282 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. Yes, we are coming at you live with the Apartment Trilogy. Has this been a long time in the making? I have no idea.
Definitely was on the list back in like 2000, like 14 or 15. Jeremy wanted to do it real bad.
Okay,
Oh,
so
wow.
it's been a fucking long time.
Yeah, so it was actually on one of the spreadsheets for the longest time.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah. But I mean, do we talk about the elephant in the room before we get into the movies or what?
What's the pink elephant in the room?
I didn't say
Polanski
pink,
bad guy.
Polanski.
Oh, I said up. Okay, so this is okay. Yeah. So I noted this before. I didn't think it was actually going to get brought up, but I guess of course it's going to get brought up.
I feel like you
forgot
almost
that,
have to bring it up.
I'll be honest,
because I almost criticize people sometimes, like, just talk about the movie. Like, everybody knows Polanski's a bad person. Nobody's going to defend him. But just to be clear, like, these reviews are solely for the purpose of discussion and appreciation. He may as well be a faceless filmmaker for the purpose of this. And really, if you think about it, like, it seems obvious to us and to probably most people listening, where we know who Polanski is. We know all about the people who direct many films we watch. But the average person will watch Rosemary's Baby, think whatever they think about the movie, not even know who Polanski is.
this is one thing that
that's true.
We've stressed on this for years and years and years that I mean, we've been called all sorts of names for because people still can't decipher through the words that we're saying. But we are the type of people that can separate the person from the art. And I do mean art. We're here to review the art, which is the film. Yes, we have reviewed, Victor Salva films. Is he a piece of shit? Absolutely. He's a raging piece of shit. Not one of us likes that piece of shit. But we're also, again, we're a podcast. We talk about movies, so we're going to talk about the art. We're not here to talk about, Victor Salva's crimes and or Polanski's bullshit either. We're here to talk about the movies, and that's solely about it. It's a little bit of a disclaimer. I don't even know why we have to do this anymore, but we do have new listeners and stuff. For the old heads out there, they know what we're doing. We're here for the movies. In fact, I'm not even that remotely in tune with the whole Polanski story. I know certain things about Polanski, but man, I try to stay ignorant a lot of times because I don't really give a fuck, man. I don't know Polanski. I don't care what the fuck he did. I'm here for the movies. I'm here for the movies. I'm here for the movies. So
I mean, dude, here's the thing, bro. Like, it sucks really bad that this guy did that.
Refresh my memory. Like, which one? What are we talking about here?
So he was charged with unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor, rape by use of drugs, perversion, sodomy, lewd and lascivious acts upon a child under the age of 14.
When did this act happen, by the way?
This happened in 77.
Yeah.
So this is actually after all these movies. So we're actually talking about the good Polanski then. Well, maybe not. Maybe this is when he got caught.
Listen, but it is actually shocking that the girl was 13 years old. Like, that is like the big thing that is just like,
I know about that. Yeah. Okay.
That's icky, bro.
Yeah.
It just, has he ever said has he ever, I think the thing that bothers me is like that there just was never anything done with it. You know what I mean?
Well, it's kind of
he also bailed on it though, right? Like, he never got extradited.
In Europe.
Yeah.
No, they won't extradite him. He's been hiding in Europe for however many years, probably going on 40 years now.
Yeah, but how the fuck he was still part of like the Academy and stuff. It's just like, it's definitely weird.
He won an Oscar and he didn't show up to pick up that shit.
Well, at this point, what we know about the Academy and all the dirtbags that are involved, in Hollywood and all that type of shit, it does kind of make sense why people would make a big deal out of it because he was somebody in the industry. I mean, look at how many people got away with so much shit until they didn't. Everything came, well, I wouldn't say everything, but a lot of shit came out about a lot of certain big names and stuff like that. But I mean, this was obviously on the kibosh forever. When did this news actually break? I don't remember. Like, when was the first time it became public that he was sodomizing 13-year-olds?
Literally so much info on it on the Wikipedia page. Like, I mean, it is so much info.
But when did it become public knowledge that he was this kind of dirtbag? because it
I think around
wasn't
the
in
time
the
I had
70s.
March 10th is 1977 was when he was charged with
Oh.
the 6 charges.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Okay, so he was in the 70s. Okay, shit.
Yeah,
man, my bad.
he's been in Europe for quite a while, and that's
Yeah,
the
he
thing,
he
like,
actually pled guilty to it and apparently was going to like face whatever sentence or whatever, but I guess his story is like they started messing with the plea bargain and changing things, so he's like, fuck this, I'm out type thing. It just like for me watching these movies, I'm like, bro, like this guy was like, especially like in this era, like this dude was fucking legit, you know what I mean? And even as like an actor, he's really good. And it's like just super weird and unfortunate. And it does make you feel a bit icky because you're like I do separate the art from artists, but I'm like, it just kind of bugs me that like nothing was like there was no finality. Like it never officially like ended. And even like I was reading that the victim had later came out and said that like what he did was definitely wrong, but I wish it was all over type shit. It's unfortunate. If you never looked into it, go ahead.
I mean, I think it's a thing of like Hollywood, royalty though too. I mean, look at how many people have been, talked about in connection with all these heinous crimes and stuff. I mean, you look at the Corys, you look at there's so many stories that, go around and stuff. Kevin Spacey, like all this type of shit, like it's like this full circle of just nastiness and shit. But what has really been done about anything? I mean, Kevin Spacey there's been a bunch of blacklists, but these guys are not behind bars because there's this weird subculture that's they're almost being protected and stuff like that. I mean, it's kind of funny, JP, that you obviously was doing research before you watch these movies. I didn't do any. I knew in my back of my mind, I'm like, oh yeah, Polanski did some shit, but I never even looked into it. So when I watch these movies, and especially when you get to the Tenant too, where he's actually the star of the film, I never even dawned on me, which is actually kind of crazy because the Tenant came out in 76 and then this shit came out in 77. So he was probably obviously already the dirtbag. It wasn't in my mind. So I looked at these movies completely different than you were watching them, I think, a little bit.
Well, I looked into this after.
Oh, after? Okay.
I already knew about it.
I
couldn't remember. But
I've seen these movies so many times, all 3 of them.
I'm weird like that. I'm weird like that because sometimes I don't want to know, like I don't want it to like dwell on it while I'm watching. So knowing it now, it's like, okay, it is what it is. I watched them with kind of the straight mind and like not putting that, obviously that heinous black dot on the films potentially. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I mean, I can separate it, but sometimes it dwells in there and I don't want it to be like that. Not when I'm watching these type of movies, not this caliber of films. You know what I mean? Not to say that it's any different than, Victor Salva's films too. Like, I mean, obviously these movies quality wise are a little bit fucking better than his, but we still like those movies. That's my point I'm trying to make.
Polanski had such a weird career. I mean, the whole Sharon Tate thing as well. Like it's very, very unfortunate that everything, like, because he's a very talented filmmaker without a doubt. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
And that is the thing where, and the reason that I even was thinking about this is because like, I'm watching him in The Tenant and stuff like that. And I'm like, he's very likable. And I'm like, fuck. You know what I mean? So I get it. I get people, and I have no issues with people like, I can't watch this because I don't want anything to do with this guy. I don't have any problem with that either. The only problem I have is that people that would judge and say like, you guys support this shit because you bought the movies or something like that. Well,
that's we've been through this. We've been through this many, many times. The obvious example is a Serbian film where, we talk about how much we like that
but that's
movie.
All fiction.
I know, but different. I know. And then people have, these weird resentments towards our feelings on the film, and then they call us pedophiles. And I'm like, you clearly are off your rocker because that doesn't just because we're not condoning fucking infant fucking at all. It's about the whole movie. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so we're not here to talk about that shit, but like, I'm just saying, but I
just think ignoring it and not bringing it up at all was like not the best thing for me, because like I at least want to acknowledge it,
right?
Because it is something important that happened,
right? And I mean, fair enough, and Tyler,
and obviously the victim, sorry that happened,
right?
Like that's fucked up.
Well, because we know she's obviously listening though. So like something that was said off the top of the show was how Tyler, which completely fucking shocked me, that he has never seen any Woody Allen movies before because he finds them really weird and stuff. And like, I'm like, what's really weird about that, Tyler? I own almost every Woody Allen movie and love them. It's, you would go figure, like that's the one weird thing about my collection. Like tons of fucking.
But he had an adopted daughter very young, and then when she became,
did he end up like marrying her?
Yeah, he left his family and married.
That is so weird.
But like, it is weird.
That's even weirder than what Roman Polanski did.
When I first
it's
saw
weird.
Polanski movies, I didn't know anything about Roman. Obviously, no one ever showed me a Woody Allen movie, and he wasn't someone like I ever heard about when I was younger. Even when I got into movies, like on like as like a deep hobby, he's his type of movies have never appealed to me. And then I was old enough to learn about that probably sometime in like the 2010s. And ever since then,
but you would love Manhattan and stuff. Like, there's lots of good. Like Allen, he's got some really good movies. Man.
I'm eventually going to like watch something like Annie Hall, like for.
I think personally, I knew about Woody Allen, but like it never dawned on me that it was like, I mean, it was pre-internet kind of thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. I was watching this movie. Like it was. I mean, I don't remember when the shit broke and stuff, but like, I mean, that story is a little bit weird about how he adopted someone, but like,
yeah,
I mean, the story's weird because like he eventually, it's not like he married her when she was underage or anything. I mean, I get it.
She waited until she was of age. But,
yeah. But like, well,
but that's
maybe,
clear. Like
maybe, but it's still a weird situation. It's fine.
You cannot tell me that this dude married her later in life and wasn't infatuated with her as his daughter.
Yeah.
You know what's weird when I think about
he's
it?
He's not
though?
breaking the law, I don't think, in any regard, but it's like it's the kind of thing that people look at and go, "Whoa,
yeah, bro."
You know what's really weird? There? It's like I have an adopted son, and it's like my wife leaving me for my kid that we adopted.
Dude, I don't know how old
that made me fucking cringe so hard.
Dude, that's literally what happened.
Yeah.
That's fucking weird.
I don't know how old the daughter was when they adopted her.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that could factor in there. Like, because if she was like maybe like 16 or something, it's less creepy than if she was like.
Dude, oh my god! Imagine like raising this little girl from the time she was like 3 years old. Oh god,
dude, that is fucked.
Yeah, because if she's like 16 or something, you barely even know who she is.
Like, how long was this game going on for?
Yeah, but like, whoa, bro.
Okay. Anyways, enough of this weird ass creepy talk because we've been overly judged now, and good thing we're past in 2025 when nobody gets offended by anything anymore, right? Wink, 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 wink. So we're gonna talk about Roman Polanski's first film in the trilogy here from 1965 called Repulsion. You guys, Tyler, you've obviously seen this one before. JP, have you actually? Because I remember when we did the top. Was it 100 films or?
It was influential, I think, maybe.
Yeah. And you hadn't seen this one yet at the time, right?
I hadn't. I'd still not seen it to this day.
Crazy.
Well, I've seen it now, but yeah, Repulsion. I knew a good bit about it just from I can't remember, like probably just getting brought up in like documentaries or something like that.
Right.
But it's the only one of the three that I hadn't seen. I had seen Rosemary's Baby many times, and the Tenant, at least this is probably the second time, at least maybe three. But Repulsion, I was interested in checking out. I knew it was black and white. I knew it was before Rosemary's Baby. 65 is pretty early. As we consider most modern horror starting around 68, at least what we considered modern at the time. So it was a little pre-modern. So I was interested.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Repulsion synopsis: a withdrawn manicurist Is that how you say it? Yeah. Who disapproves of her sister's boyfriend, sinks into depression and experiences horrific visions of violence.
Before you even start going into the review, there's just one thing I want to say at the top.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, I watch a movie and I'm really into it. I'm really interested in what's going on, and I'm seeing things, different, just little subtle shit too. Like, I noticed that this character liked to brush herself off, or little things like that a bunch. There's some mentions about like some cracks in the walls and stuff.
It's metaphorical, yeah.
There's a lot of like little things where I'm like, if I'm just catching these on the first time watch, I feel like this movie is one of those movies that the more you watch, like the deeper, like there's a lot of stuff to like think about and like talk about. And I don't know if I fully grasped like the point of it or anything. But I feel like it's one of those things where the deeper you dig, like the more stuff you're going to figure out and find out, and it's going to make the movie better and better.
Right.
So that's my initial just like gut reaction to watching it, where I was just like, there's so many things in here that I just think mean stuff, but I'm not quite sure yet what they mean. I have ideas and I have like concepts of what I think like the overall point of the movie is, but there's even weird stuff like this picture of the family that they keep showing, and like
actually it's I mean it's just a theory on I think it's Polanski's way of kind of giving the backstory of her without even giving a backstory, just showing a still. Right. Yep. And the way the placement of the picture is, and I'm talking about her character being behind the parents and the sister, her being in the backdrop, I think tells the whole backstory.
It's also that in the picture, she's like looking off somewhere.
Yeah. And there's
everybody else is like looking at the camera.
I think
she has the trauma eyes in that picture, and you finally get to really see it at the end. When
it's kind of cool because they show like she's probably who knows 8, 9, 10 years old in the picture.
Yeah,
whatever.
I think she's about to be. She's like 8.
Already so traumatized. She's behind her family for a reason because she's already the lesser. But I think a lot of the trauma, like her, obviously her later issues are stemming from what we get from that picture, and it has to do with. I mean, there's theories, right? We don't know, but I'm thinking it has something to do. Like her hatred towards men and stuff is obviously abuse from her father, right?
See, that's where I'm kind of like, I don't even know if it's hatred towards men. Like it doesn't come off as hatred.
No, it's not hatred. It's more that she's scared of men, and she's also threatened by men. And there's obvious examples throughout the film. So there's a trigger in the film, right? So she's obviously manically depressed, which is probably coming from her childhood because there's something that happened probably with her father, and she's obviously super depressed. I'm just gonna kind of pinpoint things here. So there's a scene in the film where she's laying in bed and she hears her sister fucking her boyfriend, and it just sets her off. Like she's like obviously just like she can't even stand it. So it's that whole man thing, right? But her sister is obvious, like her sister's like a comfort for her too. Right. So
definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. So she's definitely threatened by the man. So when she hears the sex, which is coming from the man, she's definitely threatened by that. And instantly she's like, well, fuck, man. Like, so they have this relationship and she already has this out thing with men. You know, is he going to take her away? So jump forward to when the sister goes on holidays. Right. This is when everything goes super sour because her sister's obviously manic. She's depressed. She's obviously having these hallucinations. She's like freaking out and shit like that. But when her sister goes on holidays, that's when everything spirals out of complete control because now she's almost like manically thinking that like her sister has been taken away by the boyfriend. And that's when everything just kind of fucking goes out of control and shit like that. You notice that, right? She's not sure that her sister is actually coming back. She's thinking that her boyfriend has taken her away completely. That's when everything just goes completely bad shit. She completely loses her fucking mind. And all the real bad shit really kind of happens in the film. And so like, it's all stemming from like these points of like, of the male persuasive And I think it's all stemming from the childhood too, right? They kind of show it. The film opens up in a really awesome scene where you have Carol's eye. The credits are focused in on her eye, and then as the credits kind of dissipate, the camera pans backwards, and that comes full circle into the end of the film where we see her, and then the camera pans into her eyes. Really fucking cool. Really cool bookmarking right there. It's like fantastic.
Yeah.
But you get that picture of Carol and her family, and then it re-shows it towards the end after you kind of learn her kind of journey with, the man and stuff like that. Like there's obviously other things throughout the film where the dude is like, trying to, get with her and stuff like that. And she's like forgetting about dinner and stuff like she doesn't want anything to do with any men because they're threatening. They're a threat to her. Right.
She is repulsed by them.
She's repulsed by men. That's why she forgets about the date. That's why when the sister goes off on holidays with the boyfriend, she completely like fucking loses her shit because she knows that she might not be coming back, which, in reality, we know her sister's coming back because she even called about paying the rent. She's coming back, but her mentality's not allowing her to ever think that. That's why she goes completely off the deep end when the sister goes off on the holidays and stuff. And it's a really interesting thing, but you mentioned like certain things about the film. It's very metaphorical throughout the whole scene. Like there's the obvious things where, you have the cracks in the walls, which is a metaphor for cracking up. It's literally cracking up, right? She has these hallucinations where she hallucinates with her sister's boyfriend raping her, like before they even go and stuff and it's like, it's obviously stemming from something. There's some type of trauma with men and stuff. She's threatened by her sister's boyfriend, which enables her mentality to like kind of configure up this like, this rape scene. It's fucking manic. It's crazy to have nightmares and dreams like that when this guy's done specifically nothing to her. It's not about him specifically. It's about the male persuasion. It's about being a man.
Yeah,
that's what she's terrified. She's threatened by this guy completely, that she's having these delusions. She's having these hallucinations. She's starting to get so manic with it that she can't even be in a relationship. And then she's at to the point where she can't even stop even thinking about it, because look at the scene in the film where she is, doing her job and stuff, and then she cuts the old lady's hand. I love that scene. Actually, it gets so dramatic. Like she's just completely out of it. She's off her rocker. Actually, one of my favorite metaphors in the film actually is the whole rabbit metaphor. The sister for dinner one night was going to cook this rabbit and stuff. She ends up not cooking it because the boyfriend ends up taking her out and stuff like that. And they keep showing the rabbit, and it's like this progression of like rotting. It's like her brain. It's
not even just the rabbit, dude. They also do the potatoes too.
Yeah.
So they are like growing. Spuds.
Yeah,
I've always felt
lots of super poignant metaphors in the film, but I like the rabbit because like you show the progression of how meat just rots, and it's like a metaphor for her brain, how she's losing it. She's rotting. She doesn't know what is going on. She's losing sight with reality, and they keep showing this, and she loses it to the point where there's actually a scene set in reality where she actually cuts off the rabbit head and puts it in her purse because she's
I was wondering, is this supposed to be like a fetus thing or something?
I'm not sure.
It's supposed to be metaphorical for just her mental state as you get the food that's decaying, and as she's left to wander with her thoughts, 'cause she's alone now, that her mental state becomes more and more unstable as more things happen to her that we'll go back into. But I've always felt that they used the same technique in that movie Hagazusa, and I always felt that was supposed to be an homage to this movie, 'cause it's the same type of story where you have a character that's mental state is decaying.
It's really good.
Like this passage, it shows this passage of time too. I think it's also supposed to be there to be a marker where the longer you see that the meat is sat there and decayed, the longer you know she's been here by herself.
There's lots of really cool things throughout the film too, like with the church bells. Every time the church bells ring, it's kind of a trigger for something always ends up happening right after. Another thing I love about this movie is Polanski's use of no sound, no score in every scene where she's super manic. So every scene where she's just like, she's staring into space, she's like out of reality and stuff. the use of no sound and no music or nothing sucks you into her reality. It's showing you that she's in this space and time, but she's not in our reality. I love that. Where he uses the sound so fucking well in the transitions in this film, where he has this like kind of acid jazz fucking score, you know, to soundtrack and stuff, where she's like all happy and stuff, and like and it transitions like that. It kind of shows the break in reality, right? It's like this is her reality to this, and it's like it's super like effective in how he uses, but man, it is like creepy as shit. I love those scenes, are creepy. So
yeah, the use of sound as well as the use of lack of sound and the little touches, like the ticking of the clock. Those are the things that when I first watched this movie, those are the first things I found to be really impressive about this movie.
Yeah.
Watching it this time, I'm probably the highest I've ever been on it, actually. This film's really impressive from an academic standpoint. I think, as you were saying earlier, this is a movie that I think would be a really effective movie to like show to a film class. He's very good at a lot of very foundational techniques. He has a lot of really good, it's almost like an instruction book with the way that this movie shot, especially in the first act. And I feel like there's a lot of influence on the French New Wave. It kind of felt like I was watching a Godard movie in that first act.
So good.
I like that, how the scores, like they're like lackadaisical in this at the beginning, and things are a lot more calming. As the film progresses, that starts to change. The jazz starts to become, like you said, like much more harsh when her mental state is decaying. And I just think of the use of he's very smart with what he does to the camera. There's this really great shot when she's at the salon. She's talking to this other girl still in the first act, and he's filming the girl she's talking to in the mirrors, so you see her in the mirror talking back to Catherine Deneuve from her standpoint, but you're actually supposed to be focusing on the girl in the mirror. They just juxtapose her next to it, and she turns her head, and it puts her into focus. And it was just little touches like that are just
it's really good. That's really good.
And there's really good ways to elevate your movie like that.
Interesting, really interesting.
I was reading a little bit about it. I
actually specifically didn't read even the booklet in like the Blu-ray, because I wanted us to have this conversation just like whatever. I didn't want to be influenced by anything. I just wanted to take my thoughts. I didn't read
about like what the movie's about, but I read a little bit of some stuff that Polanski said. And
the Polanski
like some of the stuff that he was saying made me think about some things. So like we love movies where everything is like planned out, and like every little like something like Kubrick, right? Where everything's like so meticulous and like planned out and stuff. But a lot of the stuff I was reading, like not all of it, I definitely think there is a lot of stuff that is planned, but like it almost from the interviews was almost seeming like some of the stuff like he didn't even really think about. And it made me think like sometimes like we like the stuff where it's super meticulous and planned out and it's like impressive, but sometimes there's something to be said also with people that just naturally have like thoughts and ideas that come into existence without actually thinking deeply about like why they did it, but it's just right because it's how their brain's working. And it's how sometimes you just have that natural gift to make things make sense subconsciously that you didn't even think about, that all kind of fits together in this little puzzle of like interesting things that relate to each other and stuff like that. And I think some of this stuff that is in there is just stuff that naturally came out without him thinking deeply or into it, that just sort of fit.
I mean, I feel like that definitely could be, a key to like really, really interesting filmmaking, actually, because if you can just kind of have these ideas, but like, just kind of do them naturally and organically. But I do feel like with some of the actual metaphors that are in the film, like the scene where she's hallucinating, like the walls cracking and stuff, like, I mean, it's literally saying that she's cracking up, right? I mean, without
question. I think there's some ones in there that are like that are just very like, direct and like what you're supposed to get out of it, But I think there's some other stuff that just naturally happened, like stuff with like the like the bathroom and like the dude's razor and stuff, like I think some of the stuff just like naturally came out.
Well, the razor actually makes sense.
That's horror vision.
See, the razor makes sense again because that's the early stages of the film where, you know, she's obviously got this like, she's not into males, right? And the fact that, I mean, first of all, who the fuck puts their personal shit in someone's cup anyways? Like, I mean, if you're going to go into someone's bathroom, are you going to leave your shit in there? Like, I'd be annoyed by that too anyways, but she already doesn't like him because he's a male and stuff. But like, you're going to leave your toothbrush and straight razor and shit like in my fucking cup. Like, that's kind of bullshit. I mean, I get that from a human standpoint, but it works for her mentality because it's just another step towards the progression of, you know, what happens with her, you know, her hallucinations with the boyfriend and stuff like that. Right. It's just a notch in the belt. So, I think there's a lot of things that are placed in here. Like I said, even with the church bells, because every time they ring, something fucking happens. I've noticed, it's kind of like a key, but like, you know, the whole rabbit thing, there's scene after scene. Like, I mean, there's the obvious shit though, too. Like when, you know, the dude that's trying to get with her, he leans over and kisses her. What's the first thing that she does? She runs out of the car and fucking wipes that shit off her face. She's disgusted. She's repulsed by men. Yeah. I think that's a daddy. I think that's a daddy issue. I think the way it's so like low key, like you could watch this film and not really think of that, but like, you can't help but notice there's a picture and the way the placement of the characters are in the picture to when they show the picture at the end after what we know and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and
I think that's completely intentional where they don't tell you straight out what the source of this is. I think that's for you to...
well, the older sister was obviously the one, or maybe she was younger. I'm not even sure who the older or younger one was in the film.
The thing is,
one of the sister wasn't touched.
I always have interpreted that the man also could just be like an uncle. I've actually always felt like that.
Yeah, that's what I kind of was thinking too.
I mean, we don't know. We take the picture for face value. And what I see is like a father, or I see a male and a woman and a like you see a foursome family. You know what I mean? That's what I see in the picture, but I think the picture says it's like 1,000 words, right? It tells the whole backstory without telling the backstory, and I think that's actually quite brilliant because, our character didn't get manically depressed in the beginning of this film. She was like this, right?
Yeah. She just had the.
That's why the picture is so effective. That's why it's so effective because that's telling you the whole backstory. Something happened. You don't need to know specifically.
Yeah, you don't need to know.
You just know that something happened.
That it's trauma, and that's what. Specifically, I think that's what her hallucinations manifest as well.
Yeah.
It's obviously triggered by the boyfriend and them hearing the noise, but it's more so too. I think one thing I would say about this movie is for a lot of the time I've watched this movie, I think really all three of these movies, I feel as if I only watched them as if they were horror movies and was just watching for the horror elements of this movie and what's excelling at it and what I liked about it and what made it effective. But I don't feel like Polanski with any of these movies said, I'm going to make a horror movie. He said, I'm going to make a movie about this. And he made a horror movie. I don't feel like that was his goal. And I watched this movie, I think, with a little bit more of a wider scope this time, just naturally. And I feel like something I always maybe slipped by was that it's the invasion of space that's also really triggering her. If you don't know the ending, which is hard for me to.
Well, we just discussed the whole razor blade in the cup. Like that's an invasion of space that she's completely repulsed by. Like she cannot fucking handle it. And I think it would what I'm saying is I think it would have been completely different if it was her sister's. I don't know why her sister would have a straight razor, but if it was hers, it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same effect. Yeah. You know what I mean? Is there's a cause and effect, and the effect is. You know, the cause is like this dude put it in there, and the effect is, you know, it's fucking kicking her off a rocker, man.
Yeah, I think also like the performance is very interesting too because it's a very wonderful. It's like a very childlike.
She's French, right? Mm-hmm.
She's French. She's one of my favorite actresses from this era. She was fucking
beautiful, man. She's still alive. She's still acting to this day.
She has literally a 9-decade career. Her first credit is 1957.
It's fucking crazy.
She was a huge European star in the 60s and 70s. Oh my goodness. I have this
very, very naturally beautiful. Like, just,
she's so good at the facial acting. She does a lot of acting with just her eyes, where she just blankly stares at the camera, and she just communicates all this energy through I call them the trauma eyes. But that's credit to Polanski, where these are very simple things you could do to make your film better, and he had like the vision to be able to take that element and get the most out of Catherine Deneuve's performance by just those things that they seem so simple to us on screen, but I don't think everybody just sits there and thinks, well, why don't I just film this on her face? Don't make a move. Just look into the camera and show me those fears. Show me like that descent in your eyes for 45 seconds. It takes a lot more goes into it. And that's maybe what you were saying too, with things just naturally occur to you when you're on set.
It's very interesting when you look at like this film and Rosemary's Baby. Like, Polanski does like a really good job of showcasing like women's psyche, like, and it's just so weird that he understands it so well, and then what happens later, like, it's just such a weird thing.
Maybe, but yeah, I mean, what year did all that shit happen in though?
77, 76.
So I thought it was a lot
after
earlier.
The Tenant.
Yeah, that is
it's
actually
just odd,
it's a really interesting point.
These first two films are so like inside the mind of a woman. You know what I mean? Like both of them are just very like that.
Well, it's kind of ironic a little bit that you say the first two are inside the mind of a lunatic, because the Get a Boy song, but sorry, inside the mind of a woman. But then it's kind of ironic a little bit because the third one, he almost becomes a woman, maybe by choice, but like, again, it's a psyche again with, the female persuasion, but like, that's kind of funny. Interesting.
But yeah, Repulsion was like such an interesting watch for me. It was just I just felt like there was something there, I'm just like, man, this is like well done, man. I think is like cinema. You know what I mean?
You know what I really like about this movie though, because as I was watching it, it's 1965, and I mean, even talking about mental illness, even in the 90s, was still taboo. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, this is such a taboo subject.
It actually was the first in the trivia there on the IMDb, the first recorded sound of a woman orgasming to pass the British Film Board.
Oh, really? Fuck, crazy.
Yeah. How about that?
But like, just dealing with mental illness, and he's not basing this really off of a lot, because there wasn't a lot of film. Like, it's not like he was watching shit and taking notes from other films. So people didn't really touch these taboo subjects because they weren't things that people really talked about.
I will say, though, you can definitely see this across all these films, and it goes actually a lot into writing women. Polanski definitely watched a lot of Bergman. I'm
not saying from a female character. I'm talking specifically about the mental. Like, I mean, this is clearly a film about mental illness, because I mean, obviously, there's a trauma base. It's probably trauma based that escalated into mental illness, because it happens. People that have trauma can fucking develop some serious mental illness because they just can never get past it or through it or whatever. But then again, it also it kind of dives into the time period too. It's like, nobody talked about this shit. Nobody dealt with it properly. A lot of people dealt with that, trauma and stuff like that. Just how a lot of people did drugs, alcohol, shit like that. It doesn't make anything better. I'm not saying that she did, but it was taboo. And this is what happens when you don't get help for shit. So very manic, though. It's super, super manic. Like, this movie just like,
and honestly, like, I feel like it's a super realistic, like more realistic look at, sort of mental health stuff, and I don't even think it's like really like depression as much as it's like disassociation. like with
feel like she's,
but I think it's all related though. The disassociation is like obviously becomes super prevalent too when the sister goes on holiday. Like she's just at that point she becomes.
I mean, just from the very fucking beginning of the movie though, like just the way she's talking to people in the salon and
yeah, that's
like,
the manic in her. That's the manic
everything
depressant.
about her just seems like she's tuned out. Like she's just not in this world. Like
that's a straight manic depression, kind of idea. Like people that do that shit, they stare and they're just out of it and they're just like whatever and stuff. And then when
but here's why I don't think it's like depression though, and this is because like I have a little history with mental health stuff as well. Because there's not enough emotion. There's not enough. It doesn't seem.
Well, that's why I said the manic. She's manicked, right? Because they're just out of it.
Yeah, but usually with depression, it comes with a lot of like feeling bad and like self-loathing and sort of just like being sad. Where I don't really get the vibe that she's sad.
I would actually agree with that.
She's just out of it. She's not in.
Well, like
reality.
I said though, like I said with depression though, like you can be depressed and be like that, but like when you're manically depressed though, I think you're kind of off in your own little world. Like she is. Like she's so out of it. Like there's scenes where she's in the in the salon and doing her manicure stuff, and even the person she works with, she's like, are you okay? Like she's just fucking just staring. Like, are you like? Is there something wrong? Like you generally wouldn't say that to somebody that's just like depressed because. We all know people that have been depressed and they still can function. Even like this, we could be having this conversation. The show ends and then you just go back to doing your shit. She's manically depressed. She's completely almost out of reality. She's like in this fucking dark hole. She's in this fucking dark hole. It's a different type of depression. And I think it just escalates, You get all these little ticks, like quite literally, like the clock ticking, the bells, everything just, oh man. One metaphor after another in this film.
I get where you're coming from. I just think you might be using the wrong terminology for what we're talking about because like manic is more like mood swingy. You know what I mean? Like you're sort of you might be happy one minute and then angry the next and stuff like that. Where I'm not really getting that from her. I'm thinking that she's more just like stoic and just like sort of like I said, more like disassociated.
Yeah, disassociated.
Yeah,
I think this is more about
No, I'm just saying, I mean, for sure, but like I mean, like there is people that are manic that are completely out of it though. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's just there's more that there's other terms that kind of come with that are more
like I mean, I've known people that have been depressed their whole lives and I never knew that. It's so fucking crazy. They're like perfectly like this all the time. But it's like, man, dude, it's like there's so many fucking people like that function every single day. Just like this.
What I'm
just
saying
like
is
this.
I'm not seeing much shifts. It's more constant.
I wouldn't just say it's depressed. There's a different elevation of the depression there. That's why I said with
the mood switches with that you get with the manic. I'm not seeing that with her. I'm not seeing the heights in different moods. It's like all kind of one mood.
Yeah, it's very tonal.
Maybe I was thinking manic is more like just kind of a tunneled.
Manic
depression.
is often used wrong in just. When you're talking about the true definitions of these mental illness terms, like sometimes manic is lumped into things that it's actually fucking.
All right, Dr. GP, enlighten us on the exact terms. Because I was always in the impression, because like I said, I've dealt with a lot of really depressed people, and they don't act anything like this, and like all sorts of people. Like I mean, I've known people that have committed and and it's fucked, man. And it was like all stemming from like this crazy depression, like things like that. But like one person I knew that killed themselves you would have never known. It's right. Like it's so fucking it's so weird.
But that again goes to the shift part, right? That's the shift in the mood.
Yeah,
and that's where you get a lot of the.
I think the term
even
manic
shift in mood, in shift in mood, and even activity, like physical activity, has to do with bipolar disorder and manic disorders, where this person seems relatively the same. It just gets deepened.
So what do you call that type of depression when you're literally staring into a fucking white light?
It's like disassociation.
Yeah, disassociation, where she just.
So I just looked at it as like a manic thing. I was like, man, dude.
No, I think with manic it implies mania, which implies like high energy, like bursts of emotion.
Yeah, in one way or the other, whether it's sad or it's
that's why a lot of people that deal bipolar have that type of
true, whatever. But anyways, the point is she's out of it. She's fucking out of it.
Right. She's
completely out of it. She's like she's
out
like,
to lunch, as you Canadians would say.
Yeah, I feel like this movie is supposed to be an exploration of like her fear and repulsion of men. They don't outright tell you until the end of the movie, which to me is always implied. Obviously, something happened during the trauma.
That's why I figure with the pictures and stuff like that, like that says the backstory, like her fear and repulsion of men is stemming from a childhood trauma that happened. We don't know exactly. We don't need to know, but I mean, it's stemming from, because you would never show a picture with an 8-year-old girl that's in the background of a family picture looking off into space like she was when she's fucking 25. It says it all. It tells her whole backstory.
What I got from this movie this time was, obviously these were repressed things and she's repulsed by men because it's at its core. I had that information going into it. But as I was saying earlier, part of the lighting of this flame comes from the boyfriend, and not only the sounds, but him just invading her space and him posing as a threat. And then she has that operation with the guy in the street in the car where he also invades her space.
And so what's interesting about the main dude though is he's not really a threat. Like he's actually kind of like a nice dude.
Yeah, but so almost the aggressive attitude he has.
What, the sister's boyfriend?
I don't even think it's a really aggressive necessarily attitude. I think it's like kind of normal courting.
I don't think it even matters.
I'm getting. You mean the guy in the car?
Like the yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you were talking about like the sister's boyfriend.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, exactly. in my opinion, I don't think it even matters. Like, because you have a contrast in men here. You do have a guy that's legitimately trying to be her friend and get with her and stuff like that. Like, he's being a nice guy about it. And you got the sister's boyfriend who's kind of a douchebag, high energy, doesn't give a fuck. He's all about himself and stuff like that. It's just a contrast in men. She's repulsed by the male.
Exactly. And I think that's what's meant to show you, that she's just repulsed by men.
Exactly.
This is a deep-rooted thing. And as she's left on her own with her sister being gone, she's left with her own thoughts, and these things start to escalate in this. But you have to
factor in the fact that her mentality is thinking that she's not coming back. Even though
I actually didn't really ever think about that until you mentioned it. But regardless, it's that is something that definitely
would add. It's the threat of the man taking her away, because she knows she goes with her sister. There could be a time when she moves on. Like that's fucking with her head, man.
Well, I feel like once you get to this part in the movie, that the apartment now becomes this sort of metaphor for her safety, and that's why when she starts to have these hallucinations, nightmares,
absolutely
coming into her safety,
I agree.
It makes things escalate, and that's why her behavior starts to become more dissociative, and she becomes more of a zombie. And then when someone actually shows up, someone's actually now coming into her safety, and she's going into this fight or flight mode.
So when she starts having those hallucinations of the boyfriend raping her, that's when it really gets super bad, because like that way was, if you look at it that way, where this is like a house of safety, she's being invaded more, obviously, a little bit harder, right? For lack of a better word, no pun intended. But the fact that but then again, I mean, that's, a lot of those things are stemming from the fact that like they just went, he took her away, and it literally escalates to the point where she is, like you said, disassociated with reality, to the point where, I mean, what she does is just fucking, it's so insane. Yeah. She's completely off her rocker. Like, she's completely lost her fucking mind. There's a great scene in the film too, before kind of everything goes down, where she's ironing, and then Polanski fucking he pans down and the cord's not even plugged in, and she's just like, it's like she's
right. Yeah. So that's the disassociation type shit too. So I just to say what, so the definition of that is a mental health condition that involves experiencing a loss of connection between thoughts, memories, feelings, surroundings, behavior, and identity.
Well, that's a perfect definition for this movie because she's disassociated with from reality big time.
Yeah, so
absolutely
I think that
big time.
She's like, just everything about her is like a disconnect. Like, and it gets worse. Like you said, the iron.
I never claimed to be a doctor. Excuse my ignorance on using manic because I just thought it sounded right. Because manic sounds like maniac, and she turns into kind of a maniac. Does she not? Right? Whatever.
Yeah, well, that's one thing that's really just novel about this in general. Like, can you think of an earlier film where there's a woman as the killer?
In 65, I mean, there's a couple in the later 60s just after. And this might have even influenced those movies though too.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like Straight Jacket and
what year did Baby Jane come out?
68.
62, but there's never like
what?
There's not
Baby
really
Jane 62.
62, I believe. Yeah.
Definitely not 68. We would have covered that.
Yeah. Joan Crawford would have been like on her way out.
What year was Straight Jacket? Maybe that was 70. I don't know. But
64, I think. I haven't seen Straight. No, I have seen Straight Jacket. Straight Jacket's fun.
There's probably a couple.
Yeah, but it was a novel thing regardless. So maybe
I don't think there's like many that you spend as much time with them.
It doesn't have to be the first one, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, this is very impactful in that. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. But like I said, even the whole, the mental illness thing here, man, is huge. Like, how many films were really dealing with female killers and mental illness?
Dude, mental health wasn't even a fucking real thing back then.
Yeah.
Like, nobody.
And it's like, obviously,
shit. They were sending you to a fucking place and getting lobotomies, dude.
But it's so crazy because, like, you look at the way this movie's done. It's like Polanski was showcasing. This is mental illness. Coming from like a trauma, I mean it's crazy.
He handled.
Dude, they didn't even like think that people had PTSD until like Vietnam. Like they were calling it like you're shell shocked.
Yeah, shell shocked.
I mean, like it's crazy how lack of mental health stuff existed like pre-60 something.
Yeah, it took way longer after that too. I think it was in the 80s before they even started calling it mental illness. It was still shell shock.
Right, yeah. It's like fucking what?
It's crazy.
So
it's crazy.
Do you guys have anything else on this one?
One thing I realized as we were talking, and I was kind of before I went into my little charade about how I feel like the apartment becomes a thing for her safety. I thought about the end scene, and she's hiding at the end because she's so scared because all these men keep coming into her safe space.
Yeah, she literally comatoses herself. It's like she not only like physically like goes into a coma, like mentally, like everything. Like she almost buries herself.
Yeah.
It's almost like she tried to like kill herself and like die right there without killing herself. It's weird, right? It's like this whole death thing.
I feel like it was just a trauma response where she went somewhere that she felt like no one could find her, and she just hid because because of all these men coming into her building and coming into her space.
Right. I mean, to be honest, man, like, I was thinking about this while I was watching it, but I never really put the connection fully until like right now. But like, you don't look at Repulsion as a movie that's like super rapey, but there's a lot of rapey shit going on in this movie. And if you know Polanski, I don't know if he was doing this shit in 65, but like sometimes you look at shit like that when you know later on what they've been doing and stuff. But like, I mean, there's these visions, and then even the landlord that comes by, like he tries to rape her. It's fucked up.
That dude's like an actual fucking.
It's like a total rapey shit, and like, I mean, she has these, these hallucinations, and it's kind of crazy. But
I mean, when you put yourself into something, I wouldn't be surprised if a little bit of a reflection of yourself ends up on the screen.
You know what's like the most insane part of the movie? It's like, towards the end of the film when she's like writing on the window. She's like, and she's literally not writing anything. She's like just giving her on the window and yeah. And there's fucking nothing there. I'm like, man, you're out of it. You're fucking done. Shit's creepy to me, man. But yeah, I think one of the coolest things for myself, man, is the bookends in this film. Just the panning in and panning out, or the panning out and then panning in at the end into her eyes and stuff. It's
very like artsy stuff. I actually would be very
cool.
curious to hear a commentary if there's one with Polanski.
Well, let's find out.
Is there a commentary? I don't know. New restore audio commentary featuring Polanski and actress Catherine Deneuve.
Okay, I think
so. There's actually a commentary with the lead actress and Polanski.
That's really cool
on this fucking Blu-ray. So that's pretty cool. There's a documentary actually making of. Yeah, sometimes watching the feature might be a good idea, but I don't know. Sometimes I like to like go into these reviews and just keep it organic and just have our thoughts on it without being influenced and just being repetitive of.
Oh yeah, definitely. You don't want to just
what's in the booklet.
I haven't seen this movie.
I've actually read. I started to read this. I think I read like the first like 2 lines when I first got this, and I was like, I didn't read it, but yeah, these are always pretty interesting. Just the kind of essays that are in here. Not the Vatos Locos essays, but you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Repulsion, man. JP, did you get a better idea of the film, or did it go up or anything? It was a movie that
I was already pretty high on it.
Yeah. I think this is one of those movies that flows so well because it's the shortest of the trilogy, and I feel like it runs the best time. I think it runs $1:45, maybe
$1:45, I think.
And I feel like there's no down. Like the only part in this movie that I think is a little bit corny, because I don't feel like it's needed at all. It doesn't even do anything to any part of the narrative or whatever. It just kind of showcased that the guy that's trying to get with her boyfriend is kind of a cornball when he's in the fucking pub and he's like getting all pissy and shit like that. And he kind of gets into like the fight and stuff. And I'm like, dude, you're just as fucking crazy as like Carol. Like, what the fuck? Like, he's just acting all crazy for like, who cares, man? Like, I don't understand that shit, but whatever. It is what it is. But, like I said, it doesn't need to be there. It doesn't add really anything to it. Like, it just kind of showcases this other side of him, which we kind of liked him before he goes to the bar and then kind of gets bugged and stuff. And it's like, whatever, who cares? I don't know. That's just my thoughts. So since nobody has anything negative to say about the film, I'm assuming we're all 10 out of 10s here. 30. Let's go. Let's move on. No. So JP, what do you give it?
I give it a 9.
I also give it a 9.
I'm at 10. I love Repulsion. I absolutely love this movie.
What's that math wise?
It's manically amazing.
28.
Now I'm just making up shit. That's
Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame.
Yeah, just barely.
Which I did actually not even purposely do that. I didn't even realize. This is, we never reviewed this before. So Rosemary's Baby is definitely in the Hall of Fame. Is the Tenant?
I think it is.
Okay, so now this whole trilogy is then.
So he's like, I think, one of the only, besides Romero, that have 3.
3 or more? Oh, no. Argento.
Oh, yeah, now.
Yeah.
Argento, I think Argento has like 5 or 6, man.
At least 4.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember. Did we have a bunch of Argentos in there already?
At least 5.
I'm thinking Plumage. Suspiria was in there.
For sure, Tenebrae, Phenomena, Deep Red, Suspiria, Inferno have to be there. I think Inferno.
I think Plumage was in there, wasn't it?
Ranking.
Tenebrae is, Suspiria is.
Plumage wasn't?
I think there's the only 2.
Deep Red's got to be.
It might have made it on 75.
What's wild is Deep Red didn't make it until 75.
Yeah, or
I know Phenomena got in on 85.
Yeah, I mean, in the last, I think 177 was the last episode that I uploaded or updated. So before that, there was only two for Argento.
Suspiria and Tenebrae.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Inferno got in on the ranking show.
It did.
So I don't know if Bird is, but it's got to be at least 5.
Yeah, because Romero had 3.
Carpenter doesn't have 3. Halloween, The Thing, and maybe something else.
I think just Halloween and the Thing.
And Craven's got to have Elm Street.
I got to update
Scream.
these so I can know.
There's people
We never did
under
Elm
the
Street.
stairs in?
We never did.
Oh,
Elm
okay.
Street.
Oh.
No, I think it's just Scream that would be there. For Craven. Pretty sure, yeah. Hooper has 2. Toby Hooper has 2.
Which two is that?
Poltergeist and obviously TC.
Oh yeah, Poultrygeist, yeah. All right. Well,
Fulci has 2.
I guess that's going to conclude the first film, Repulsion from 1965.
22 shots.
All right. So moving along into what we claim to be the start of modern horror. 1968 with a film called Rosemary's Baby. Man, I forgot how long this movie was. I hadn't watched it in a while. I popped it in. I was like, 217. Holy shit. It's crazy. Ain't fucking around with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, you know, it's still funny, man, because like if we were to go back and do the top 10 of 68 again, this was our number ones, right? Which is crazy because it totally,
Yes.
like, my favorite film is Night of the Living Dead, but we were also like so young into doing
See,
these lists.
I don't know, bro. I still might put Rosemary's Baby there over
Yeah.
Night of the Living Dead. What about Ty? I assume Tyler would.
Not me.
What's that?
So back in 68, me and Moodz both had Rosemary's Baby as our number one of 68. Jeremy had Night of the Living Dead. Moodz was wondering if it would change today if he redid it. He said possibly. I'm not sure if mine.
No, I'm thinking 100%. I think I would have Night of the Living Dead.
I would 100% have Rosemary's Baby.
I figured so.
Yeah, and it's based off of no kind of premise. All right, so Rosemary's Baby synopsis, if you need one. A young couple trying for a baby moves into an aging, ornate apartment building on Central Park West, where they find themselves surrounded by particular neighbors. Yeah, so like I was saying, you weren't here, but I was popped this movie and I was like, holy fuck, man, I forgot how long this motherfucker was, man. 217.
Oh,
It's got some length to it, man. It's got some
I
length.
love it though. I think this movie rips by.
Yeah, I'm not saying it has, you know, dragging qualities, but I will say though, man, it's definitely, I mean, Polanski puts in the work in this film for introducing and building up these characters quite a bit. I mean, the first 45 minutes of this movie is, you know, our leads in the film, of course, played by Mia Farrow and John Cassavetes, who I believe Tyler has a box set sitting right behind him of Cassavetes right there, Criterion Collection. You know, and then our oldies, Roman and who's he? What's the woman?
Meanie.
Is it Minnie? Yeah, Minnie. Yeah. So yeah, we get about good 40 minutes of that. And then it's just like it just hits a wall. Something goes and then it goes crazy from there.
Dude, there's so much stuff in this movie that I literally absolutely love. Like just the on the surface of like being alone and not be not being able to tell anybody anything because you don't know how far it is, you know? It's just the paranoia of it and like the fear of it is like so palpable in the movie that it's just it gives me anxiety.
What her knowing that the possibility of her neighbors
something's
being,
wrong.
Just her being gaslit the
being
whole movie,
Satanist?
knowing
Yeah, like
something.
everybody
everyone
telling
the
her
whole
that
movie.
she's like, even to the very fucking end.
Yeah,
of
the whole movie, everybody's saying you're fine, you're gonna gain weight or this or that, and just like nobody takes her seriously. No one believes her.
Like when she brings up the part about like wanting to switch doctors and stuff, like that whole conversation felt so real for someone that just basically is telling his wife like stop, shut up, you know, let it go. Like it's just wow, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there's so many other things you can relate to that too, like the obvious being like battered woman syndrome type stuff where nobody believes in what she's saying.
Which is interesting in this story because we know that she doesn't have that.
Right. Well,
there's not one indication that Cassavetes. Okay, let's face it. We knew Cassavetes was a piece of shit on this set. Everyone, Polanski fucking hated working with him, but he didn't. His character didn't beat Mia Farrow.
No, it's not literally. Like I'm not saying like it's the same reactions. Like you get the same type of processes that happens to her in this. It just so happens that it's witches instead of abusive. Like
I think also like her character, the fact that she's kind of living, she's like that typical, you know, kind of suburban, well, it's not really suburban, I guess they're in New York City, but kind of housewife deal, right? The man goes out, makes the bread, brings home the fucking meat, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah, the very like, traditional.
It's very traditional type. And I feel like her mentality isn't completely that, and it showcases through the film because she's a strong ass fucking female lead that not only can figure shit out, and like she figures it out. She's like, she knows she's not fucking crazy. She's not fucking crazy, right? So there's no weaknesses in her character. Like she was never under this, you know, technical spell of her husband before they got there, right? You know what I mean? She was just living that traditional life. Right. So she's just like, her character is awesome, man, that she can figure this shit out. And like, you feel so shitty for her the entire film because you must I can't remember watching this movie for the first time if I knew what the ending was or not. It's kind of a weird.
I think I did, but it doesn't even matter because this movie is so. I think this might be the best written horror movie.
I had a question in the chat because I don't want to spoil it, but it's something I wondered. If one of you guys can answer that.
I was actually kind of going to talk about that because obviously I've seen this movie several times now. And there's a texture, I think, to Guy's character that I'd never really picked up on until now when I'd seen a million times. I think Guy is someone who he's obviously makes a terrible decision and he's not a good guy for it, but I have a lot more sympathy for his character now because I think he basically got duped into doing what they wanted him to.
Yeah.
And
so I don't think it's necessarily duped.
No, it's not duped. It's not. No, they explained it away.
They dangled the carrot in front of him, and the deal with the devil, if you will.
They explained it away. They actually explained it away because if you watch the film. And his character he's a struggling actor. He's not really getting the parts that he wants. And obviously he doesn't get the part that he wants at that point. They go for dinner and he's offered something. He's offered basically success and he takes it because he knows that without his success, he can't keep this apartment building. He knows that he's a little bit over his head. And I think that's evident from the beginning. It's like, oh, we can take this. He even stresses at one point.
I think it's not also just that. I think it's something inside him that wants to be successful, not just for the fact of taking care of his family, but almost like a selfish need.
No. Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely selfish. It's absolutely selfish because his success is based on his acting career. It has nothing to do with anything else. They're offering
right,
him,
and you get the sense that he's a good actor, but hasn't caught that break,
and he knows that.
I mean?
And when he's offered this way of, you know, moving forward, progressing, why aren't you going to take this? If this could actually be a real thing, and plus you got to remember, like, I mean, his character is also. You can tell that he loves the idea of wanting kids. He even talks about it. He even says, let's have 1, 2, 3. It's not.
Yeah,
I don't think for a second that he was ever involved with this before going into that. He was offered a deal. He sold his soul to the devil, quite literally, for success, because he also thought, and I truly think maybe the character was written as like, if I sell my soul, I get the success. Maybe, you know, shit'll work out kind of thing. Like, I don't think he knew the full extent of it, or because we don't really know what he was really fully offered.
This is what I kind of mean by,
you know,
I think he got duped, because one thing about it,
but he did sell his soul, though. That's without question.
I don't think he understood.
Well, I mean, it depends if that you lose your soul for this or not.
Yeah. I think he
I don't really know what.
I think it's more of an expression for me. I don't think he's literally selling his soul. I think he sold the rights to have this happen to his wife and let the devil impregnate his wife and, you know, have this. You know,
I assume you're going to run the spoiler ad.
Absolutely. We're not talking about these films.
So we can talk open then, I guess.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So the thing about this about this watch I saw in it is, I think he's someone who legitimately loved his wife and almost got tricked into this with the best of intentions. And one thing about the relationship that I don't think I ever really focused on before is there's a big decay between their relationship now. And it's something that I think Guy is legitimately sad about, and something he never prepared himself for. He didn't think was something that was going to happen. He's obviously very guilty. There's that scene where right at the beginning where she's like, you can't even look me in the eye anymore, because the gravity of what he's done is starting to hit him. And I think he becomes more and more uncomfortable with lying to his wife and gaslighting her all this time. And I think it's killing him inside, and it causes this drift so much in their marriage. By the end, it's like they don't even like each other. And I don't think that's what he wanted. I think he envisioned things to be a lot differently.
Well, it's a good point. It's a good point, Tyler, actually, because in the third or in the final scene of the film, when she walks into basically the Covenant, right? He sees her, and what's the first thing he does? He tries to avoid her. He can't even look at her. He's like, he knows he fucking looks down, and he looks away, and he doesn't know how to react that she walked in. And he's like, I mean, if he was fully with it and didn't feel bad about what he was doing, he would have been like, yo, what's up, bitch? You just got fucked.
And I think he also, I think Tyler is nailing it with his interpretation of the character. Like, yeah, I definitely don't think that it's like malicious on his part. It's like, I think that there is a level of like selfishness in terms of like,
yeah, absolutely.
He really wants to be a famous actor. And he'll do whatever he needs to do to get there. But I don't think it's also like I think deep down inside he wants his wife to ride with him on this journey and to be and once it starts not going that way, I think that it's like, you know, once it all starts unfolding and it's realer and realer and he sees how she's.
But you know what, man? I mean, this is a decent theory, and I partly agree with you though too. But he also made the decision at one point in the film with the chocolate mousse to give it to her. Like, he doesn't have to do it. Like, I mean, it's not a said thing, right?
Well, that's what they're telling him to do. Like, he needs to do this because
or else it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Right. But at the same time, like, nothing, like, in his head, like, what is really bad happening?
Exactly. He tries to even rationalize it. He's like, well, I thought it'd be the same if you just lost the baby.
Yeah, and yeah, that's a big aspect of it. And he even says like we can have more like real children. You know what I mean? Like we can continue.
But so like, but that doesn't make it like that makes him like super selfish and super evil though too. It's like you're not even considering what you're making decisions for her based on your own
But that's also the time period too, man. The man usually did do that. Like it wasn't this equal conversation of like,
okay, that's a point. But I mean, I don't think everybody lived like that. Okay, so let's just say the majority of people did or whatever. It's still very, very fucking selfish. I mean, you're making decisions for your wife, like, oh, I thought that like we can just have enough, and you probably could. But it's not the fucking point. You're actually doing something without making a decision with her.
I'm just saying, I might do it. Like,
I think I consider it too. It's obviously a selfish thing, but I don't think that.
But I think the end story is it's all about him being selfish. He doesn't like.
I think it's also like but it's not, because I don't think he anticipates her to not be with him on this journey. Like at the beginning, like when he's exactly. I think he sees it as this this perfect storybook ending for them, where they can have everything they wanted. Him, a successful actor, they can have a bunch of kids and stuff. They're in the elite, and all they had to do was this one thing.
What was that the deal? Just okay. So obviously, you don't need more than one Satan.
We don't know what it is, but
more than devil. But
scene when they first go to dinner, where they first have the dinner with Minnie and Roman, where Minnie or Roman, I think it was Roman, starts talking.
Well, there's a great scene where he's like he doesn't want to leave, and there's a reason for that, because he's being fucking talked to at that point.
Well, I think that he's very enamored with Roman's life and how he was in all these places and different things, and he sees a wisdom in Roman that he is very infatuated with and thinks like that this guy's awesome. Where at first he didn't even want to deal with him.
I mean, that's natural.
Old neighbors.
That's a natural human thing, though, to understand. Like when I'm hearing stories from older people too, and shit, like I'm enthralled in it too. I want to hear.
I think it's more than just being enthralled. I think it's wanting to experience that. Like it's deeply wanting to experience.
And that's kind of what
I mean. That's all personal preference at that point, though, too, right?
They're salesmen. They can sell him on this is what's going to happen. It's going to make your life great like this. I think you have that scene that right at that dinner where they make Rosemary uncomfortable by talking badly about the Catholic Church, where they see like that tension already start to rise.
Which the heretic took a lot of shit from that, right? Like him talking, him going and talking about, like, he literally says what I always talk about religion too, is like the hypocrisies of religion, and he uses that word, and I was like, oh my god, that sounds exactly like me, man. Like he goes into like, this is hypocrisy, but like it's such a good prelude to what they're doing. Like that conversation is actually one of my favorites in the entire film. It's great.
And I think what's smart, and if you even go further back with this, these people know what they're doing. It's actually, it reminds me of Hereditary in this movie too, a lot more than it did too, because that cult also knew what they were doing, and they've been trying this for a long time. You have that great scene where once they make Rosemary feel uncomfortable, they can isolate Guy, and they tell you everything through this scene where they just show the doorway to the room and the two trails of the cigar smoke coming out. That's where Roman cozied up to him. He's like, well, Guy, and then he just dropped his shell.
I just thought of something, actually.
Sold them on it.
There's a scene, like when they first move into the apartment, I think Mia Farrow's character, she says, or I can't remember if it's her or someone else says something along the lines of, or maybe it was the crazy person that jumped up. I can't remember. But someone says something about a baby being found dead, like in the basement of the building.
Yeah, that was when they first went to rent the place.
Yeah.
Oh, so Hutch does say that. Okay. Right.
Yeah, saying like there's some weird shit with this place.
Yeah, exactly. And then he tells her like it's just like an offhand comment, the baby, and then he tells her also like that this people have died there. So you get the impression, especially when
it was Hutch. That the
that
significance of that is stating that like whoever they tried this with before, so the baby was born.
They've tried it many times.
No, I know, but like, why did that specific time? Like, they just talk about
maybe she didn't eat enough of the juice or enough of the,
or she got away and they hid the baby somewhere, and then like it was found by someone else, and
maybe it was stillborn, or maybe there's just more that goes into it than just like.
Well, I feel like the root juice that she's drinking throughout the whole film has a lot to do with the progression of the devil. Basically, the spawn. Like, I think it has a lot to do with the build it up of it.
Yeah, so don't they even say it's like named Devil's Root or something like that?
Yeah, the Devil's Root. Yeah.
Devil's Root.
So maybe you have to drink so much of that to actually develop that in there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of
that's what's cool about it though, because it's fiction, so it can be all of that.
Right.
And it's rooted in modern myth culture of you know, fucking devil shit. And
Right.
I think that what's really cool about it is like the deal with the devil thing. The devil's always gonna give you reasons to join him, right? Like that's the point of it. He's very alluring. He has a lot of the whole concept of the deal with the devil is an opportunity that is impossible to refuse or hard to refuse.
So
if you just let your guard down a bit.
speaking of like, the whole, selling your soul or whatever, making a deal with the devil and stuff like that. So we got a guy who's obviously in there. The one thing from Rosemary's Baby that always bugged me was the very end of the movie.
What?
I feel like
one of my favorite parts.
The very last scene in the film where does she become part of the covenant?
No, she doesn't. What she does is she gives up. And with partially the sound of whether it's the devil or not, she created this thing that she wanted deeply and cared for deeply for 9 months, trying to figure things out and trying to have this baby be born because it's hers. Like that whole section in the movie, that's what she cares about.
Yeah.
Like she cares about the baby and like having this pregnancy go through. So at the end, and all this, like Tyler said, gaslighting and this constant, like her trying to tell people that, and it just not working. And she's just, nothing she has done has worked. Nothing.
Yeah.
Every little
I got
thing
all
she's
this.
tried. She just is completely defeated, and the sound of the baby and the fact that her maternal instincts kick in when the woman's rocking it. You're rocking it too hard. You're rocking it too hard. It just is a combination of her being completely defeated, accepting defeat, as well as the maternal instincts.
So like I said,
she didn't join the cult.
She kind of
and they
gives
even
into
say
it.
you don't have to be join the coven or whatever. Just raise it because it is your child. It's what a mother's supposed to do. And she just she didn't join. She just is completely defeated. And
of course, I thought about this too. Like I always think about like the end of the movie, and I'm always like, and my thoughts on the end is like, I completely understand everything you're saying, and I completely have thought about that. It's not hard to understand. It's just for me personally, because I'm like one of those people that like can have resentment to the point where I want to do something about it. I feel like if you spent 9 months creating this thing, and at that point where for her, I would feel like it's not mine anymore. And it represents something that I don't want it to represent. I don't want it to be here. Like if you actually get your mentality around what exactly you just created, what these people created within you. I mean, do you really want that thing existing in the world? I mean, at this point, you have to.
Yeah, I think
it doesn't matter. It's
a mother's
for one
bond.
thing. It's a mother, right? What Tyler said. You're not a woman. You can't have a baby. So it also,
dude, technology nowadays, man. You have no idea that I'm a fucking woman. I identify as being a woman.
You can't wrap your head around it, and I can't either. To an extent of like it would be like I would just fucking beat all those dudes up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like but it's like I think that and that's where I come back to the like battered woman syndrome thing that we have going on here.
I'm thinking more along the lines of like postpartum. Like I understand it's not generally a thing within one baby. Women have it after a couple babies or whatever. But like you hear about these women that have partum whatever it's called, and they end up killing their babies and shit like that. It's all fucked up.
Yeah, like, that's a progression. It's not something that
it's a progression, but I'm talking about in reality.
Also,
in reality, if you realize as a woman, as somebody that just fucking spawned Satan's fucking baby, would you not like? I mean, obviously you might not make that rash decision right there, but like, would you not be like, holy shit, this can't be a good thing?
Well, it depends, right? Because obviously different people act different ways. But this woman,
it's just an honest question, man.
And what this woman went through, and the way that she reacts to it, and the way that she I think it fits perfectly with her character.
I agree.
Like, yeah, there are probably women out there who would be like, "What the fuck?" and throw the baby out the window.
I'm
But,
one of
like,
those
this
women
woman-
that would like. I would
It's
pack
not
in the
to
knife.
say she couldn't come to that conclusion later on too, but in this moment where she sees her baby being rocked too hard.
So
and her
my thoughts on the whole thing, though, is that she has learned this stuff from Hutch, and she's went to all these different fucking levels of actually, you know, doing the research and figuring out exactly what she's fucking dealing with. She's actually, you know, totally found out the history of who these people are and what they're capable of doing, and they're possibly actually witches. I mean, it's hard to fathom in reality that you're fucking possibly carrying Satan's spawn and your fucking neighbors are witches. I get that whole scenario, but she kept fucking claiming she's not insane. So at this point, if you feel like you're carrying the spawn of Satan, you know this is not good for anybody. Like,
I don't think
feel
she
like
knows
even
it's
though
the spawn of Satan.
I don't think she does either.
yeah.
She just thinks they're doing something, man.
Yeah,
they're doing
she thinks
something.
she thinks they
okay,
want
well,
her baby
if you use that
for some
mentality,
sort of
then
sacrifice.
maybe
I think she
I
even
can
says that.
forgive her
Yeah,
for
she
not like.
even says that baby
Yeah.
blood and baby flesh is the most powerful. So I think that she's thinking.
what
that
does
they
she
want
think?
To do something with her baby.
At the end of
She
the
thinks
day,
they want to take her baby and use it for like a ritual sacrifice. Then she finally sees the baby alive. And like,
Even
this,
her
like-
words.
see, now we're
even
hypothetically
her
speaking,
words-
though, because we don't actually know that for sure. She
No,
just
she
we're-
literally says that to Dr. Hill.
Yeah.
She
when she sees the baby at the end of the film.
Well, no.
She sees
So
no.
What-
Oh,
even
I'm
if-
talking about
even-
when she sees what they're doing with this thing, and they talk about, they literally tell her, they fucking literally tell her it's the fucking spawn of Satan.
but right
yeah, well,
away,
now she
right
knows
away.
They tell her.
Hold up.
I'm talking about in the
Right.
scene where at this point you'd be like, holy fuck, this can't be good for humanity. This is not a good thing.
Does it matter
you're
at that
looking at
point?
that
Does it
logically,
even matter?
yeah.
I'm not
for
going to just
her?
pretend like I'm going to like, oh,
Does it
here,
matter to
I'm gonna
her
give you
what
some titty
happens to
milk.
humanity?
I'm going to
But
give you some titty.
she doesn't do that though. She sits down on a chair and she sits there and processes.
Dude, this movie's
She's
a 3
probably
out of
not
10.
even done.
And also, but
processing at
what
that point.
like to go back to what she first says when she first sees it, she says, "What have you done to its eyes?" Right? That's like the iconic thing. So
Yeah.
even in
Yeah.
that moment, like she doesn't realize until they tell her later. She doesn't even realize that this is the spawn of Satan. What have you done to my baby's eyes? It is. Then they're like, "Hail Satan" and shit.
No,
And
that's
then
what I'm
it's
saying. I'm saying after that point when they announce that it's fucking the spawn of Satan. I'm like, at that point, there's a window right there. Throw that motherfucker out the window.
Why?
Because it's like, if you're gonna go through all
Okay,
this
but
trouble,
why do you care?
what do you mean? Why would like
After
do I-
you just went through all that, why do you care what happened? Why do you, for all you know, all of fucking humanity is like this, dude? Like, what is, like, everything that she has done to
But if
try
you're,
to.
but I'm talking
get
about
help.
her bubble. I'm talking about her bubble that she's living. If you
Right,
look
but
at
where
it
is the
terms-
bubble end? Because every time she thinks
Yeah.
it ends, it's further and further.
Yeah, but if you throw the baby out the window at that point, it ends that scenario.
Right,
You're fine with that.
But I think that she just is defeated and don't give a like.
We also
why do
don't
you
know
even
if she
care at
believes
that
that's
point?
the spawn of Satan. They can say that all she wants.
That too,
but,
and
Yeah,
also
but they literally tell that
We
to her
also
like
don't
right to
know
her
it-
face, and she like, and then the end thing, she kind of reaches in and be like, I'm like, see, this is what happens when you don't kill the fucking baby. See, so I passed on this shit, man. For 1976, it was like the sequel to Rosemary's Baby. I
Look
actually
what
never watched.
happened to Rosemary's Baby.
So this is what happens when you don't do anything about the end. You get these shitty ass TV sequels. I never saw it, but I can't say it's
I think
shitty.
it also
I
just
did watch
implies
it.
that
Yeah.
a mother's love is just overcomes all that.
Okay, I completely
At least for
understand that.
this
I just
moment.
want you guys to understand where I'm coming from.
No,
Think of it
on
from
the surface
opposite end.
level, like yes, like the
Think it from the
obvious
opposite
answer
end.
is to
If
kill
you-
the baby.
If you honestly realize, because there's only one reason to like spawn the devil's fucking son is probably to raise some hell. Not maybe like the whole world's not going to freeze over or whatever, but some shit is probably going to go down from that. It might not take you that
Realistically-
second to figure that out, but I'm just saying they literally tell her this, and then she's like, I get she's traumatized. There's a whole pile of shit that's going on there. Like your mentality is all fucked up. I understand everything that's going on. I
I think
completely
it's
get
in
this movie.
terms of like why even bother?
I'm talking about
yeah,
like
I
from
agree with that. I think she's given up.
And I'm talking about the female in me because I'm a female.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, like, you have to come to a point where you're like, this is really fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
This is really fucked up. I can't love this baby because it's not my baby. They literally tell her that it's not her husband's baby.
Yeah, but it's still her baby.
Yeah, it's still her baby. It's still, there's still.
Are you the mom?
Like Mary is the mother of Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I love these conversations. It's fucking awesome.
No, seriously, it is awesome. And I think like me, like the obvious answer, like kick the baby, fucking don't kick the baby, whatever. South Park reference.
Yeah.
I get it.
You know, like me, like why do, like, at that point it's like whatever, man. It's like I can see that aspect of like, why even bother?
Mm-hmm.
I tried everything that I possibly can. I am fucking beat down and trying.
I think
like this is also a long period of time, right? This is like almost a year.
I do have a question.
Time that she tried to get out of this shit.
I've always wondered. So with the Hutch character, obviously Hutch is onto the situation, and he pays the price for it because witches are apparently fucking psychic and they can figure some shit out. But anyways, when he kind of like when he calls her and he says meet her at the building 11 in the morning, blah blah blah, he ends up dead basically. They falls into a coma and dies a month later, whatever. Is it just witch shit? Can we just explain that away, that they knew that he had called because no one was around at that point?
Well, dude, you got to keep in mind too, they had literally have access to her. Like even the scene where she's in
I'm getting crazy with the
booth, and the one girl in the pink comes up when she's in the phone booth and just kind of looks and then walks away. It's like at this point, who is involved?
Yeah,
where are they at?
Like,
I guess you can explain it away like that.
You know what I mean?
Well,
they have access to her damn apartment, bro.
So
which is creepy as hell.
In 68, they had the operators involved then, because the operators, remember, they used to like plug switch, like, oh, I plug you into here, and like they're listening, man. Oh, Hutch is on the fucking line.
When does she have that conversation with him? Is it in the phone booth?
No, she's at home. She's at home.
Okay, so they have
home.
They have access to her little, like there's a tunnel from her pantry to their location.
So you think someone's literally got the ear to the fucking ear to the wall?
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? This is super important. This fucking the way they've tried and failed so many times. I'm sure if you were
listening, unless you're just super paranoid about some shit, like you would have to be anticipating that somebody might be onto you. I guess if you're doing this shit, you probably would have eyes and ears everywhere.
They are anticipating that she's aware that something's up. Like she knows. Mm-hmm. So you're going to be paying extra close attention. You also got to remember
Guy's on their side now. So Guy is, so if you remember in that scene when Hutch comes over when Guy's not around, Minnie stops by. She constantly stops by. She sees Hutch is there. They probably called Guy and said, "Who's this guy at your apartment alone with your wife?"
And we know that you can hear through the walls very well.
But he was only really there very early in the film at one point, and that was actually.
But
was it before? Was it before Guy turned?
And they might say, "Oh, that's her fucking like professor friend that's sniffing around and knows about witches," and he comes flying back.
Okay, but again, it's all hypothetical. I mean, we don't know for sure. It's just an interpretation of what we're seeing on screen.
I think there's enough hints in the film that tell you that they're. I said,
so if they have eyes and ears everywhere, then that's how we're chalking it up then, because it seemed like it happened really quick. It's like he calls, he's dead. I'm like, holy shit, it was like the next day.
They have eyes and ears everywhere, man. I think that's that's the idea of the movie is like, because as you go on, you keep seeing more people involved, and of course you have the whole.
Oh yeah. And by the way, this movie's a Christmas movie because there's a fucking Christmas scene
movie
and a New Year's movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that the New Year's party that they have happened at the end for some reason, but it happened earlier in the movie.
Yeah. And to even like retro or like future proof this, and then like this is something I've never actually scanned for, but I think it is implied that they just have eyes everywhere. I brought up Hereditary earlier, where they're very similar movies in their structure and their execution. And if you watch Hereditary, there's people from the cult that appear just innocuously throughout the film, just in the background the entire movie.
This happens in a lot of movies though with cult members. It's like I think you just have to assume that if you're in like some kind of satanic cult, like a real one, that's how you operate. You just have eyes and ears on the news, like the Northeast, Southwest, not the news, but
family business for over 100 years between his father and him.
Yeah, you know how many times they probably failed in that 100 years?
And they get better.
They failed every time, but how many times was that? Because they just failed fucking last week in this movie with the girl from Apartment 7A or whatever.
Yeah, you know what I always loved about this movie, man? I hadn't watched this movie in years, and when she goes to the calendar, it's like, oh yeah, it's 65. She's pregnant. It's like her baby's born June 6th of 66. I'm like, oh, that's fucking cool.
Yeah.
Born on 666, man, because it's 68, but this movie is actually a period piece. It's actually a period piece.
Yeah. And I just think that, like, I'm being honest, like, I think this movie is perfect. Like, I think that, and
I'm not saying it's not just because I'm questioning shit doesn't mean you can't question shit.
It's great conversation. It's stuff that you should think about while watching this, and I have thought about this stuff as well. But like, just looking at, like, I've seen this movie a handful of times. Watching it this time was the first time that I really watched it with a critical eye too. When we did it for the top 10 show back in episode whatever that was, I mean, that was in the first 50 episodes.
Yeah.
I wasn't as seasoned. That was episode 51. I wasn't as seasoned in film critique, and so as time has passed, experience have changed and different things have happened. Watching it this time critically, man, I'm just like, damn, was this just perfectly done? Like, there's so much stuff in here that I just love. From the very beginning to the very end, dude, it hits everything that I want in a movie like this.
You know what? One part in the movie that I find is a little bit silly though, when they have that one, I guess, Covenant member or whatever, after she has the baby and they're like extracting milk from her titties, and she goes, what are you guys doing with the milk? And they're like, oh, we're just throwing it away. Like, who the fuck would ever believe that? Because you would never extract titty milk from me just to throw it away. It makes literally no sense to do that. Like, it's actually really bad.
Is that what they said?
Yeah, at the end when she
says, well, we just throw it away. And I'm like thinking to myself going, who in the fucking hell would ever believe that?
Well, I think
you're
that's
just extracting to throw it.
There's fucking something going on here.
Well, I think
they also kind of have her doped up, right?
Because this is actually after they tell her that her baby
she's in
perished, but then they're extracting milk from her titties, and it's like, well, where's the extracted milk going? It's not going to fucking Guy.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I want some titty milk.
Maybe. There are fetishes for that.
Oh, give me a break. Actually, my buddy, man, after he had a kid, he's like, dude, it's really sweet.
Ew, bro.
he said he would drink it all the time. I was like, gross. Stop it.
I don't even like milk, let alone.
No, I love milk, but he's like, hey, man, try it. I'm like, dude, that came out of your wife's titty. I'm like, I'm not trying that fucking milk. That's disgusting. So yeah, I never tried it. But he's like, dude, it tastes like really sweet milk, like really, really sweet milk. And I'm like, gross. That's disgusting. So not a chance. But no, I like the magazine.
I've tasted it before.
Oh really? I've never.
Yeah.
I like the magazine that's in the I think it's in the doctor's office. I think it's like the gyno office or whatever, where it's Time magazine that says God is dead. I love that. It's so good. Nice little touch there. Nice little touch.
Yeah. So the funny thing about this, you mentioned it earlier. Not only is there a sequel called Look What Happened to Rosemary's Baby, which I believe was a TV film.
Does Rosemary's Baby die in that movie?
I think it's like it was so long ago, but I feel like it's an Omen 2 situation where it grew up. or
Yeah,
something.
for sure. Yeah, I think it is.
But I cannot remember a lot about it. It was a very shitty transfer. I'll tell you that. It was like some VHS transfer on YouTube.
Because it was a TV movie, right?
Yeah, it was a TV movie. But
Yeah.
not only is there a sequel, there's actually a prequel that just came out last year.
Oh, I passed on that. You know what? I was actually thinking about watching the prequel after I watched this movie. I just didn't have the time.
Not only that, but there was a remake that came out in. It was a mini series that came out in.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I forgot about that.
Right.
When the hell was it? 20 something.
I think we talked about it on the pod. We didn't review it. We talked about it in some type of news or whatever at one point.
Yeah, I think
It's
so.
2000
I'm pretty sure. Am I right about this?
2000. No, it
I
came
gotta
out
fact check it because
2010 sometime or something. I don't know.
I remember seeing the poster.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 2014. Yeah, so it was right
2014.
around when we started this.
I bet you it's in some show notes.
I actually own it on Blu-ray too. I've never watched it, but
It came out on Blu-ray.
also Frank Mancuso Jr., director of producer of Friday the 13th, Part 3, was assigned to do a 3D remake of Rosemary's Baby in the 80s.
Shit.
Never happened, thank God. But I will say there is a avenue in which we do a roundup type show with Look What Happened to Rosemary's Baby, the Rosemary's Baby miniseries, and Apartment 7A. That would be a wild show.
Jesus Christ.
I did watch Apartment in 7A. I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, it's watching this movie, and I can see where Tyler's like, this is an abomination type thing because it's like such a fucking not even close.
What bothers me is like I feel like they give the girl like very like modern like views and problems, and the biggest problem is I don't feel like the girl in 7A is anything like the girl we see in this movie.
Right.
We already know what this character is supposed to be like, so I was like, you just invented a new fucking character and tried to pretend she was the same person.
I think that's like a partial, like intentional thing to do to sort of like not try to make it as like accurate, because I feel like this movie was probably made for people who are just watching Hulu who didn't have any idea that.
Yeah, probably.
So the prequel is the same character. So it's
so the girl that she meets in the basement, it's her. It's her. It's her story. And I will say, and Tyler agrees with me.
Mia
with this.
Farrow's character makes no sense because we know everything about that's fucked up. Okay,
Tyler will agree with this too. That the people that they got to play Minnie and Roman were actually pretty good.
Yeah, they do a good job, and they're very good, like well done interpretation of
mimicking those characters. They did.
They
pretty
look
decent.
good.
Man, Mimi is like the most old school fucking New Yorkian ever. And in Rosemary, she just screams New York, like old school New York.
Characters are the best characters in the movie for me. I think they're just fucking so good, and like just her accent and like the way, just her like bluntness and sort of like she's just it feels so real to me.
Yeah.
She won an Oscar for this. So
it's old school.
Oh, did she? Okay,
old school shit, man.
Well deserved.
I know that, like I said before, like Polanski said that working with John Cassavetes was awful on this set, man. He said he was terrible to work with.
Have you guys ever seen a Cassavetes film? Because he's got to be an egomaniac.
No, I don't know.
His films, like, you ever watch movies now? They call them mumblecore, where like the scenes just go on, and it seems like they don't have a script.
Yeah.
He basically pioneered that, and that all his movies are very long, and they like have this like realism element because they use very minimal script and just like capture these long scenes of people battling sometimes.
I thought this is really interesting. There was a couple trivia moments where I read, and the scene where Mia Farrow's character walks into the traffic there, they've guerrilla shot that scene, and they had Mia Farrow like dressed in her fat suit and walking in real traffic, and Roman Polanski was just filming it with the hand camera. And I'm like, geez, it's like fucking New York, dude. Like, and you know what he told her? He told her, he's like, well, no one's going to hit a pregnant woman. And so she just fucking did it.
I think I've heard that story.
That's crazy filmmaking, dude.
That's
and then
wild.
I thought the other crazy thing, that scene where she grabs that raw liver, I think it's like the chicken liver, whatever it is, turkey liver, and she starts eating. She actually started eating that for real. But the crazy thing is she was a vegetarian.
Whoa, that's fucking...
Yeah, so she was going
Method
all out
acting.
on the acting, man. Like walking into traffic and eating raw livers and shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Good. Yeah.
This is a really good cast in general.
And the
I love
other,
this.
the other crazy thing about Mia Farrow is she's the one that sings the lullaby song in the end of the beginning. I think it's the beginning and the end of the film. Actually, that song that's playing, that's her actually singing.
Also, this was based on a book.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Right?
Yeah.
So this
Irvin
was
D.
based
Levin
on
or
a book.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's probably a lot of I've never read it, but there's probably a lot more like backstory and like explanation to like the coven in there.
Yeah.
I should probably read that.
Well, in the book, she throws the baby out the window and then it's just over.
No shit.
No, I just made that up, but that would be fucking awesome.
I was gonna say that's kind of. I mean, that seems kind of like an odd choice for this movie
because this apartment building, you're like 10 stories up, like just throw it out. Like, no,
yeah, such a good poster for this film as well. I've always loved that poster with the baby cradle, like on top of like the mountain and Mia Farrow in the background.
It's got like the silhouette of her face, like when the scene's happening.
You know how this movie dates itself so hard is when they're like redoing their apartment, which is one of those
with
awesome like 14-foot ceiling apartments. Like those things are so amazing. I always wanted one of those. But yeah, the wallpaper. That's exactly like wallpaper is so fucking 70s and 80s. It's crazy, dude. Like,
yeah.
But
yeah.
Yeah, Rose.
Aside from those people, this has got a really cool cast too. I love this era of horror films, like the late 60s through like the 70s, where Elijah Cook was just appearing in all these like low budget movies for a paycheck. He's in this. He's in Salem's Lot. He's in what's that other one? Messiah of Evil that he helped finance. So he's one of the little unsung heroes of 70s, 60s independent horror. He's a huge long career. He was in Kubrick movies. He was in the Maltese Falcon. I love that guy. He's one of my favorite characters. I see him pop up and stuff. He had a young Charles Grodin in this too, and he had Ralph Bellamy as Dr. Saperstein. I randomly watched a movie the next day from the 30s that he was as a young man.
Oh, that's random.
They also credit in the book the Paperbacks from Hell, which I think Moodz also picked up. They credit this.
Yeah, I read it all.
Along with the Exorcist novels coming out and essentially being the massive like kickoff of all the horror novels that came after. It just became such a big thing with those two books. And there was a third book too. I don't know if it was maybe the Omen or something like that. But yeah, Rosemary's Baby was a huge book.
Tyler, do you have the 4K of Rosemary?
I do actually. I did, and I watched the 4K.
I have this one.
That's what.
Okay. That's I just have the Criterion Blu-ray.
I have that one.
I have that Criterion Blu-ray as well, but I have this. This was actually one of the screeners that I got from Paramount.
Is the transfer really good on that? Because I've heard from some people where it's terrible, but then again,
What?
I wouldn't say it's
No
terrible.
way.
It's good. But
I thought it looked beautiful.
The transfer.
No. I don't listen to
Blu-ray-
people. I'm just a bunch of these people saying it was like these 4K elitists and stuff like that. Like everything has to look like fucking.
It's not a huge difference. Not that like this movie already looks good.
Yeah.
But,
well, to be fair, I never actually watched my Criterion Blu-ray. It's still sealed. I think
Really?
Dylan.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that Dylan sent that to me years ago when he double ordered it. Moods.
For the people that are watching this video, this is the book that JP was talking about.
Yes, great book.
Really phenomenal. I read this whole thing.
I think it
smells like campfire
pages
still.
in.
I read the whole thing sitting by my campfire. But
I didn't really notice anything big between the tranches. I've probably watched this movie 7-8 times.
Let me see what Blu-ray.com gives it.
I mean, I didn't think that the
best.
transfer, this is fine, but it's not like a top tier transfer, like Blu-ray transfer.
They gave it a 4 out of 5, which is a little. It's not the best, obviously. But
one thing we didn't mention about this is actually produced by William Castle, and I read a story about William Castle.
He wanted to direct.
Oh yeah,
he wanted to direct it.
that actually is true. But I read a story about how after this film came out and stuff like that, that people wouldn't leave him alone. He was getting death threats and shit for bringing Satan back into the world.
Oh Jesus!
Right, because this is the start of satanic panic as well.
Yeah, like people were like legitimately pissed off that he did a movie like this and brought Satan into the fucking forefront. And I'm like, it's fictional, bro. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, people are crazy. So
the studio had recognized the commercial potential of the project and agreed with the stipulation that Castle, who had a reputation for low budget horror films, could produce but not direct the adaptation.
Could you imagine him directing this movie?
He actually makes a cameo while she's in the phone booth as a background character.
Oh, really?
He's the man. Cool. He's the man that is waiting for her to finish the call.
Oh, when she actually fucking okay, yeah,
but they're like, no, dog, you can't direct.
That's funny.
We got this young buck named Roman.
So, what do you guys think about the whole fucking after she gets drugged and stuff like that, like the nightmare hallucination scenes and stuff like that?
Pretty awesome.
You guys like those?
This is we didn't even cover this. This is literally my favorite scene in any horror movie.
Which one?
The from the boat through the is my favorite sequence in any horror movie.
Wow.
I think it's absolutely terrifying. That Old Testament just like coming into reality, or people believing and taking it serious, like it's so frightening to me. I love the editing. I love like the implications. We're sorry, Hutch can't come. Catholics only, and then you have the imagery of this priest. You have this. It's absolute cinematic beauty. There's not a frame I would change. It's absolutely fantastic to me. I think it's terrifying as well. I think it really holds up. It's literally my favorite scene in any horror movie.
Yeah, I think it sucks. I'm joking. I'm just fucking with you. No, it's good. I like them. They're good stuff. But really, like, I mean, the movie's shot like it's shot so well. Like, one thing I did notice, man, it seems like there's a lot of long takes in this movie, which I really adore. Yeah. I really adore that when you don't over edit your shit. Like, it's like bam, 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 bam. You have a lot of scenes where everyone's in the shots and stuff, and you got moving camera, long takes, like a lot of that shit throughout the film, which I think is really cool. I love that shit,
movie,
man.
Lots of long takes will make it feel much more natural, and it'll make the pacing a lot better.
Exactly. When you over edit shit, man, it just turns into like.
I think that's a big problem with modern films. Is nobody has the attention anymore, so there's too many edits. Like, it's just you don't have. Yeah. I mean, there's some out there that still like will stay on a shot for a while and stuff like that, but like in general, like the modern like non like artsy movie is way quicker, just so quicker.
Yeah,
which I do miss about classic cinema as well.
It doesn't work in these type of films to like have a lot of edits and fast edits and stuff like that. Like, if you let everything kind of forebode itself, right? And that's what I feel like this whole it's a build up to what we get in the end, this reveal. And I feel like a lot of those scenes, like I mentioned before in the beginning of the film, like, or at the beginning of the review, like the first 40 minutes is kind of like just a lot of, these characters and getting introduced and stuff like that. But I didn't elaborate on it. What I meant was, you get a lot of that, but it's still interesting enough because for us that have attention spans, you can appreciate the circumference of the indoor shots and the longevity of the shots and stuff like that. It kind of accentuates what they're doing, especially when they're like walking around the apartment, like that whole thing, man. I love those scenes, man. It's great. Plus, I just really wanted to see more of that apartment because I always wanted to live in one of those. It's fucking amazing. But really well shot through the whole film. Lots of long shots. So just had to mention that.
Yeah.
But I don't really have a whole lot more on it.
No, I'm good.
Think about really. I mean, Tyler, do you got anything else?
I feel like I talked a lot.
Nah, I just was going to mention the boat if we didn't get to that.
Yeah, brought up the.
But yeah, my biggest takeaway would just be that the cast, at least from this is that the Cassavetti performance is really underrated. And there's a lot more to his character, and there's a lot more complexities that if you're pretty familiar with this movie, I would really maybe try to focus on this time. There's a really good scene like in the middle of the movie when they're playing Scrabble. And they're in this like room with these big glass windows and the rain's coming down. It's just so somber and quiet. And to me, like that's the scene in the movie where like Cassavetes realizes like he ruined his marriage and like things are just gonna never be the same. And he has to keep lying to her and it's just gonna kill him. And it's
was it worth the success? Was it worth the success?
Exactly. It's just there's a lot more complicated feelings that I think he has than to give him credit for, because I think most people just look at it as if he did this to his wife, he's a piece of shit. But I think there's the film tells you more about him than you might realize.
No, I think you're right though. I think you're right. Yeah. Well, like I said though, like there's that scene in the end of the film where, you know, she walks in and he sees her and then he kind of like, shit, what the fuck? Looks away. Yeah. Like, what do you do? Right?
It's like they're strangers at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Totally estranged. Totally estranged.
Like
mentally. Yeah.
Like a kid who knows that he got caught doing something bad, you know?
Right.
Like ashamed.
That's exactly what that reaction was.
Just imagine being in a situation, just like giving him the benefit of a doubt where you thought things are going to be a lot better. These things are going to be different, but there's also no way out of it. So you have to like try to keep this together with your wife who's growing more resentment to you every day. You also have to keep lying to her and just keep gaslighting her and just like making her own mental state worse because you have no other choice. It just, I really took that in this time and it made the film more interesting to me.
Cool. Ratings, Tyler?
10 out of 10.
7.
Shut up. Stop being corny.
I've already given it a 10 before. It's a 10. It's great.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I've given it a 10 before too. If anything, taking this break from it, I haven't watched it in a good many years. It just solidified like that. I think it's whenever we say like objectively like what the best horror films are, we always mention like Chainsaw and The Thing and The Shining and Psycho. Rosemary's Baby hands down deserves to be in that conversation. The Exorcist.
Yeah, I think the problem is with this movie now is like it's become kind of a cliche. You know, like once it's been spoofed on The Simpsons, it's like it just becomes kind of a joke. It's like, well, fuck. I mean, I'm sure they've spoofed probably Chainsaw on there. They've probably done The Thing too. So, but Rosemary's Baby is just one of those titles that everyone kind of like. I think there's so many people out there that know the title, but there's so many people that know the title that haven't seen it.
I'll even admit, it took me a long time to watch this movie. Like, I knew about this movie. Like, this is one of those movies you knew about, like, forever. If you, like,
of course, it's just one of those titles.
I didn't see it until, like, 2009 or 10.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
It was right when I started getting into, like, knowing that there's, like, a horror community. I really, like, leaned into horror. Through watching YouTube and stuff. I decided I was going to, like, hit up some of the classics that I had never seen.
Yeah, and I definitely watch it sometimes.
Yeah, I did the exact same thing. It was probably something around 2011 for me. But
I used to have a tape.
Like, all right, I'm finally going to watch this. And I remember watching it on my laptop and absolutely loving it.
Yeah,
I actually rented it from Netflix via DVD by mail.
Well, I actually bought my VHS actually from video store. It was a used copy. It's like an old VHS of Rosemary.
That era of Netflix, like history of like cinema and like being able to watch cinema, like that little section between the video stores and streaming, that little section that Netflix had where they did the DVD by mail.
Yep,
and the
I remember that.
We didn't have that in Canada.
Oh, really? I utilized the hell out of it. I did like, it was like, I think it was like $15 a month and you could have 3 DVDs out at a time. I would literally get 3 in the mail, watch them, put them in the mailbox the next day. And then like 3 days later, 4 days later, sometimes 5.
Was it just like automatic return? You just put them back in a thing. They just automatically went back.
Yep. You didn't put no stamps on it or anything. You just dropped them in the mail.
At least I don't think we had that here, but I'm pretty sure because I got Netflix in 2009 and it was just like, okay, I'm just getting streaming.
And you know what was cool about that back in the day? If you did that tier of DVD by mail, like 3 or more, you got the streaming for free.
Nice.
Yep, I remember.
So I remember the first time I did the streaming, it was like 2010. And I was like, I finally got good internet. Like didn't have dial up anymore.
Shit.
And I remember being like, I could probably stream things, and I was like blown away that you could like watch a movie that you didn't have like just live like that wasn't on TV. Like it kind of was like, wow. And there was all these TV shows and like the wall of just scrolling through things. And I was like, this is kind of crazy. Like for somebody who grew up with video stores and physical media, when you first saw streaming, it was kind of mind blowing. Now, granted, now we kind of, us old school guys, we kind of are annoyed by it and kind of hate it a little bit at the same time, even though we like it still. We kind of have like a dislike for it a little bit just because it's like it takes the fun out of it a little bit of the experiences we had picking through the tapes in the video store, where like the scrolling, it's just not the same. Right. So, but still at the time it was fucking mind blowing that you could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm officially getting old on this show.
Do you remember?
I was always the young dude.
There was a fucking I remember like in 2009, I hadn't seen the movie Pi yet. And it was on there, and I was like, "Oh fuck, I can watch this with my subscription. This is awesome." I was like, "Fucking sweet!" So I watched Pi, and it was fucking so cool, man. I loved it.
I remember having like the little channels, like with Charter or whatever I had, where you just had movies. You had a very like select few movies. Usually they were modern movies or something
that were like
wasn't
on
that
demand.
Popular. Yeah, exactly. On demand. That's what it was called. You got to select those. I remember even being like so amazed by that, and I'd watch like literally anything.
Yeah, there was like, you look at horror and it had like 17 titles.
Yeah,
but you were like, "Yo, this is crazy! I have access to 17 movies."
Really young. I'm like, probably wasn't even that young. I'm probably embarrassed. It was probably too old to like think this movie was so great. But I remember watching Urban Legends 3 and thinking it was like the greatest
3? Jesus Christ, dude, that movie sucks ass.
Thinking it was incredible, and then like showing people like, you got to watch this movie.
Damn.
All right, man. All right, so that is Rosemary's Baby from 1968. All right, moving along into 1976 with a film called The Tenant.
Starring Roman Polanski.
Starring Roman Polanski in this ridiculous, stupid edition.
Dude, you don't like that edition?
No, stupid isn't good. You're getting so old. Like, you hear the word stupid and you're like, that sucks? That sucks?
Dude, yeah, I think that this is cool, bro. It's a little hard to get out a little bit. I'm like worried I'm gonna break the
I do like how they magnetize this though. This is actually pretty cool how they magnetize that. But
yeah, this is a cool idea for a little special type thing. And this is one of the more like popular type of movies that Vinegar Syndrome's released lately. You know, it's a pretty well respected film, I would say. Pretty known.
All right, synopsis. A bureaucrat rents a Paris apartment where he finds himself drawn into a rabbit hole of dangerous paranoia. I hate how they wrote bureaucrat. That's annoying.
I don't even know what bureaucrat is.
Yeah, it's a bullshit fucking. Okay, so this movie is set in Paris. This is one thing about this movie that's always kind of boggled me. Even the wife came down and she was watching the movie for a little bit with me, and I said to her, I was like, "Don't you think it's really odd that this movie is set in Paris and literally nobody speaks French? Like it just seems like everybody in this movie is like a foreigner that lives in this one area, and they all talk to each other, and it's like no one's actually from France or whatever, but like there's no French people. It's so weird. It's such a weird thing to me, but anyways,
it's kind of interesting. Like the this is kind of just like in the middle of the movie, like out of nowhere opinion, but I was just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Like all his like homies and like the girls and stuff, and like when he has a little party at his house, they all feel like almost like like hipsters or something. Did anybody else get that vibe?
Well, that's actually what I'm talking about, right? It's like this movie's set in Paris. He's actually from where is this character actually from? Romania?
He's from Poland.
He's from Poland.
I think he's from.
Yeah, that actually makes sense.
Well, he's actually Polish.
He's actually
right?
Polish, right? So he's actually from Poland. And then he's actually living in Paris, but he's a citizen. But all his friends seem like they're Americans in Paris.
It is kind of weird.
It's fucking so weird. Like you didn't meet
like
any French people?
I feel like they just did the language thing like for convenience.
But like even the actors are like straight up like it just seems like they're it's just weird to me that like no even the shop owners are not French.
I hope there's not some like real metaphorical reason for this, and I'm gonna like
it's honestly kind of like a modern thing that happens a lot where we chalk it up to laziness.
But in this time period, this was not like you would have like a shop owner in France would speak French. Right, it would be fine to have that subtitle because it's not a big part of the film. Whatever.
100% right. That's why, like, I hope there's like not some like reason for this that I'm not smart enough to know.
No, I don't think it's metaphorical
I think
at all.
it was just a studio like decision directing thing that it's like nobody's gonna watch this if everybody speaks fucking French in this movie. Like foreign movies don't really do well in the States. I don't know, probably something like that.
You know what I love about this movie, man? Like
that's Shelley Winters in it. She ain't speaking French.
No, well, Shelley Winters is also American though too. So
I love
again an American actress that is fucking one of my favorite fucking. She's like a great character actor. She's awesome and like. Everything.
I love this phase of her career when she just like all her roles are playing a fat old bitch.
Yeah, and she's like a total bitch in this too. It's great. But I get it though. Like they explain it away in the film, like apartments are hard to come by, and like obviously the rent is like super high and stuff like that, and. But like seriously, why would you still want to move into an apartment that didn't have a fucking bathroom? Like I don't understand. Like you couldn't.
I mean, I actually lived in an apartment that didn't have a bathroom growing up. So there was like a communal bathroom you would have to actually leave your apartment door and go to and.
This apartment didn't have that. Everyone, he just didn't have plumbing that worked or whatever, and they weren't fixing it. Or something. There was no communal. There was even a scene. There's a funny scene when you were talking about all the homies in the apartment and stuff like that, where Buddy just starts pissing in the sink. He's like, "Well, I got to go sometime," and I'm like thinking to myself, going, "It's so true though. Like if you're in your apartment, like it's like 2 a.m, you got to take a piss. Where are you going?"
I felt like that guy
in the
was
sink.
Australian. He reminded me of an Australian guy.
Yeah, it's so random. It's such a weird thing to do, but like he's like, well, there's no apartments available, so
So
this is what you get
about this movie for me. Like, I really liked this movie, and I liked it. It made my top 10. I think it was like number 3 or something back in '76 when we did that. But I don't actually really know what this movie's like.
I feel like this is like the male version of like. I feel like the Tenant is kind of.
Sorry, this is my number 2.
I feel like the Tenant is like a movie. If you combined Repulsion and like the cult of Rosemary's Baby, you get the Tenant.
Yeah, but like, what is it? Are they like trying to like gaslight him into being this woman? Or was he this woman the whole time?
So
no,
this is what I think the movie is about.
I don't think so. I think he actually is being fucking gaslit into it.
Is that woman aspect?
They're fucking with people.
Is that woman aspect something to do with what's inside?
This is why the bathroom thing is actually kind of important, I think, and why him and the rent conversation is also very important.
It's a way to drive him nuts.
It's to show you he's weak. This man has zero personality. In the entire movie, he just falls to the suggestion of others. He gets pushed around by everyone. Yeah. It's like his friends.
He's easy to manipulate. He's easy to manipulate.
Yeah, I think the weak aspect is definitely there. That's something that I picked up on.
Well, it's all about manipulation in this movie, man. So
to talk about Polanski's personal life in a different way, if you weren't aware, Polanski fled Poland from Nazi persecution when he was very young, and he spent a lot of his time as a child moving around Europe trying to stay safe because he's Jewish. And I think he really identified with this character because it's a character coming into this. He's in a foreign land. It's this Polish guy,
Which
in a
also
Polish-
is relevant in Repulsion too. It's an immigrant as well. So there's definitely that theme going there, and I think that theme is I didn't know that. I knew he fled Nazism, but I didn't know that he was like. I never thought about him being an immigrant, like in different places, and like sort of having. To
Yeah,
deal with
that's a
that.
good contrast because it actually does relate to Repulsion.
So-
Hence why I said Repulsion and Rosemary's Baby. But
Yeah, I feel like because of that, he didn't really have a homeland, and he didn't really have this any sense of identity. And I think a lot of that kind of translates onto the screen in this movie, where it's this character that also has basically no sense of identity. This character that's alone in this land away, and he just stands for nothing. He's this weak person because he has.
There's
he
so
feels
many
like he's
scenes that actually
powerless.
showcase this too. Like even the scene where his apartment gets robbed and he's about to go to the police and he's like, "Don't do that." And he's like kind of a pushover and he's like, "What? Why?" And then he just accepts not doing it. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, they go through a lot to showcase you this, and for this movie, so for me, this movie is more about identity than anything else, and that's where the suggestion in this man melding into the personality of this woman, because this woman was also someone that it seems that he's been outcast by these people in his apartment complex for being different, and the woman was whose apartment he was, who was also outcast because she was a lesbian. So there's also that same feeling of like loneliness and this isolation and not having this identity, being surrounded in a place where.
Well, it's funny because I look at it like, you talk about the identity thing, and I look at it as like a classism thing, right? Because the landlord talks about like how, these places are hard to come by, and like he kind of hints towards the fact that like, you don't really rent out to anybody, I mean. And the previous girl that was driven to suicide was, you're right, a lesbian. This guy is kind of an outcast, doesn't really have a voice. It's plain and right there.
And there's this element to him
Weak
too,
elements, man.
Where
So
he
do
can't
you
make a
think-
sound in his own
They're
apartment.
they're
Right,
basically
right.
fucking with. They're taking these weak-minded people or different-minded people or whatever, the people that don't fit into their classism, and they're fucking with them to the point where the point of these people is it's essentially a game. It's kind of a fucked up thing, but like, I mean, she was driven to suicide the same way. And I think what their game was, since she was the previous one that, did a header out the window, they tried to convert her. And there's multiple scenes throughout this film that's like actually really cool. I love the fact where he goes into the diner, and right away, this makes me laugh every time. They're like, yeah, I want to, can I get a pack of smokes? But I only have Marlboros. Did Simone drink or smoke Marlboros? Yep. Like they're literally converting him right from that point. It's like,
So is that
it's so
supposed to be
effective.
literal? Like, are the people literally doing something to him, or is it just his worldview?
I
No, they're
believe
manipulating
that-
him. They're
Yeah, I
manipulating
believe
him
they're manipulating him.
through the whole
There's a
film.
lot of suggests like
They have the cigarettes there. They're not giving him to him because they want him to fucking get. They want
Right,
him
I
to
know,
turn
but
into.
what I meant by that, and my question was, and you're probably right, but like you could almost interpret it as that's just inconsequential. Like they just have Marlboros, and this is just, is it all in it? I think you can almost look at this film like it's all. None of this is actually happening to him.
It's
like,
a simulation.
people aren't
I
out to
think
get him.
you're actually getting at something.
No, you could, but like I think it's literal. I think it's actually face value. I think they're actually, because I think if it wasn't though, I think if it was just inconsequential, like whatever you want to term it, you wouldn't have the Simone character introduced and then him moving into that same apartment and then literally wearing her clothes and turning into her after.
It plants like the seed. It can plant the seed though. That's why he went down that road, because he had a connection to that. You know what I mean? So I think that's the way you could sort of explain that way if you were going to go with that.
It's tough to say that maybe he like was going down that realm because like, you know, obviously he was a little bit mental unstable, which is another factor in all these type of movies, which could be the common denominator too, if you want to go down that route. But at the same time, I think that like the way I perceive it is like, I know the Sentinel came like a year later, but I kind of see a lot of elements in the Sentinel from this movie too. And it's like, there's manipulation here. There's fucking with someone here. And I don't know, man. I don't take it for him possibly just kind of doing this on his own. I think he's been being manipulated through the situation, and him turning into like the woman and stuff into Simone is what he's turning into, and doing what he does is, I think it's a product of the environment that he's being manipulated in. That's how I see it.
So I think this movie is ambiguous enough that it really is for the viewer to decide. I don't believe there's anything absolute about this movie at all, and I don't believe there's any one true interpretation of this movie. But what this movie is to me is it's definitely a study in identity, and it's definitely
absolutely.
There's a lot of ways you can take that to. And after watching this movie,
to kind of touch on something you just said there, that and I'll let you go too, just because I don't want it to get lost, is when you say identity, I think a lot of people, and I see this in like some of the, like, I remember talking to Jeremy and stuff about it, where I think people like sort of force it into like he's trans, like he's a woman. But I think that it's more about that. It doesn't really matter what he was turning into. It's just, he doesn't have an identity.
Yeah. And when I say exactly. No, you're exactly right about that. And I think that's why it goes, he's just trying to, so that he's weak. And this guy really basically doesn't have a personality, if you think about it. There's nothing unique about him.
So what you're saying is that him not having a personality is basically moving into Simone's apartment and having, which is like an interesting aspect of the film, because moving into someone's apartment that sells her clothes and all of her stuff in there and stuff is really strange, is kind of creating this identity for him.
That's one way you can.
Yeah, it's like he's being pushed into something else because he doesn't have an identity.
This is where I go back to the. But this is where I go back.
It's a woman. It's not necessarily important that it's a woman. It just so happens that it is.
I just feel like again, going back to like where the landlord says we don't kind of rent to anybody and stuff. I think they see this weak-minded person, this person that really needs to maybe identify with someone, where we can take this person, let him rent out the apartment, we can manipulate him into maybe doing all this shit, and this is how it fucking kind of plays out. I mean, if you can easily manipulated people are people that are weak-minded, right?
Right.
He's weak. You can turn them into some shit, but they give the opportunity because their shit is still in there. Her clothes, her fucking lipstick, all this type of shit. All the opportunity to manipulate somebody is sitting right there. You have they fuck with them so bad. No bathroom. You know, they go down, like we know down in that coffee shop that they have the cigarettes that he smokes, but we're not going to give him those. We're going to give you Simone's Marlboros. And like
which are better anyway.
It's just a ball rolling. They keep doing this throughout the whole fucking film to the point where he literally turns into Simone. And again, going back to the identity, I mean, it could be that he was always like that, but I don't think so. I think he was literally a weak-minded person that was totally picked because they don't have to rent to him. They could rent to anybody, but they chose him because they know that this guy is going to be easily manipulated and they're fucking with him by playing this game.
I think I look at this movie more as a thought exercise than I do as any little interpretation.
That's kind of where I was a little bit too, I think.
I don't think JP has ever agreed with me in anything in the history of the show, man.
Bro.
Fucking bullshit. I see it as a weak-minded person who's being manipulated because it's all because of that conversation in the film
both
about
can
the
actually
apartment.
be true at the same time.
Yeah, I agree.
When they're talking about the rent, and he's like, I mean, it's so hard to find places, but this guy sees this little birdie he's like, this guy's perfect for our little fucking game.
And this is where you could even look at this movie almost as like a dark comedy of errors, where he just keeps getting pushed around and then he gets robbed and then he can't make a noise in his apartment. He gets blamed for stuff when he's not there. It's just like, and now these people are trying to make him into a woman. There's a lot of snowball effects.
And then
that's actually a really key moment in the film too.
As what the scene where the landlord, if you were going to take it to the way where the landlord isn't intentionally doing anything to this dude, the scene where he says like, and I told you once, no women upstairs or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it could just be like that he actually heard like women's shoes and that's how he reacted.
But how do you explain? I mean? But how do you explain?
What's interesting about that too is he spends this time with Elizabeth Adjani's character, or Isabel Adjani's character, and he doesn't do anything sexually with her. He puts her arm around her in the movies, and that's it. But he never really tries to advance.
And it's after she initiates.
Yeah,
it's like a natural response because he doesn't know what to do. And also like the scene where he's with his friend and the dude's playing the records, and he's like aggressive douchebag man guy, and he's like, fuck them, I'll listen to my records as loud as I want or whatever.
That's a good point.
But Roman Polanski's character is very timid and would instantly shut it down, you know what I mean? And it's just the contrast between those two personalities that showcase that Roman is the weak man.
Yes,
but that's also why that also plays into my theory though too, because there's a scene in the film where the lady shows up at his door and she's like, yo, I got this fucking complaint, man, and they're saying it's you and shit like that. Like, I feel like that's just set up, like, because where did that even come from? Because he clearly did not complain about anybody in there. Like, they're fucking with him. They're totally fucking with him. And there's multiple times
say
where
that again.
Where
when the woman comes to the door,
the woman comes and
ask him why he complained about her, because she got a complaint about being noisy, and they told her that it was that it was possibly him that did it.
Yeah.
No, so the woman that wants him to sign the thing she wants him to sign about someone else.
No, she shows up with her daughter at the door saying that you got
really early on that Moodz is talking about, where she comes to his door and she's like, they told me that you're the one who brought a petition, and he tells her like,
yeah, and she shows up at the door with the daughter crying, and she's like, bro, like,
but that also can just go to the fact that they see him as like someone weak, and it's like, I complained about this person, but I'm gonna just blame it on Roman because fuck Roman, he's a weak piece of shit anyway.
Yeah, right, you could do that. You could do that. Yeah. I mean, that's human fucking shit.
Because that kind of happens in like apartments and shit like that, where this person said this, but really they're just.
But you can also take it as she was sent there to fuck with him. Like, again,
right. Yeah, there's so many you can, and I think that is what I'm finding,
because he's literally getting shit on for making so much noise when he's actually not doing it. And then when someone physically shows up at his door complaining that they got in a complaint about him complaining, it's like, what the fuck, man? Like, I mean, it's just steps to driving him insane. They're leaning towards the whole Simone thing the entire fucking time. I mean, I think it's actually pretty clever. I mean, if you think it's like that, but I mean, I'm curious on people's interpretation of the film, because I take it like that, because but the whole identity thing does make a lot of sense though too.
It can actually technically be both as well.
Well, I think it is both, actually.
I think I also always struggled with what this movie really meant. The first time I watched this, I've probably seen this movie 5 times now. I think that's what I counted back in my head. The first time I watched it, though, is when you did the top 10 of 76 show. I'd never heard about this movie. And that was my big... Yeah, that was my big takeaway from that show was, there's another Roman Polanski movie. And that's when I checked it out for the first time. Like, right after that show came out, I remember I had to rent it and watch some crappy transfer. But I liked the movie, but I didn't love it. And I definitely felt really cold to it. And I think I was expecting some sort of outright horror movie. And I just kept watching it, like, really fascinated with it more and more as the years went on, as Blu-rays came out. And watching it now, I think this movie takes a lot of influence from Ingmar Bergman's Persona. that came out 10 years before this. And if you really
this is like the most this is literally the most classic Tyler thing to say. Well, this movie takes a lot of influence from Imar.
Well, let me tell you why though. What Persona is, and I really recommend Persona to anyone who has not seen Persona. You will not understand how much of this movie's fingerprints are on modern thrillers and psychological horror movies until you see this movie. It's an existential drama about an actress who's gone mute and her nurse, whose name is Alma, and their personalities start melding together. It's just this 83-minute movie about these two women. And the film, there's a lot of really experimental editing. There's a lot of just deep conversations in the movie, and it's presented in this really dark way. And that movie is completely about identity. And what also really stroked my brain about this too was David Lynch passing, coincidentally, because a lot of his work is heavily influenced. His surrealist take on things is heavily influenced by this movie. This movie, The Tenant, is almost like a stopgap between this movie being made at the absolute studs on a movie exploring identity and who you are. In that movie, my interpretation is the actress is lost her identity from playing so many different parts over this year and repressing this guilt of her wanting to be a mother. And this is her true identity bubbling to the surface. It's the same type of concept, I believe, that The Tenant is exploring. And then you can go as far as Mulholland Drive by David Lynch, where it's explored through dreams. It's this person that this person wants to be. It's this identity that they've chosen for themselves that they're grappling with in their own trauma. The ending to this movie, I guess I really never noticed it until this time. It actually was really reminiscent of Mulholland Drive to me when he finally gets on the balcony toward the end. They're all just like, everybody just shows up there and it becomes a real fucking horror movie. And they're all like clapping and egging it on. It reminded me of that scene where Naomi Watts' fantasy finally collapses in Mulholland Drive, and like all these characters that she's built up come in and they like chase her to the end of the room, and she shoots herself in the face where he jumps from the window in here. And it even takes an extra step where he just does it and get it. It's the result.
That's one of the craziest thing about the movie is that like he not only does it once, he drags himself back up there and does it again.
It's like an encore. He's like,
wild.
Are you not entertained?
So
you get
you want to talk about influence though, man? Like you talk about Ingmar Bergman, like you can't help but notice the scene where, again, like you could explain this shit away as being maybe it's not happening, maybe it's in his head, maybe it's fantasy, maybe it's whatever it is. But the psycho influence when he dresses up like Mother, like when he gets into the full drag outfit and stuff, and he starts stabbing at the window with the hands and stuff. It's literally the same shots of Norman fucking just stabbing away. I mean, that is a straight Mother reference. That's a straight Psycho thing. So which could play into the psyche aspect of it too. Like maybe that isn't happening either, because it does actually kind of make sense that is in his head at that moment, because those hands coming through where they're coming from isn't really realistic. It's not reality. Right.
Mm-hmm. So the reason that got me thinking about this time, particularly watching it, was the very end of the movie where he is now in the cast in the
he's become hospital. Simone. He's become right. Simone.
So I'm like, what if he was Simone the whole time? Like that, he was in the beginning when he's there.
Oh, dude, you just blew my fucking mind. That's pretty good. Did you just read that somewhere? Because that's pretty good.
No, I swear to God.
No, this is one where you absolutely can interpret it, and like you could also interpret it that he's stuck in some.
So the whole movie, this is the story. So we get this opening, and the whole movie actually is Simone, and then it actually makes kind of sense because
end of the beginning of the movie is the end of the movie.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We get to see the end result, and then we get to see it play out as Simone, but you know, obviously we're seeing it from a male perspective. Wow, dude, I never thought of that. That's pretty fucking good.
Well, it's just because the way that it ended this time, and I was like watching it, I'm like, well, clearly it's showing him seeing himself, as Simone with the other woman, and it's like, is this how this all
and happened? Not just another woman, maybe I mean, even though she made passes at him, maybe she was involved with her. Also, that's why he can see her like that.
At, isn't it? That
they were lesbian. Yeah, they might have been. Not. Yeah.
This movie's got a lot of soft suggestions. This makes it more fun being like it's ambiguous.
But this is kind of cool because we have all these different aspects on the movie.
This is why I thought this one would be the most interesting discussion, because I really think this movie is just a thought exercise. It's for you to take away what you want.
So I got a question then. So the scene where where he's at the park and he's kind of pondering things, he's like, bro, like what the fuck is going on in my life? And he sees the ugliest motherfucking kid possibly known in humanity and the most annoying little whiny bitch thing ever. And he does exactly what any normal human being would do: walk up to him and slap him and call him a little whiny bitch and walk away. So what's with that scene?
So that's basically him showcasing that the only person that he could stand up to is somebody that is
a child.
A defenseless child.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you guys would say that. But it's funny, but that scene just cracks me up because he literally walks over and he's just like, you like spoiled little brat, and smacks him in the fucking face. I'm like, holy fuck. You could
also just look at like it's a comedy and this guy's had a fucking enough.
I mean, that shit made me bust out again. Like I forgot about that scene, dude, from the last time I watched it, and I fucking laughed out fucking loud hardcore. I was like, oh my god, that's brutal. Oh, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, when I came into this, I'm like, I'm not sure I understand what this movie is supposed to be, but talking about it and working my thoughts through, I think I understand it a little bit better, and I do think that it is up for interpretation. I think that's
I think so too.
I bet he never said if it's all in his head or not. Like,
you know what I love?
It could be all in his head. It could be literal. I think it suggests supernatural at points. And there's all these different little suggestions. And like,
because there's the whole teeth thing, right?
But like, I mean, even if we look at it from the point of, say, JP's suggestion, where the beginning of the movie is the end, and the whole movie actually is Simone's story, where we get to see the whole story
from his perspective in the hospital bed.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that the tenants of the apartment building didn't drive her to do what she
it doesn't mean that either,
right? That's what I'm saying. So
it could go either way. It could be a combination.
What's really cool, man, when he first meets the girl, and what's the first thing that he does? He takes her to go see a Bruce Lee movie. I'm like, that's awesome. Like the most manly thing ever, man. I'm like, that's fucking awesome. Yeah.
She looks like a fucking Stella too.
Okay, I got a question, man. Has anybody ever seen a bar of soap as big as the bar of soap in this film is? Like, that thing is like it's like a cannon. Like that. Who has a bar of soap that big?
Dude.
Someone
like that thing is like, it's like a fucking two-hand. I'm like, who the fuck has bar? Maybe it's a European thing. I don't know. I'm gonna wash your ass a little harder or something like that. I don't know. But honestly, I absolutely fucking love this movie. I think it's fantastic, dude. Like, I forgot how much I love this movie. I know it was definitely my top 10.
It was actually your number one.
Yeah, I feel like this would be my number one.
Yeah. Like, I love this movie. I think
it's your number one and Jeremy's number one, and me, Christian, and Brandon had Carrie.
One thing about this movie that we didn't state, because I think everyone's kind of like, I don't want to hear that, but Roman Polanski as the lead in this film does a really good job for somebody that is known for directing films. He's appeared in films before. I mean, this is kind of like an overstated, like, Hitchcock cameo here. He does the whole film, but I think he actually does a really good job with the character. Like, he just comes across as being he does such a good job at playing that character that is like, he's like likable, but you feel sorry for him, and you're just like, dude, like, you're into him, man. You just don't know what the fuck, man. You feel sorry for him. You really do. So
yeah, that's why I brought up his past, because I felt like he really identified with his character, and that's why I wanted to play it.
Totally. And it even makes more sense now, because everybody treats him like he's up to something. Like, you can even suggest like he don't belong.
Right. You could even suggest like that's feelings like xenophobia that like he's had like since he was a kid.
For sure.
I do have a question.
In a place where people don't respect him or believe that he's sincere.
Yeah.
So you think the tooth in the wall it's a metaphor for something, but what is it?
I don't know. Well, it's really interesting when he
It's
pulls
gotta
it out
be.
the second time. Like I think it's just another suggestion of the film. Like
because
he's done this before. Like it almost
So
has like a
the
shining.
only
because the
thing
second
that-
time it doesn't actually happen though, because he has his teeth later on in the film. Like he's not missing a fucking tooth after he gets
Right.
that thing pulled. That's in his head.
So
Yeah.
one thing that and I have no clue if this is even thought of or not, but I've always have heard and read that if you dream that about teeth or losing teeth or something, you're have bad anxiety or stressed or whatever. It's like common with people that have bad anxiety and are stressed. So I was wondering if maybe like the teeth stuff could relate to that.
Well, it must be because like his anxiety and his stress was coming from the apartment that was fucking with him. Like he was literally under duress the entire film. I mean, right at like the party scene happens in the first 10 minutes of the movie, and right from that point, it's just chaos in that apartment.
Right.
So that plays into it. That's a good one.
Even little touches like that, like, are brilliant, and they're gonna like small little factors like that are gonna play into people's interpretations. Because I didn't know that, and maybe a person with anxiety might like watch this movie and take a whole different part away from it because of that scene.
Yeah.
So another question, like, how do you interpret? And it's probably in his psyche because there's a point in the film where he actually sees himself. But like, I love this scene. Some of the creepiest moments in the fucking scene is like him looking through the courtyard, because I'm assuming it's an apartment building that has like one of those views where you can see on the other side. So he sees people and they're always staring, and he's talking about this. He mentions this throughout the film multiple times about like how these characters will stand in those rooms and just fucking stare.
Yeah.
But then there's a point in the film, obviously, where his psyche probably isn't where it should be, sees himself. Right. So what's the interpretation there?
I mean, the literal sense would be that he's seeing a scary picture of himself, and he's just projecting it to the other building because it's creepy. But are you asking like why it's in the other building? Why he's seeing it?
No. Like why? Because it happens like 3 or 4 times through the film, but I feel like it's a build up towards to where it goes, and he sees himself.
I think it goes back to the whole thing of him being in the hospital bed and sort of seeing it from the third person perspective.
Right. Yeah, I actually don't have an explanation for it, because I kept thinking about it through the whole, like the first time it happened like 3 or 4 times. And I was like, I kept trying to think of what it was relating to him, and I couldn't figure it out. Like I actually can't figure it out. I have no idea. And I still can't figure it out. So
I think I'd say maybe I take it as his manifestation of paranoia.
Yeah, I mean,
anxiety.
Yeah,
I think some of the scenes too, where he just like dresses up as a woman, like you could interpret it ways when he wakes up the next morning, like, what the fuck did I do last night? There's a lot to it that you could take how you would, where maybe he's like not conscious, maybe it scares him that like he goes into these spells where because of the power of suggestion that he's been getting from these people, and then now immersing, smoking your cigarettes, trying on a dress, like
or even just him thinking that it's the power.
Exactly.
But I just
that's what's so interesting about it. Yeah.
I just kind of took it as a paranoia thing, because like I think after a couple times there's a scene in the film where he's down in the bar, and like I see the faces as it's like a literal paranoia thing. Like he feels like they're obviously not there, but he feels like they're there staring at him. Like there's people watching him. They're watching because and it makes kind of sense that they're watching him, because he's paranoid that if he makes any fucking noise, people are going to complain and do some shit. So when he sees people, he's being paranoid. But then it plays into more where he does like the most American thing, and he goes down to the bar and he like tries to buy a gun and shit. I'm like, dude, he's getting super paranoid now. You're gonna need a fucking gun.
Have you guys ever seen The Number 23 with Jim Carrey?
Yeah, it's a good movie actually.
So you know how in that movie, so essentially he keeps noticing that this number 23 is connected to like everything. And there's
I've
one
only ever
person
seen it
in
once,
the film
but
that says, if you keep looking for the number 23, you're gonna find it.
the
So
paranoid
I think
delusional
that it's
aspect
like,
of it, yeah.
he keeps looking at people doing things to him and setting him up. That's what paranoia is, right?
Yeah,
You keep thinking that everybody is
Out to
doing
get you.
something out to get you in some way.
Yeah.
So he's looking for these instances. Whether they're happening is the interesting question, because it's like, on one hand, yes, they could actually be happening to him and it's just furthering his descent. Or it could also be that it's just normal curmudgeonly people that he just feels so that they, an imposter, basically, like someone that doesn't belong. Everybody's suspicious of him. So he's taking that and running with it because he keeps looking for it. So it could be, I think this movie is super interesting, man.
I think that like, he sees a bunch of people staring that way throughout the film and stuff like that. You're right. Like the paranoia builds up to the point where, he's not in that reality anymore. And like the scene where he sees himself look back at him right there, I think it's like a contrast to, I guess, if you go back to the theory of, the story of him being Simone, seeing himself. So, I mean, dude, this movie is fucking blowing my mind right now. It's crazy, but it's kind of cool because there's like, I've never really heard anybody decipher this thing one way or the other.
Next time I watch it, I'm going to watch it straight thinking that they're doing things to him and see how that feels as well. And I do think it could be like a combination of everything. And I do think it could also be that there's no answer and it's just however you interpret it. But next time you watch it with the idea that he is that nobody's doing any of this, or they're doing some of it, but it's not like they're out to get him. It's just how they are.
Every time you're going to notice little different things, and you're going to.
So we're going to break right now, and we're all going to rewatch the movie.
Like, so what do you think this time? I was so wrong the first time. I don't know what the fuck I was saying.
I honestly think that it doesn't really matter. I think what matters is like interpretation of movies sometimes doesn't have to be for everybody. I mean, what I got out of it was perfect. I thought it was great.
I think that's something
I think it's fucking fantastic.
Hung up on, honestly, that like they feel like
we were talking about that the other day, Tyler, where sometimes or maybe it was me and Dave Z. Sometimes a director will come out and say something and people take it as gospel, but that's not right. It's like the art is there for people to interpret, and sometimes directors are biased too. Like when Tobe Hooper says Chainsaw is a comedy, I'm like, bro, come on now. You might see it that way, but it's not to me. You know
when
what I mean?
Release something. I've seen this a lot lately. I feel like when you release something, what the world does with it and the world takes away is for the world. It's not yours anymore.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
But yeah, I think people sometimes get hung up on feeling like a movie has to like completely connect in a certain way or come to some absolute conclusion, or that there's something for you to decipher in every movie that is one true meaning. And I just feel like that's not the case.
Yeah,
and I feel like if you watch cinema like that with that mindset, you're going to miss out on a lot of great movies. And if you're just more open to the idea of this movie means what it makes me feel like, you might enjoy some other movies in different ways, and maybe some movies that you haven't enjoyed before.
And some of the best movies ever are not straightforward, one finite interpretation or conclusion or whatever. So yeah, 100%, man. That like sometimes and I, of course, I love movies that are direct and have like a finite, this is what it is. But that's the fun thing about movies and being cinema fans, is there's all types of vast different kinds of movies that do different things and elicit different feelings. And this one in particular, I think, and I agree with you that this is probably the more interesting one to talk about out of all three, even though all of them are interesting. I think that the Tenant, I'm actually like almost happy that we didn't do it back in the day because I feel like we're more capable now.
We're seasoned, a little bit more capable. Yeah.
But also, I think that this is was such a cool trilogy to talk about because these films really do warrant a lot of conversation. And I just had a lot of fun just talking about them and discussing our thoughts and feelings and interpretations and stuff. That was dope. And that's what this shit's all about. Like cinema and podcasts. That's what it's about. It's about these conversations. And yeah, sometimes it's fun to just talk about how bad some full moon movie is too. But but this stuff is also really fun and that's what's fun about 22 shots in general is we do everything. So,
there's no bad full moon movies. That's fucking that's a hypocrisy.
We have these episodes that have these deep discussions about important films, and we also cover some sexploitation, Nazi exploitation films from the Ilsa films or whatever. We do everything, and and of course these type of episodes are very fun. And I really enjoyed all three of these conversations with these movies. This is some of the funner conversations I've had.
I think we had a lot of good. Well,
they were films that warranted a good conversation though too. It's I mean, especially this movie because there's such an open interpretation of it, which is really interesting because we had different views on it. So. But I understand where you're coming from completely, and it makes you think, right? I love that. I think that's exactly what podcasting is supposed to do. I know people miss the old fighting and shit like that, and I'm sure we'll get into that.
Yeah, we still have some little brawls here and there, nothing crazy.
We definitely don't scream and yell like we used to.
Well, one thing I matured a lot as well, just in terms of I don't really feel the need to die on hills like I did when I was young and hungry. You know what I mean? I just wanted to talk and get my opinion out there. And
but you were also trolling a lot of the time too, man. A lot of those things were
just
stemming
devil's
from
advocate too, which I've always liked. Even if I agree with you, sometimes I'll just throw out the other perspective. But yeah, it's pretty cool, dude. This was a dope ass trilogy to talk about.
Yeah, three movies that are just fantastic, man. It kind of sucks that Polanski has.
That's why I started with that, because I was just damn, this motherfucker's directing his ass off in these movies. He's acting his ass off like this. And I've seen a couple of his other films too. I mean, he's
casually
well respected in terms of
between
directing.
all this.
Yeah,
what's that?
Casually directed Chinatown. All this.
Tyler, are you a fan of the Fearless Vampire Killers?
Not really, honestly.
Honestly, dude, I don't really get the humor in it either. It just kind of it goes. I mean, I don't find it fun. I mean, I get the humor, I just don't find it funny.
Yeah, well, I'm a big fan of Chinatown, and I'm a very big fan of Tess as well, which is also they're both kind of made.
Did he direct
70s period?
Did Polanski? Who did the Ninth Gate?
He did the Ninth Gate. That movie's good too.
He did do the Ninth Gate. Okay,
I thought that was Polanski. His 70 movies.
He also did The Pianist.
Yeah, The Pianist also fantastic movie. I've never this 70s era Polanski is just my bread and butter. For me, I guess.
I mostly know his older stuff. I think The Ninth Gate might be one of the last movies I saw. That was.
I've seen a couple of his movies. He made a movie just set in an apartment a couple years ago. It's one of those takes place in real time. All in one apartment with John C. Reilly and what's her name, Jodie Foster. It's called.
So there's a part 4 to the apartment. No, I'm just sorry.
I guess technically, I forgot what it was called, but it's probably 10 years old now. But it was that was a good one. It was nice, really entertaining, entertaining one. But he's made a lot of different stuff. But yeah, this time period is definitely my favorite for him. The Pianist is up there though with his best films. I don't really like his first one, Knife in the Water. That's other than Fearless Vampire Killers, that's a movie it's the only movie I've really been sour on. He also made.
You're talking about the movie Carnage, by the way, 2011.
Carnage. Yes, that's it.
Doesn't it seem like the Tenant should have been
What's
a
up with
Criterion
2011
release?
Stuff tonight?
Yeah, that is
another
weird.
2000.
Yeah.
He's also got a 92 movie that's not really horror, but it's kind of dark. It's dark horror-esque. what's his
Bitter
name?
Moon.
Hugh Grant's in it, called Bitter Moon. That it's also a very good movie. I've watched that one before as well.
Oh, 92, huh? You don't say.
Yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't say it's a horror movie, but it's got some dark elements to it. It's got
It'd be
his
worth
future wife
watching
in
just
it.
to pad the numbers a bit.
Yeah, exactly. It is long though. I think it's like the longest movie that year.
What were you saying about Criterion Mids?
It's just funny that like Vinegar Syndrome has released the Tenant. Like it feels like it should be a Criterion release.
Right, and before that it was Scream Factory, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fucking
But
crazy.
did Criterion release the old DVD, or was that like Warner Brothers? Or
No, that was Paramount.
Warner Brothers.
Paramount, yeah.
It's Paramount, yeah.
They've released Knife in the Water from him. They've released Cul-de-sac. They released Macbeth. They did Tess. I think that's it from Polanski. They did.
Of course, in typical Polanski fashion, Bitter Moon's 2 hours and 19 minutes.
Yeah, that one's Kino. I picked that up on a Kino sale because it was a Roman Polanski movie.
Okay, so I've seen this on there before. I didn't know that was a Polanski film. I've never seen this one.
Yeah.
Interesting. That got me fucking piquing my curiosity. Yeah, sweet.
Yeah,
all right.
I was just warned, like I wouldn't go into it thinking it's a horror movie at that length, but it is a good movie and it is interesting for the year.
Funny, yeah, because it definitely did not come up when I was doing like a search for.
I've never rewatched it, but it's been probably like 4 years since I've watched it. So,
the Blu-ray's up.
So ratings.
It's up to me. 10 on the Tenant.
Yeah, I actually gave it a 9.5 on the 76 show. I'm gonna go up to a 10. This was a great watch for me. I enjoyed it on the 76 show. I still think I would have Carrie as my number one. It's more personal to me. And I also give that a 10. But
yeah, I don't think I would change.
The Tenant is fucking damn good.
But yeah, I'm gonna give this one a 9. But damn, 2 10s.
Yeah, definitely.
I just gave 3 10s. Like this is like to me, it's like a great. It's it's an amazing trilogy, man. 3 great films.
Yeah, you know what's weird about that 76 show? It was me, you, Jeremy, Brandon, and Christian. No Dave Z.
Yeah, that's random.
So we had Christian and Brandon.
Weird.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I remember Dave had just watched this movie recently for the first time, and he seemed disappointed by it.
Oh, dude, Dave.
He was disappointed by the Tenant.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He must not have got it. He probably.
I think he went into it looking like
expect a call.
Like, I feel like he probably watched it thinking it was going to be more like Rosemary's Baby or just a straight up horror movie, and that is how I watched it the first time. And maybe
and it's not like a. I mean, you could even argue that it's not a horror film. I think there's enough elements in there for me, but I could see the argument.
Dude, man, it's psychological horror. I that's the way I classify it as.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like this movie, like I feel like the Sentinel obviously really saw the Tenant because there's elements of the Sentinel that I feel like come from this film too. And I love the Sentinel. It's so fucking good. But I feel like the Sentinel is like Rosemary's Baby. It's like it's like a baby of Polanski's films, right? Like the Sentinel just takes from everything.
Directed by Michael Winner.
Yeah, it's really good though. Which is actually, speaking of that film, that's a film that Dave Z fucking can't stand because he doesn't like man creatures or whatever.
What? He doesn't like.
He can't watch it. He says he can't watch it.
Oh, he doesn't like deformities. Like
deformities.
He won't watch Freaks.
Oh my god, they're so good.
So I don't think he likes Night Beast or not Night Beast, fucking Nightbreed.
I think it has to do like real deformities. Like
they just got real deformities.
Oh, so Nightbreed is a little too fantasy. I guess it's too fantasy, right?
Well, I think in this movie it's because they got actual deformed people and they were like, this would be way scarier.
Yeah, that's why he won't watch Freaks because it has actual like deformed.
Yeah, those are real people.
In it.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up actually.
Hey, they got paid probably. I hope.
Well, I'm not saying it's fucked up to have those type of deformities. I'm not saying it's fucked up to be on screen, but I'm sure they got paid. But yeah, I guess that is going to conclude the Tenant from 1976. And also episode 282 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast.
Bro, 18 episodes till
8.
Oh yeah,
so and we are so not even prepared for it.
Oh man. Yeah. We got to get on that.
We're going to have a summer in between here. Though,
we're recording a lot more than we think that we were going to because like these numbers they're going up.
Yeah.
Now JP's going to be like, I wish it had been episode 181.5.
Right. I did think of that in the moment too. I was like, maybe I shouldn't be arguing this. If it could give us an extra episode. But so next week, I believe we're going to travel to the year of 1992, Tyler's year of birth, right?
No, 91.
Oh, you're 91 as well? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you're like
Tyler
a month
both
older than me,
91.
I think.
God, you guys are so fucking old.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, we're going to 92.
Are we older than Moodz when the show started?
Yes. Moodz was 30? No, you're 40 now. 40 what?
We started the show in what, 2013?
12.
Yeah.
Say 13.
Yeah, so we're turning 34 this year. So
I was 30. I was 33.
So we're older than Moodz was.
Yeah, I'm turning 45 this year.
Dude, yeah, dude, that's wild, right? Like,
yeah.
I'm older than Moodz was when I was just a young 22-year-old kid, I think. God damn, we've been doing this forever, and we're growing up. I'm getting all grays and shit. I'm getting grays forever longer too. I love it. I love doing this show.
Yeah.
Especially after episodes like tonight. But next week we are traveling to 92. We're going to revisit the found footage genre. Now, you might be thinking, found footage in 92. Yep, there are 2 films that qualify. That's going to be Man Bites Dog and Ghost Watch. So
this is actually perfect timing because we're recording on the Monday and it gives us a little bit more prep, but
right.
It gives us a lot more prep for fucking Sin Bin though, too. It's great.
Yeah. So this is going to be a just 2 film show. I think it's the 3rd volume of found footage.
Yeah.
Cause we did, I mean, you could technically say it's like the fucking 5th volume if you count Paranormal Activity and Wreck.
Those could have been, yeah, for 100%.
But yeah, so we did the tunnel and the bay and something else on one, and then before that, what did we do? It was just 2 films.
Was it Lake Mungo?
No, we never covered Lake Mungo.
Yeah, we definitely
Grave Encounters.
No, we definitely reviewed Lake Mungo one time. Because remember we pointed out some.
Oh, maybe it was Lake Mungo. Yeah,
some issues with that. Yeah.
I think that was the 3rd movie. I was just thinking since it was in the 8 films to die for that we would have saved it for that or something. But
yeah, we can still do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I want to do those one day. I think it would be a fun trip down memory.
I think those would do really well because man, people they fucking remember that shit, bro.
Now
it was exciting. It was fun. It was like
nobody is bringing back 8 films to die for on their podcast, man. Just think about that. We bring that to the forefront, and people are like, "Oh shit, dude, it's old school." People are gonna be like, "It's old school." I'm like, "That's not."
I've been saying that shit. I've been saying that shit since day one, bro. We do shit different. We do the coolest shit that no other podcast does, and I love that about this show. In terms of like the stuff that we cover, there's probably nobody out there who's done the 8 films to die for, like all of them on one episode. You know, the first volume or whatever.
Right.
Stuff like that. We did Masters of Horror. We did fucking Tales from the Crypt, like episode by episode. We just do shot on video shit. I mean, it's just cool. We do everything. I love it.
Yeah, we got some fun ones, man. Found Footage 2, and then we got Full Moon Show, then we got a Western Horror.
Yeah, which is a volume 2 of that as well. So, yeah. Full Moon Volume 1.
That's gonna be 6 92 shows and 3 shows.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Or movies. Yeah. So
we might throw a 59 in the Western one. I'm not sure.
Curse of the Undead is from 59 and The Living Dead.
I think there's 2 from 59.
Yeah,
and
Curse of the Undead and Living Coffin are from 59, and then Dust Devils from 92.
Yeah, but there's like 2 more Western ones from 92 as well, I think.
Is there?
Yeah, there was 2 that we were talking about from 92.
Yeah, there was the Tales from the Crypt TV movie thing. Or was it? Yeah, it was Tales from the Crypt.
What?
For the Western horrors?
Yeah. It was Tales from the Crypt? No, that's not Tales from the Crypt.
I was just saying the next 3 episodes are all 59 and 92. Either way.
That's good. So. I mean, we need to start getting on some of those. So
yeah.
Oh, the one we picked, though. Yeah, there was one, Two-Fisted Tales. It was supposed to be an attempt to launch a second anthology series in the mold of Tales from the Crypt. Oh, okay. So it wasn't Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, nothing to do with Tales from the Crypt.
It was a ripoff.
Yeah. I'm sure I think some of this stuff is on YouTube. Yeah, Two Twisted Tales, and the other one was Mad at the Moon.
Yeah, that was the one Tony knew about, and then I wasn't sure about Dust Devil.
Yeah, so we'll discuss that's like 3 weeks from now. We'll figure out which ones we're doing.
But we got Ghost Watch and Man Bites Dog next week, which I haven't watched in so long.
I've never seen that one.
I've only watched it once. I don't think I was ready to watch it yet. When I did, it was probably like 4 years ago.
You probably don't even own it because it's not on Blu-ray.
No, I don't. That's one of the. I won't buy it.
I don't know it either.
Man, I've had the Criterion. I've had the Criterion DVD since they came out, and like, I can't believe that thing doesn't have a Blu-ray. What are they waiting on? Maybe they don't have the rights anymore. Who knows?
Is it like an HBO movie or something?
It's on HBO, I think.
I don't know where it came from, but.
All right, well, that's the show.
That is it, man. That's going to conclude episode 282. See you guys next week for Found Footage, man. Go Bills.
Woo!
That's all, folks.